Good morning, everyone. We're here.
Oh, yeah. This just feels right. Kyle Madsen, James Ham back in the building, fresh off a vacation. Your first ever cruise? Give me 1 second. There we go. James Ham, back in the building. This is the Insiders. I'm Kyle Madsen. James, I'm so happy to have you back, man.
I'm glad to be back. I do have feedback on my line.
I'll get you. My bad.
Yeah, what's going on, everybody? It is great to be back. I have never taken a cruise, Kyle, and I now have a new appreciation for the floating city that is a cruise ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I did not think.
From what I understand, it's just a totally different kind of experience.
Yeah, for me, totally different type of experience. I'm somebody who, for many years, I enjoy travel. We've traveled all over the place. My wife and I, my boys and I, with my wife, and this one was different. It's intriguing to live in someone else's bubble. I think that's the best. It's kind of like you're on a cruise ship is like a giant floating hotel with tons of restaurants and all kinds of entertainment that's part of the package. And then everything else that you're seeing is just like out there. Like you're looking out the window and like in amazement that you're in the middle of the ocean and like the North Pacific. And
that gives me anxiety. The idea of just being in the ocean, I'm not meant to be there, man. Everything in the ocean would fight me and win.
I'll tell you, we did have a like when we took off, they said, "Hey, we're gonna have to scrap the whole first part of what we were going to do. We were going to go to Juneau first, and they said, "Hey, we're going to shoot straight up the middle and just go straight to like I don't know, straight to the glaciers, basically." So for 3 days, we were out in the open sea, and it was wild. I got to be honest, it was. We had some crazy giant waves that kept you up at night. That was a bit strange, like, going through that. And they said it would have been much worse if we would have gone through the other way. But I don't know. I had a good time. I did not expect to have as good a time as I did.
That's a win.
I drank too much. I ate too much.
It's a vacation.
It is. And that's what, at the end of the day, I felt like it was super calming and like relaxing. It was a good way to build up to a season because, the season's such a grind, and it's good to get away from with the wife because we're embarking on this 6-month journey that is the NBA season. And Kyle, the ladies, they take on so much of regular life while we're gone.
Yes.
And that's a big deal. And, especially when you have kids, there's just another layer to it where you have to put so much on your partner to take on these things. So, I enjoyed it. I even friend of the show, Kimberly out there, she was on another cruise ship and we were on the same cruise, just on different ships. Her cruise ship was much bigger than my cruise ship. And that's the crazy thing. Cruise ships are so wild. Like we watched this whole informational, like they did a presentation.
Yeah.
Like they're like desalinating water and
it's unbelievable. The technology
of a cruise ship is wild. And that all of the workers work 7 days a week, like 11-hour days. Yeah. Like the server that takes care of you at a nice restaurant one night, you go the next morning to the breakfast spot and there she is again. And like people coming into your room, our attendant in our room, he made like origami out of towels. And so every day
one does
on our bed, we would have like an elephant made out of towels.
Adorable.
Yeah. Like he had what
a fun little treat.
Yeah. It was cool. It was cool.
I love that for you, man. That's awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed it because I know that I don't want to say there was like a hesitation, but you were just like, yeah, I've never done it. I don't know what to expect.
Well, I'd also kind of been anti-cruise. Like I don't want to do a cruise, but Alaska's
hate Tom.
Yeah. Yeah, Alaska is so rare, and it's so difficult to go see things in Alaska. Like, you almost have to do a cruise ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, we pulled up to a glacier and they sat there for like 2 hours and just rotated the boat. We had like the most perfect day ever.
Oh,
And we actually ended up at one point just sitting, sipping coffee off our balcony, watching glaciers like 100 yards away.
amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
I don't think you can really get the thing with that is I don't think you can really get an appreciation for how much ice a glacier is and how big it is until you're there in front of it. Because I just don't, I like in my brain, I've never seen a glacier in person, but in my brain, I have an idea of what it would look like when I pull up to a glacier in a boat, right? But then you watch like Our Planet and you see this helicopter fly up to a glacier and the helicopter is this big. I'm holding my fingers very close together. The helicopter, for those listening, the helicopter is this big and you go, oh, that's a mountain. That's just a mountain of ice.
Yeah, I think that was a crazy thing. Also, there's something called calving that happens where pieces of the glacier break off. And because you're basically on the water and you're surrounded by mountains and, sort of in this area, it sounds like thunder. So like a small chunk of the glacier will pop off and fall into the water. And then a couple of seconds later, you'll hear like this huge, loud, like thunderous thing.
Mm-hmm.
And we just sat there and took it all in and like had a good time, checking it out. Oh, I think Kyle has people coming in to help him out. We did stop in, let's see, we stopped in Ketchikan. We stopped in Sitka. We did whale watching and got to see whales. And then, of course, on top of that, we stopped at Victoria Island in British Columbia, and then we got to spend a day in Seattle. So it's a good trip, Kyle. I'm glad we did it, and I did not think that would be the case when I took off.
Good,
yeah,
excellent. I'm happy for you. And now you're back in time for. This is where it really ramps up. Like we always talk about, hey, this is the time of year where if you're in sports talk radio, it's NFL season into NBA season. And the NBA season's right around the corner with a wild ass week 3 in the NFL.
Yeah.
You had Coach Prime in Colorado getting blown out. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are an item.
That's amazing.
There's so much going on. It's the Taylor Swift Travis Kelce thing. I know there's people listening to this rolling their eyes right now.
Yeah.
But the Taylor Swift Travis Kelce thing is, I think, the biggest NFL story like in my life. And I'm not a Taylor Swift guy. I'm not. No, seriously, like, hear me out.
Okay.
I'm not anti Taylor Swift, but I'm also not like, I didn't go to her concert. That's not my bag, but I don't hate on people that do. Like, fine, do your thing.
Yeah.
I'm happy that you find joy or that got you through something in your life. That's really cool. And I'm happy she does that for so many people. And I'm happy for her success. That's great. But from a standpoint of like pop culture blending with the NFL, I don't know that there's ever been a bigger collision of those two things. Maybe the Super Bowl and the wardrobe malfunction.
Oh, okay.
I think that's probably up there.
Yeah,
I know DeMar Hamlin last year. That was terrifying, and it made national news, and he was all over the place, and he's doing interviews, and I get that was like a national story, but just the collision of the biggest pop star in the world right now, Taylor Swift, is just at a Chiefs game sitting next to Travis Kelce's mom because her and Travis Kelce are apparently yelling, "Let's effing go." So, and I think this is exactly what she wants. This is a marketing scheme. I don't even know if they've ever even been on a date together, but this ups his profile higher than any other NFL player in the league. There are more people who know who Travis Kelce is now than who know who Patrick Mahomes is.
I guess, though, we're having this backlash because a bunch of the Swifties, they don't like Travis Kelce and they don't think he's the right guy.
Right. They believe should be with more of like a blocking tight end. They think he's a glorified slot receiver.
A pass catching tight end.
Yeah.
Is not what they were expecting.
They were like, no, we want somebody who gets
They don't
down
like
in the
his
trenches.
They don't like his catch and spin move to the inside. They
They're
don't
out
like
on it.
that.
They're out on the finesse route running. They don't want any of that.
I think the only other man in my lifetime where you see like the NFL reach the pop culture and like it's OJ. It's OJ in the white van, like in the white Bronco.
That's a great call.
That's the only other time
That's
that
a
I
great
remember.
call.
And like everyone knows where were you when Al Cowlings is driving OJ Simpson down, the freeway in LA and driving like 45 miles an hour. Like it's the most iconic shot of all time. Where sort of these two things collide, right? So yeah, amazing. I don't know.
Charlie,
I'm here for it. Like I watch most
too, man.
Chiefs games. I do because Mahomes is my guy.
Right.
So I watch.
You discovered Patrick Mahomes, some say.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Our boss Charlie just texted me and said that this is like Joe DiMaggio, Marilyn Monroe.
Oh,
and
see?
I think that's a great. Now that's tough because DiMaggio, when he was at his peak in the kind of World War II era, he was such a superstar on a level that I don't think Travis Kelce is.
No, that's true. But he was big. That was a power couple.
DiMaggio? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I just don't think Travis Kelce's star flies as high as DiMaggio's did.
Maybe he does. Maybe he becomes that. I don't know. Like
that's why I think they're doing this.
Okay.
She's apparently got a movie coming out, I guess, about her concert. Like I don't know if it's just a full-blown like concert or if it's a documentary or what. But she apparently has that coming out. He's trying to like lift his profile. It's mutually beneficial.
Yeah, it is. Well, I guess that's the thing.
I love it for both of them.
Yeah, I do too. Like, I'm not sure that I love the suit that he was wearing. And, she was dressed for a football game. And I don't know what he was dressed for, like walking out. They showed them walking out. And they kind of look like
a night in Havana.
Yeah. And then he's like giving the camera like, oh no, what are we doing here? Like he's in over his head. I don't think he understood what he was getting into. But he could kill like half the population that for people, potential, if this doesn't work out with Taylor Swift, like half the women in America will hate him and he will have no shot.
Yeah, that's like, are we going to get a Taylor Swift song about Travis Kelce?
Oh,
like if this is actually a thing, like if this is actually a thing, if they're actually dating, we're for sure getting a song.
I hope we get one either way. I think it's great stuff. And
me too.
Can we have it as part of the song? It's mandatory that she just trashes all over Patrick Mahomes' brother. Can we have that be part of the song?
It's an anti-Travis Kelce, but also like some strays at Jackson Mahomes.
Yes.
Okay.
Strays.
I'm not against that.
Mahomes.
I'm not against that. She's in her diss track era.
She is,
I guess, is what she's going to be.
Is she coming out of the diss track era? I don't know. I think maybe she.
No, I think she's entering it. I think she's just now entering it. And I think it's going to be Travis Kelce's fault.
Oh boy.
I don't think they're actually dating. I think this is going to go away very soon.
I think you're right.
But I love it for both of them. I'm here for it. Like, take advantage of all the marketing opportunities.
It's funny that we think of this one so much bigger than like Tom Brady and Giselle. Like that was just like, okay.
Yeah.
Two ridiculously successful, good-looking people are together.
I only know, and I'm probably in the super minority here. I only know who Giselle is because of Tom Brady.
Oh, no. I mean, she's made, I think.
No, I know she's made more than
money.
Him. No, I get it. I'm not trying to disparage Giselle and her career. I just don't exist in the space that I would know who she is. And she's obviously an incredibly successful model.
Yes,
I get it. Like I said, I'm not trying to. Tom Brady was Giselle's husband more than Giselle was Tom Brady's wife, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think that Taylor Swift is significantly more popular on like a global scale than Giselle.
Oh, totally. And if somehow this does work out, Travis Kelce is now Taylor Swift's husband.
Yeah, 1000%.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many Super Bowl rings he has.
Yeah, no,
doesn't matter if he passes Tony Gonzalez for like the most catches or
honestly, I think he's the only NFL player that I would trust with this level of fame and commitment.
This is it. You don't trust Jimmy Garoppolo with this type of.
No chance. No chance. I don't. I would
Ugh.
not.
I could see Jimmy with the swooping. Wow. All right. We've got a lot to
Man, I
talk
wonder
about
why
today.
did she just land on Travis Kelce because he shouted her out on the podcast?
I don't know.
Or did he shout her out because they had already been talking? If this is a real thing. Because remember on his podcast, he's like, yeah, I went to her show. I wanted to meet her and give her a friendship bracelet, but she wouldn't talk to me because she doesn't talk to anybody before her shows because she wants to save her voice. Was that like a ploy because he knew that they were going to be going public and so he just wanted that story out there?
I guess, man.
Or
but
did this become a thing because of that story?
nothing says friend zone like a friendship bracelet. All right, we got a ton to talk about today, and we'll probably not talk about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce from here on out.
Probably done.
Yeah, but we got a ton to talk about, especially the Raiders in primetime. What in the world? What in the world? You're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. What's up, Chatty House? How are we doing this morning? Yeah. Well, let's just be honest, Rich. Jimmy would just overthrow Taylor Swift. He would just,
Back in the building. This is the Insiders.
I hear us, Kyle.
James Ham. Back in the building. This is the Insiders.
This is the ESPN.
David, no. If let's see, if the ship went down, let's see, where was this?
Back in the building. This is the Insiders. I'm Calmat.
If the ship went down, my wife would share the floating door. She would. I firmly believe that. I did, I survived the Alaskan wilderness. I did actually get out. We took a boat in Sitka out to an island, and we got in these cool Polaris things, which now I need to go buy. And we 4x'd it out into the middle of nowhere. We saw bear tracks. We did not see bears.
Brutal. I love bears.
Bears.
Seriously, bears are my favorite animal.
Are they?
Yeah.
It just reminded me of Jim from The Office.
1 minute. Bears beats Battlestar Galactica.
Bears beats Battlestar Galactica.
I need to do a full, I've seen a bunch of episodes of The Office, but I've never done it just start to finish watch.
Oh, really? We have it on.
And I'm not anti The Office. It's just not been I've seen so many episodes of it and I've gotten so many of the references from my friends that I've just never done a deep dive.
You're super dark in there today.
Oh yeah, you're right.
This is when everyone realizes Kyle and I are twinsies today.
All right, here we go. Kyle Madsen, James Ham.
Hi, Kyle.
Hey, man. We're out of here. Can you not hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm super paranoid. I messed up the board earlier, and so now I'm really paranoid that I'm messing it up again, and you still can't hear me.
No, I can hear you. We just hear
we...
double. There's two of all of us.
What?
So, oh, Kyle, the Raiders.
Wait, what you hear? Stop. Pause the show. What, you're hearing double of me?
Yeah, and myself at this point.
Great. Awesome. Love that. Okay, continue.
The Raiders in primetime. Why? Why did we have to see this? Why did everyone have to see the Raiders in primetime? Because at this point, I think we're realizing the Raiders are exactly who we thought they were at the beginning of the season. And so that was a problem. Like for me, watching Jimmy Garoppolo throw 3 picks it was a problem. Watching him throw hospital balls was a problem. And it wasn't just him. I think more than anything else, like there was a lot going on that was wrong in that game.
Yeah, they're just not very good, man. I don't know. I don't know what else to. I don't know how to sugarcoat it.
Yeah.
They have good players. It's not like it's that, oh, they're early on in a rebuild. Like they have Devontae Adams, who is a Hall of Fame wide receiver and still one of the best receivers in the league. They have Josh Jacobs, who led the league in rushing last year.
Yep.
Super talented player, former first round pick. They paid all that money to Jimmy Garoppolo. They have Colton Miller, good, very, very good left tackle. And they can't figure okay, on defense, that, like I said, I like some of their guys on defense, but it's not like an elite defense yet, and that's fine. But offensively, there's no excuse to not be moving the football. There's no excuse, especially at the end of the game, which I know we want to dive into. There's no excuse when you're in the red zone to be kicking field goals when you need 8 points with 3 minutes left.
Kyle, I don't even know, like McDaniels wasn't the only one who did this weekend. Like Brandon Staley had equally as big a bonehead move in the Chargers game, but somehow the Chargers won. And despite this, I just was shocked. I was shocked by watching a coach like. It's one thing when a receiver goes over the middle and he decides to alligator arm it. A coach alligator armed us. He didn't want to go for it. You're down 8. And he kept saying, well, we were going to need another possession anyways. No, you weren't. If you score 6 points and somehow get the 2-point conversion, then the game is tied. And
right.
if you're going to get another possession, it might be in overtime. And at least you made it to overtime. But to not go for it on 4th down, and not only once, he did it twice, man. At the 3:11 mark, he kicks a field goal. And then for some reason, we have just a stupid penalty. There were so many stupid penalties.
A lot of bad penalties
in this game where you were like, I can't believe that just happened. The Fitzpatrick penalty on, where there was such a debate on whether it was a glancing blow to Jimmy Garoppolo's head. Look, his helmet to helmet right in his ear hole. Like it's.
Hey, I disagree. I
But
disagree. He hit him in the shoulder.
That's the way they call it now, though.
I think that ref saw Jimmy Garoppolo go down super hard and threw a flag.
Well, that
was a face mask to the right? That was a face mask to the shoulder, man.
Okay.
I get maybe letter of the law, but
okay. So
that was
either way, we have that call. So it felt like everyone was good for at least one bad call in this game, the officials. But then at the 3:11 mark, they kicked a field goal, and of course Pittsburgh tries to leverage the line, which I think is a really interesting call and a very difficult thing to actually interpret.
Yeah.
And it was almost like the football gods were saying to the Raiders, come on, man. Come on, bro.
Yeah, they got another shot.
There's 3:11. Do not kick the field goal, you moron. Don't kick the field goal.
So I don't even have that big of a problem with the first field goal try.
Okay.
It was the wrong call to be sure.
Yeah.
But when you look at the analytics, quote unquote, their percent chance to win was about the same whether they kicked a field goal or went for it there.
Okay.
So, but I'm tossing that out the window here because of everything I just talked about. You have Devontae Adams. You spent an early draft pick on Michael Mayer. You have Josh Jacobs. You have Jacoby Myers, who's been very good this year. You have Hunter Renfrow, who is the one of the best slot receivers in the league when you throw him the football. So what are they doing here that they don't think that they can get a first down in that spot? But anyways, you kick a field goal there. I don't even hate it. I dislike it. I don't hate it.
Okay.
But when you accept that penalty,
pull the points back off the board.
you take points off the board
Yep.
to gain half the distance to the goal. Field goal's off the table now, bro. You don't get to then just go take your 3 points again after wasting time when the clock is not on your side. If that game was tied and they did that, it would be like, you know what? That's fine. Get your lead and go play defense. But you're down 8. You get a free set of downs or a fresh set of downs closer to the end zone than you were.
Yes.
And instead you waste a minute 10 to get your 3 points anyways?
Kyle.
When you need all the time you can get?
Kyle.
I
just, the way I look at it, very plainly, you had to have the 8 points, no matter what. Like, even if you think that your defense can hold, then go for the touchdown.
That's it.
If you think your defense can hold, then hold them at the 5-yard line if you don't get it on 4th down.
Yeah.
That's it. Like,
That's it.
Go for it. Like, what are you doing? At least in that situation, if you did somehow hold them, they punt the ball, you're going to get the ball back at the 50, the 45. I mean, the guy's punting out of the back of his end zone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, I'll take that.
Yeah.
And then you got one last shot to go get the touchdown. But to just pull the plug, just again, why did he survive last year?
Sure.
McDaniels, like, why? Why did he? So he could do this again?
Because honestly, because Mark Davis can't pay more coaches.
I guess.
I think that's kind of the start and the end of it.
Then you know what? You're in Vegas. Put a $5 Josh McDaniels surcharge. Like everybody has to. Everyone has to pay an extra $5 because we had to fire this guy and we didn't have the money to pay for him. Everyone has to pay an extra $5.
I love that.
I do too.
That's a great idea.
There it is.
Is anyone going to blink?
No. Everyone there is going to be like, well, I spent that's less than what I tipped my Uber driver to get here. Like, that's what they're going to think. Like, they're going to be like, yeah, I paid for more than $5 for my drink on my Southwest flight from Oakland to LA to go see this game.
Yeah. To Vegas.
To Vegas. I'm sorry. Now, did you catch that other crazy line? TJ Watt after the game, they said that there was like a 70-30 split of Pittsburgh Steelers fans in the building. He said it felt like a home game.
Yeah. You could tell. That's the thing is like the fact that you have the Chargers routinely outdrawn by opposing teams' fans.
Yes.
The fact that it happens with the Rams as often as it does, particularly when they play the 49ers. And now you have a team in the Raiders who go to Vegas, which just invites, like, yeah, hey, opposing fans, come take a little vacation over the weekend, have a Friday night, Saturday night in Vegas, and then Sunday you're watching your favorite team play at Allegiant at this brand new stadium. Like, they invited this. Their closest fans are in LA 4 hours away.
Mm.
That's as close as to try. And I'm sure people travel from LA and I'm sure they have a great time doing it. And I'm sure there are people who travel from the Bay Area 8 times a year to go to every game. But this is kind of what they've wrought. Like, this is
you reap what you sow.
Yes.
Yeah. And I, like, if I'm one of the true Raider fans that get all dressed up for the game, like, I don't want to be out in that heat with all that makeup on. I want to wait in line outside.
No doubt.
And I don't want to, go to the nice Mexican food restaurant across the street from Allegiance, which I did waiting for Ed Sheeran, and spend $600 on a meal for 4 people for just standard everyday
yikes,
something that I could have got at El Torito
Yikes.
across from the Arden Mall 20 years ago. Yeah, stunning. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh.
I don't think that this is the last time the Raiders are going to have to go silent count at home this year. No, and that genuinely sucks.
Silent count at home.
Yeah, that genuinely sucks for a home team. Like that's part of the benefit of playing at home.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to worry about the raucous crowd of being on the road, and they have to do that at home and also on the road. That sucks for them.
That's absolutely amazing. All right. When we come back, we're going to get to Monday overreactions.
Let's go.
Monday overreactions. You're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. Not this one. No, you cut it out early. Like in the beginning. Yes. Yeah. You got it. Yeah, you got it. Is there really still, Steven, is there still an El Torito on Sunrise? That one is behind Birdcage Walk. I know that. When I was a young man, I lived over there for a few months. I'm going to bring this up. $600 for Mexican food. I got bamboozled, swindled, run amok, led astray. No, I went out to dinner in Vegas. That's what Vegas dinner cost for 4 people. It doesn't matter what you're eating. You could like literally go for a slice of pizza and they're going to be like, okay, that'll be $5.20 plus tip. David, yes. Daily reminder that Fisher is trash. Brutal into the season. I used to love El Torito. El Torito used to make guacamole at your table. I think they're one of the originals. What are we back at, Kyle?
We are back at, let's see, 31.5.
33?
On 90 seconds.
All right. Do you have the button? The Monday overreaction button?
I don't. I have a Football Friday button. Fantasy Friday button.
Oh.
I don't have a Monday overreactions one, though. Man, that was annoying. Don't run the board for a week, and it's like I forgot to do my damn job.
Oh, see that I was going to ask. I wasn't here last week. Did you sit here last week?
Yeah, it was Jesse and then Charlie on Thursday when Jesse was at Sky River.
Oh, gotcha. Oh yeah, we had an event.
Yeah,
and then you had to leave and go to football.
I did.
Oh wow,
drove the 3+ hours to the.
You had a hell of a week, Kyle.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. It was a lot going on.
I think next week I'm going to have a lot going on as well. I mean, it is training camp. Yeah. Media day on Monday, training camp all week.
Yeah,
while you
hanging
are
out with the olds in Key West. It's going to be great.
The blue hairs.
All right, here we go. 15 seconds.
Yep.
Your board's live. Cal Madsen, James Ham back in the building, fresh off a cruise. He's just grooving to some big wild right now.
I dig it, Kyle.
I know you do.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I need this playing on my stereo on the way home.
Because this is a really good song. Very good song.
I like it. I like all your music.
No, I know. You're a big fan of the rejoins, and I'm glad because I worked very hard to bring them to you. And I'm just going to keep stacking songs. Just when I have a little extra time, I'm going to throw a song or two in.
I don't know if you can call it stacking songs because we used to have this saying in Sacramento where Rico Hines said they were stacking days, right? And
yeah, stacking. That's a.
Yeah, it's like a Rico-ism. And you know what they did, Kyle?
Uh-huh.
They stacked losses. They stacked him. They stacked him high.
That's a big football guy thing.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan and the Niners coaching staff talk about that a lot. Stacking days.
Yeah, they
Just got to stack days, stack wins.
just kept stacking losses, and the losses got so high that it fell over and fell on Luke Walton at one point, and he had to go. Yeah, all those losses, they just fell right on top of the coach.
Iron sharpens iron.
Yeah, iron
that's another
sharpens,
one.
Yeah, okay. Last time I checked, there's like a player is not iron; they are flesh, and I have yet to see
an iron player.
Yeah, an iron player. I haven't. I mean, Harrison Barnes did play all 82 games last year, but
good point.
Yeah, but he's no Cal Ripken. He's no Lou Gehrig.
No,
not
but,
even.
Although, by like comparison of players playing every day, back when Lou Gehrig played every day and Cal Ripken played every day.
Yeah,
I know that nobody played longer than they did consecutively. I understand that. But by comparison, playing 82 games in the NBA, about the same. It's about the same.
I guess there just aren't that many players. I mean, I remember Latrell Sprewell playing all 82, and then not only all 82, but he's playing 42, 43 minutes a night.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the old NBA. I mean, these guys might, like the top guy might play like 36 and a half minutes a game.
Right.
All right.
Science, man.
Science.
I get really annoyed when people blame analytics for that. People are like, oh, the analytics, and that's why it's no, man, it's doctors.
You know what though?
It's sports medicine.
The medical sports medicine staff, they will tell me we are still just tracking data. The sample size is too small to know if we're doing anything right yet. Like we think we're onto something, but we don't know yet because the sample size, there is not enough data yet. So, you know, the Kings, every time a player goes out to the court to warm up, they jump up and down on these metal pads, right? So they can test acceleration and deceleration and all these things. Then when they come off the court after their warm up, they test them again, and then they're tracking this data. So if somebody worked too hard or is fading or whatever, they are hopefully able to track it. But there is no true science to it. Just like, you know, the Kings played more games than anyone else's last season, and they were the healthiest team. They were the team that went out, they practiced harder. They went out and most of their players played in the high 70s or low 80s as far as games played. So they practiced hard. They were ready. They were in game shape all season long. And I thought plenty of teams I looked at weren't ever in game shape.
Interesting. I'm interested to see if that continues.
Yeah. We got sidetracked here. We're supposed to do Monday overreactions.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it, Kyle.
The Dolphins are the best team in the NFL.
Yes. No.
It's not an overreaction?
They're the funnest team.
I think they might be the best team.
They might be.
I don't think it's an overreaction.
I would like to see them against a top tier defense and someone putting pressure on them. And
that's the thing is I think we saw Bill Belichick and the Patriots put together a really good plan.
Yep.
And they held them to 24 points. And I think that's just kind of what the Dolphins are.
Man, they're crazy good. Like if you're watching them, you're like, okay, I really like watching Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, sure.
And then you watch, and every single time somebody catches the ball, you're like, man, I really like River Craycraft as like my fourth or fifth wide receiver.
Sure.
Like every single time you watch someone else catch a ball, you're like, oh, I forgot he's a Waddle or Mostert.
They didn't even have Jalen Waddle yesterday.
They didn't even
That's
have
what's bananas.
70 points without Jalen.
They hung up 70 points. So here's the thing. What Mike McDaniel has done, like X's and O's and stuff, are important in football for sure.
Yes.
I don't want to get that twisted. But it's also much simpler than that. And so they have a coach in Mike McDaniel who's on the cutting edge of offensive football. One of the most brilliant offensive minds in the league.
Oh, he is.
And that's great. But then they've also whittled it down to like, hey, our dudes are faster than your dudes.
Way faster.
And sometimes, and I know that's an oversimplification, but how many plays yesterday happened because the Dolphins dudes were just faster? And I know that there's schematic things and X's and O's and all that, but at the end of the day, like, hey, sometimes just being fast is the best thing to be. And if you're going to have a schematic advantage,
yep.
And then you are also going to have players that are just going to run past everybody, There's no reason they're not going to score 70 a week, obviously. But there's no reason that what they're doing offensively isn't sustainable to the point that they're just, no matter how good or bad their defense is on a given day, and their defense has been pretty good even without Jalen Ramsey. No matter how good or bad their defense is on a given day, they can just go score more than the other team.
Yeah.
I think they're the best team in the league.
It's very possible they are the best team in the league. But I also think that the Denver Broncos are the worst team in the league. And I think that
I don't think that's an overreaction.
When you're Sean Payton, I mean, and you go out there and you trash the former coach and you act like, oh, it was all coaching, hack it. You know, he couldn't hack it. I mean, basically,
literally.
Jason Garrett talking on the broadcast after the game last night. Sean Payton's got a lot of soul searching to do with that football team because they quit. They didn't compete.
And Jason Garrett would know about that.
100%. You are looking at the expert.
Yeah.
And teams that quit and didn't compete. Yes, he knows the signs, Kyle. He knows the signs. Brutal to watch what's happening there. Let's get to our second Monday overreaction.
I'm going to actually jump to the last one because of what we were just talking to.
Oh.
You said the Broncos are the worst team in the NFL. I'm going to say the Bears are the worst team in the NFL.
The Bears didn't lose by 50.
No, but they were down 34-0 at the half, and Blaine Gabbert entered the game with like 10 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Yeah, that's bad.
The Chiefs could have very easily hung up 50.
You know what this is, Kyle? This is how we punch John Bull in the face. John Bull, friend of the show, a huge Chicago Bears fan. We just punched you in the face. Kyle is trying to punch you in the face at least. I think the Broncos are the worst team, but you think the Bears.
I think it's like the Broncos stink. But I think it looks even worse given everything you just laid out about how Sean Payton was out here talking over the offseason. And how everybody's going, he's going to fix Russell Wilson. He's going to turn Russell Wilson into Drew Brees. And so that makes the Broncos stinking look even worse. With the Bears, remember in the preseason when Justin Fields completed like 3 passes for 140 yards and 2 touchdowns, everyone's like, the Bears offense has arrived. And then it didn't. And it's just because this isn't even a Justin Fields thing. They traded the 32nd pick for Chase Claypool, who just doesn't do anything. They traded to acquire DJ Moore, who's dropping passes on deep shots down the right side where Fields is making a good throw. That is an area where he's very good, is dropping deep throws into the bucket. And you have DJ Moore dropping them. You have a defense that can't get a stop.
No.
After spending a ton of money on 2 off-ball linebackers this offseason. Like, they're just not a well-coached, well-run team. And that, like I said, that leaves out the fact that Justin Fields might just stink at football. So I don't stink at NFL football. Justin Fields is one of the best football players in the universe. But compared to his peers, Justin Fields might just not be very good.
Good save.
And this is and they have an offensive coordinator. There's one thing that Justin Fields is very good at, and that is being super athletic and running and using his legs and throwing down the field. And they do none of that with any consistency. The Bears, top to bottom, ick. I say to them,
ick. I fully agree. They flashed a stat up, and it was something like the 2 quarterbacks that lead the league in drop back passes. I think passing opportunities is like it was Fields and Mahomes. They put them side by side, and 12% of these dropbacks, Mahomes gets sacked, and it was like 40% for Fields.
He has no chance. He has no chance.
No, I mean, he's just like, at this point, you almost worry that he's ruined, that you know, he's so scattered back there that there's no way to save him.
If I'm the Bears, I am firing everybody.
Fire everybody.
And making calls and goes, who wants to coach Justin Fields? Who likes what Justin Fields can do? And who wants to coach him? And then hire that guy and try and maximize what you have, because that's the best building block you have, and they're screwing it up.
Yeah, I mean, you're not even seeing like the Jets should go out and trade for Justin Fields. Man, that's a whole nother situation.
Oof.
We're running low on time here. Kyle, I still want to get to this Kyle gone mad tweet. Mike McCarthy is a coaching abomination. I think
he stinks, dude.
I think we're gonna have to get to that after the break. So
yeah, we can't.
Kyle
I couldn't
Madsen,
believe. I
quote,
genuinely couldn't.
Mike McCarthy is a coaching abomination.
He is.
You're
He
listening
is.
to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2 and the free Odyssey app. What's going on, Chatty House? Everyone doing all right? I don't know what the Bears are like.
I'll stand by this. He is.
He is. Put that on a t-shirt.
Ramsey, you also said 10.5 was too many points in the Giants-Niner game. So, yo, Katrina, shout out Santa Rosa, 707, say it backwards. The event was great. Had a really good time. Did a live show up at the brewery at Cooper's Brewing. It was cool, man. Rod Brooks came out and just talked football and drank beer and had a good time hanging out.
Nice. Biederman there?
Oh yeah, Beats is there, of course.
Yeah.
This is the I brought this for Jesse.
Nice.
I said, Jesse, you drink beer? And he's like, not that much. I was like, oh, I was going to bring you some Candlestick Chronicles. He goes, no, I'll drink that.
I'll drink that.
It's like, my man.
You didn't say, do you like free beer, Jesse? That's
Yeah.
Yes, I like beer. When it's free, I like it more.
There was one time in Vegas, actually. I was there with my folks. They were out seeing a show when I arrived, when I flew in from Arizona. And so I just sat at the hotel bar and ordered a few drinks. And these two dudes are sitting next to me, and they're like former police officers or something. And we're just chopping it up, having a great time, talking about whatever sporting event was on TV. Super cool dudes. And I had ordered like several drinks. Like I was
a few in
by the time we got out of there. And those guys leave. And I go to pay my tab, and the bartender's like, "Oh no, they got it."
Oh.
I was like, "What? Dude, I ordered like 3 whiskey ginger ales and a beer
in Vegas.
That's
at least $200.
Yeah. Well, I'm sitting here going, I'm probably looking at $20 each for those whiskey gingers.
Totally.
And the beer is probably $8 or $10.
See, Kyle, you and I can hang out. Whiskey gingers, all the time, especially when you're on a boat and you're like, my stomach's a little funky. Like, give me a whiskey ginger.
I also do I love a Moscow Mule.
Okay.
Big Moscow Mule. All right, 10 seconds. Here we go. Kyle Madsen, James Ham, back in the building after a little vacay.
Hi, friends. Kyle and I were talking about drinks during the break, and Kyle, we had the drink package on the boat, so we were allowed up to 15 drinks a day. 15 drinks a day, and that also included your water and like if you wanted a soda. But I mean, like, come on, there were other ways to fill up a water bottle. So yeah, 15 drinks a day. I don't think it's a healthy lifestyle living on a
That
boat.
15 a day, dude.
But
Even if you're doing 8 waters, 7 drinks,
Oh yeah.
and
Well,
you could have a great day off of that.
I think every morning you have to start with a spicy Bloody Mary.
Okay.
There's one.
Okay.
And then you start tracking from there. You're like, okay, if I want to have a nap, if we're just doing nothing this whole afternoon, then I'll have a beer. That'll put me to sleep. So
Sure.
And then I've saved up. I've got 13 more to go.
Incredible.
Wake up at 2:30 and like, okay,
You got 13 to get you through to
Let's
to
go.
midnight or so. That's
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a W, man.
it's not healthy. I know
No chance.
I know it's not. It's not
Yeah.
healthy.
Took years off your life. on this
It's
vacation.
possible. Yeah. Now I know why there's so many old people on the boat. They're not old. They just have
They've
been,
been, just been
hitting
on a lot of cruises.
they've been on a lot of cruises where they had 15 drinks per day.
You know who probably needs a lot of drinks right now? Dallas Cowboy fans.
Yeah. You know what though? Do you feel anything? Do you feel badly for Dallas Cowboy?
No. What? No.
Dallas Cowboy fan is. I'm gonna if we rank who are the worst fans in the world. I think
Wow.
I think Dallas Cowboy fan is number 1. I don't think there's a close number 2. I think Raider fan is pretty high. If here's the thing, if you're playing fantasy football,
Mm-hmm.
the best thing possible, the best, is to have more than one Raider fan and at least one Cowboy fan in your league.
Why?
Because they draft Cowboys and Raiders all day long. As someone who as a Niner fan, I don't have to have a 49er on my team.
I want no parts of it, honestly.
I don't have to have
I don't
one.
need to be let down twice by the same person in a day.
Oh no. But you see Dallas Cowboy fan walk into your draft, they got their Dallas Cowboy jersey on.
Oh,
and they're drafting that guy.
Yep. Tony Pollard first round.
They'll draft Tony Dorsett if they have to. They don't care. You got some dude with Roger Staubach as his backup quarterback. Dallas Cowboy fan is something special.
Yeah, they are all in on their Cowboys.
Sorry if I'm offending people out there, but Dallas Cowboy fan.
Yeah. I think the problem for me with Cowboy fan is I've never met a Cowboy fan like in Texas. Every Cowboys fan I know is from here.
They're from Sacramento. They never lived in Dallas. They just
The crux of the Cowboy fandom, and this is not for everybody. So if this doesn't apply to you, I don't care. Then it's not about you. If you feel like this hurts you in some way, then look in the mirror. That's a you problem. The crux of their Cowboys fandom is, well, my whole family is Niner fans growing up, and so I just picked the Cowboys because the Cowboys were like the rival. And it's like, oh, so you don't care? You're just a jerk.
Yeah,
you're just kind of. And so when your fandom is founded in disdain for something else, you're just always going to kind of suck because there's not passion. We're in Sacramento. A Kings fan is there's no I've never seen a team tied to a city the way Sacramento and the Kings are tied together.
Oh no.
And you feel that from every single fan, from the fan that casually peruses the NBA scores to see if they won or not, to the fan that's at 41 home games a year. You feel that. I've never felt, and again, I've not been to a Cowboys game. I've been to Texas. I've not hung out and talked football with people in Texas, but Cowboys fan that I know in my life, there's not a connection to the team. They don't care. They just want to be a jerk.
I'm telling you, load them up in your fantasy league. That's if you want a true way to build a league and to become a winner. Dallas Cowboy fans, Oakland Raider fans. One year,
Niner fans kind of suck too.
A guy drafted James Jett in the first round. I mean, in his defense, he did have 15 touchdowns a year before, but you knew it was an aberration. It was that 1 year where something silly happened, and then everyone thought he might be great. It might have been the Kerry Collins. Oh, Kerry Collins is going to save the Raiders. It might have been that year. I don't know.
James Jett and Kerry Collins definitely didn't play together.
Okay,
I'd be stunned. Jeff George,
maybe. Oh yeah, Jeff George. Yeah.
James Jett fast, Jeff George big arm. I could see it. Napoleon Kaufman probably was involved in that.
Oh,
little
Yeah.
Lorenzo Neal action.
Yeah. Okay. Tim Brown.
Oh,
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
good. Yeah,
Um,
anyways.
Anyway, we've got sidetracked. I don't know how we got sidetracked, but because we're talking about what happened this weekend and how, it's possible that the Dallas Cowboys showed up as like one of the pretenders of the year, because like there are certainly contenders that are starting to elevate. We saw the Chiefs get knocked off, their perch early in the season with a loss. They now look like contenders again, right?
Yeah,
The
yeah,
Bills,
they're back.
the Bills lost early. They now
Dang.
they're starting to look
The
like
Bills look really good.
they look like contenders. The Miami Dolphins, your Super Bowl pick.
My Miami Dolphins.
Your
Our Miami Dolphins. Me and Jesse.
You and Jesse. You're gonna be walking around with Clayton and Duper jerseys in there. I can't wait for it.
The official Miami Dolphins Sacramento fan club is Studio One.
Yeah, we need like an 82 and an 83 Miami Dolphins jersey tandem in here for these two. Yeah, like all of a sudden they look like contenders. The 49ers, contenders. And I thought coming into this week, the Dallas Cowboys, man, Kyle, I thought that they might be contenders for one of the first times that you can really think of. And
so I went on record on this very show last week.
and
I said that the Cowboys were the best team in the NFL through 2 weeks.
That's what happens when I'm not here.
Yeah.
You say things like that when I'm not here, Kyle?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Mm-hmm. No, but no, you looked at week 1. It was their defense. Their defense just throttled the Giants. Their offense didn't really have to do anything. They win 4-0. Then they faced the Jets. And again, not good competition to be sure, but they throttled the Jets. And it was their defense, or it was not only their defense, but it was their offense doing work against the Jets defense that looked really good in week 1.
Okay.
And the Cowboys go in 30-10. And you're like, man, that combination might be really, really tough. I got to see it in January, but right now through 2 weeks, they've been the best team. And then they come out this week against the Cardinals in Arizona. Ton of Cowboys fans there. Speaking of crowds that are full of fans for the road team.
Okay, so I have been in Arizona, and Arizona fans, just before the Cardinals moved to Arizona, all Arizona fans were Cowboy fans.
Sure, that tracks.
Yeah,
that definitely tracks. A lot of Bears fans there too. A lot of Chicago transplants in Arizona.
Yeah,
but they didn't just lose to Arizona. They got smoked. They were just the worst team. And I understand the Trevon Diggs injury. I get it. I know that that's a big deal. But that does not excuse whatever the hell the Cowboys were doing offensively yesterday. It does not excuse Josh Dobbs and James Conner dicing them up, especially at the end of the game the way they did. Like the Cowboys needed one stop at the end of the game, and they couldn't cover Marquise Brown. Like and this is supposed to be the best. This is supposed to be the best defense in the league, and you're going and letting Josh Dobbs beat you.
Oof. Yeah, like and Marquise Brown, like you don't even have to cover him half the time because he's going to drop it.
Yeah, like you make
it difficult
just an okay
at all.
Player. Yeah,
if you make it difficult at all, I mean he's fast,
right?
Like
and he's had a couple of nights here. Like I get it. I'm not saying he stinks, but when you're the best defense in the league, or you're supposed to be, you shouldn't be getting cooked by Marquise Brown.
Man, you give up 28 points to the Cardinals.
I know, and I don't think there's a couple layers to this. One, I don't think the Cardinals stink. I think the Cardinals are they're bad, but like they try. And they have a couple of guys out of nowhere playing really well. But the other thing is you can have a bad game. I mean, we've seen this in the Niners with the Niners recently. They have these random. In fact, they lost to the Cardinals at home, and Colt McCoy. They got smoked in 2021, I think.
Probably.
So, that was 21. Yeah, it was definitely 2021. Yes, I know that for a fact now. 2021.
Okay.
Yeah. So they lose it to Colt McCoy at home. Like this happens. But with the Cowboys, it's like, oh, there's the Cowboys. Like that's just what you expect. It's just you don't expect it until January. But here they are, and it's really hard, and maybe they'll figure it out next week and they'll be back. But after week 3, it's really hard to take the Cowboys seriously in the conversation when you're talking about the Chiefs, the Dolphins, the 49ers. Perhaps the Eagles. We'll see how tonight goes. You can listen to that game tonight, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Bucks Eagles right here on ESPN 1320. Coverage begins at 4. So that for me, I'm I'm out on the Cowboys, dude.
I don't know what was going on because I watched a lot of that game, and watching CeeDee Lamb just look disengaged, looked like he wasn't even like he went to run a late like corner route for like a fade route in the end zone. He walked off the ball, then gave a little bit of an effort, and then the defender was in the way, and he just kind of threw his hands up like, oh, can't get to that. And that was it. And I was just like, what is happening? Like the whole mentality of the team. I was very, very
Mike McCarthy, dog.
Mike McCarthy. And what did you say about Mike McCarthy?
It's an abomination.
He's an abomination. He's an abomination. All right. When we come back, we're gonna talk Sacramento Kings.
Let's go, baby.
What?
Let's go.
3-on-3 tournament. Sacramento Kings start next week. We got media day. We got training camp. We got all kinds of things to talk about. You're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. Bum, 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 bum.
I don't know where Ramsey. See, Ramsey, I thought this too, and had the Cowboys won yesterday, I would have bought this, but I don't think the 49ers are going to not take the Cardinals seriously.
You remember when I told you that I thought the 49ers would go 4-0 without any question?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They're going 4-0.
Looks like it.
They're going 4-0. Oh, Jimmy G is in concussion protocol?
That tracks.
Wow.
I gotta disappear for a minute. Hang on.
Yep. Peg junk. This is a good question. Good question. Who's your all-time 3v3 for the Kings? I think it's changed. Okay, so if I'm doing my all-time, like how am I gonna win? Like it would I'm probably gonna be disrespectful here. I would go Cousins, Stojakovic, and Fox if I was actually trying to win. I think I could also go Stojakovic, Weber, Richmond, but I think Cousins, Fox, that would be like very, very, very good. I don't know. And you need a floor spacer. Oh, so you got
Right,
J. Will, The Rock, C-Web. You're back.
We're not. I am back here. We are not back on the show.
We are back at in 30 seconds, right?
We do have 30 seconds though.
30 seconds.
Why can't I hear you? I don't like that.
Fox, you can't hear me right now? Oh, that's not good.
That's why.
Now you can hear me.
No, I can't.
All right.
Yeah, the Cowboys will bounce back. It's not, like I think they're still going to win like 12 games, but I'm not buying them. 5 seconds. Here we go. Board slide. Oh yeah, baby. Kyle Madsen, James Ham. We're back in here. Hey, we're gonna put a pin in week 3 of the NFL. We still have some week 3 stuff to get to for sure. With kind of where the 49ers now sit. We got to talk about tonight's game. We got Philly and Tampa, 2 of the only undefeated teams left. So assuming they don't tie, there will be 1 fewer undefeated team.
Okay.
Along with the Dolphins, 49ers, and there's one I'm missing. Dolphins, 49ers.
Philly hasn't lost.
Yeah, and it would be Philly. I think there'd be 3 left. It'd be Philly or Tampa based on how tonight goes.
Yeah.
So we'll get to all that, but we got to get to some King stuff, James.
We got Kings news.
We got Kings news. We got a 3-on-3 tournament coming up.
Yeah, let's start with that. For those of you who are out there are like you're just in major need of some basketball, the Sacramento Kings are hosting the second annual 3-on-3 International Cup on Sunday, October 1st. It's a free event. It goes from 11 to 6, and this is a 3-on-3 event that, look, this thing is gaining some traction. It's now a FIBA Quest event.
Oh, sick.
And so 12 elite men's team from around the world, including former Sacramento Kings Jimmer Fredette, will be there.
Oh, baby.
Jimmer. He will be in the building competing. Last year, the Sacramento group actually won behind the sharpshooting of Drake UU.
Obviously.
Yeah, like I don't know if you know Drake UU, but Drake
don't.
UU, he used to be in the Sacramento Kings front office.
Okay.
Good dude, really, really good dude.
Apparently
and
a good shooter.
They're the reigning champs, and now, but I mean, you got to somehow beat Jimmer, and this is going to be an Olympic event, right? I think this is.
I think it already was. Wasn't there women's 3-on-3 in last year's Olympics?
Well, yeah, but men's 3-on-3.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I actually think that they're heading towards that. So
I love that.
It's a free
super fun
event. I would go to kings.com to figure out all this stuff. General admission tickets are still available at golden1center.com. There we go. /3-on-3 International Cup.
So let me get this straight.
Yep.
You said so it's free.
Yeah.
And you just get it's general admission tickets.
I think it's free, but you need general admission tickets, which means
I see. You just
they're going to open the door,
a ticket,
and then you run to your seat wherever you want to sit. That's what.
And you could just hang out all day and watch 3-on-3 basketball.
Yeah, I think it's possible you can go play on Jimmer's team. I don't know.
I feel like that's the kind of thing that Jimmer would cook in.
Oh yeah. Like
he's
harnessing the
definitely
Jimmer,
really good, right?
Yeah. So, I wrote this years ago. Everyone always wanted to compare Jimmer to Tebow, and I didn't get the comparison at all. First of all, Jimmer was an incredible player at the college level.
So was Tim Tebow.
Tim Tebow was. He was. But I compared Jimmer to Fernando Valenzuela because Fernando, little dude, stood on the mound and rode the wave of the crowd and harnessed the energy of the crowd to pitch well beyond his means. And that's
but he did that at the pro level.
Yeah. But at the college level, I think what cost Jimmer was he tried to fit in and tried to be nice. And he's one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. But that doesn't work in an NBA locker room. Trying to be nice and trying to be fit in. No, you have to go in there and be you. And he was always waiting for the moment where the team would just give him the ball and let him go beat Jimmer and start hoisting 35-footers and just boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
And anytime it did happen, it happened once, I think, in preseason, you could feel the crowd. Boom.
Yeah.
He hits one. And all of a sudden there's a stir in the crowd. Boom. He hits another. The stir becomes like a murmur. And then all of a sudden, by the third, fourth shot, people are like, oh, it's happening. It's Jimmer time. Right.
Yeah.
He just never got that in a true NBA game. No one ever handed him the keys to the car and said, go ahead and wreck it, kid. It's fine. And that's where he was never able to ride the crowd. Really, really tough to watch. But again, a really
the
good
NBA
kid.
is hard.
The NBA is hard too. It's very hard, but again, Kyle, you can't try to fit in. You just can't try to you have to be who you were before. What got you there?
Okay, well, you can try to fit in, but you're never going to be the level of player he was in college. If you're I'll just accept whatever role. Accepting whatever role is what no shade. This is one of my favorite players in the league. Juan Toscano Anderson.
Yeah.
Accepting whatever role is what a player like him does, where he's kind of grinded through the mud and he's been playing in international leagues and he finally gets a shot with an NBA team and he makes the roster and it's just I'm going to try and stick around. I'll do whatever I can. When you're Jim and you're the 7th overall pick, you have to go play, dude. You have to go get yours. And that's a problem for sure.
He was the 10th overall pick. The Kings had the 7th overall pick that year. They traded that pick. It was Bismack Biyombo along with Beno Udrih to the Charlotte Hornets or the Charlotte Bobcats, I believe, for John Salmons and the number 10 pick, which is where they drafted Jimmer.
Can somebody in the chatty house confirm or deny the Applebee's on Arden? A, is it still there?
Applebee's on Arden. Okay.
I know a bunch of stuff over there got torn down, so maybe it's gone. But there was a John Salmons like mural on the wall. like within the last 10 or so years, because that's when I moved down to Arizona. But as of like 2013, John Salmons was still there.
Was it like the phases of John Salmons, like every time the Kings had him there?
No,
like
it was just
John's...
like it was like a Kings mural, but then John Salmons was just very prominently like displayed, like a fat head of John Salmons just there. Doing his thing.
Was it John Salmons with the big
Applebee's
goatee
is still there,
or not big goatee? I wonder.
With the mural. Come on.
I'm
going there. I'm going there today, and I'm taking a picture.
You're gonna go. Oh man, it's still there.
Come on.
Oh, that's wild. We have some other Kings news to get to. While I was gone, the Kings signed Chance Comanche and Deontay Burton. I think Chance Comanche was according to Frankie Cardicelli. I have not confirmed, but it's because I haven't been here. I was on a boat with really, really bad Wi-Fi, which is something they don't tell you before you leave.
I'm so happy. Real quick. This is not a disrespect to you. I mean this in the best way. Like, I'm so glad that you weren't like able to jump in and work on your vacation.
Yeah, that's true.
That makes me very happy. Anyways, keep going.
Okay. The Kings also Deontay Burton. I believe that was my good friend Brendan Nunez who broke that news. So the roster now stands at 19 heading into camp. I don't know if they're going to bring anyone else in or not. They can go up to 21. These are true Exhibit 10 training camp deals, or they're not. Their chances are they gave these guys like some sort of guaranteed money. So when they waive them, they were both members of the Stockton Kings last year. When they waive them, they can actually allocate them as one of their final cuts to the Stockton Kings because they already own their rights. And this way they get a little bit of bonus money to stick around and play. Cool. Chance Comanche is a true like 4A player. He was actually on the Portland Trailblazers opening roster last season, I believe, and then cut. And then the Kings were able to acquire his rights, and he was a backup center with Neemias Queta. Now Queta is gone. Scalaby Sierra is there, so Chance Comanche most likely will be the starting center at Stockton Kings next year. Deontay Burton actually got a call-up last year on a 10-day, so good for him. Those are always amazing things. You play one NBA game, and it counts as a year of service. You get 4 years of service, then you're part of the retirement plan, which gives you, I think it's $800 a month for every year you were in the league. So if you have 4 years of service, you'd get $3,200 in retirement. I think once you hit 50, but you get that forever. So
that's amazing.
So yeah, so if you last,
the NFL needs to do this.
Oh,
to get a year of service in the NFL, to get an accrued season, you have to. Now I don't know if this is true for retirement, but to get like an accrued season as an NFL player, you have to play like 6 games.
That's tough.
I don't know how it works for retirement, but
no, the NBA is one game.
Man,
Jack Cooley taught me that. He's I get play one game, I get another year of service. Like, oh yeah,
man, that's incredible.
Yeah,
he got to 4, right?
I think he did parts of 4 seasons.
Utah, Sacramento, and Phoenix.
Yeah, and you have a weird connection with Jack Cooley.
It's not weird. We're homies.
You're homies. You went to his wedding.
Yeah, I did. I went to Jack Cooley's wedding. When I was at a different media outlet in Sacramento when he was with the Kings, he came in and hung out a couple times, and we just kind of hit it off. We're both big Harry Potter nerds, and obviously both really love basketball, and so we just kind of stayed in touch. And
all right,
yeah, it's my guy.
Yeah, I had him on a podcast once. He was in.
Yeah, he had 2 years, 2 seasons.
Yeah, but he was on rosters, so I actually think he suited up for games, and that counts.
Okay.
Yeah, I had him and his before. I think it was before they got married. They both came on the podcast, and he was in. Where did he play? Where has he been playing? Japan? Yeah, it was in Japan. They were in their apartment, sitting on their couch. Yeah, spectacular dude. So
while I was at his wedding, just while we're on this topic, while I was at his wedding, for some reason, I had searched I'd done a Twitter search of my tweets and his name, And back in like 2010, when he was in college
Okay.
at Notre Dame, I think it was during a tournament game, I just tweeted like Jack Cooley's a beast.
He is.
Just randomly in 2010, and there I was at his wedding.
And now you're his
11
friend.
years later.
Now you're his friend 11 years
that's the
later.
homie.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
That's
pretty
amazing.
dope.
All right. So we have Media Day on Monday. I will be at Media Day. And then training camp starts on Tuesday. I will be at training camp following the show every day. We'll have all kinds of content on the Sacramento Kings for you next week. It's going to be a pretty crazy week without Kyle here. But I will be pulling double duty, and we'll do a bunch of Kings Beat stuff as well. Yeah, it's ramping up, people. NBA basketball is just about back. When we come back, we're going to do our Around the League segment, where we talk all kinds of NFL football again. Kyle's been working diligently on this, and you're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. Yeah, if you guys don't follow Kyle on X or Twitter, you should, because he has some funny stuff. Like Kyle,
Thanks, man.
Kyle Gone Mad is like a lot of this, like a lot of craziness.
Yeah, I try really hard not to be super negative on the internet, but man, there's just some days where it's just a lot of stuff that I don't like.
Okay. But yeah,
tweet about it.
It's okay. You do tweet about it. Secure and Beam. Does this mean you will miss some practices, Hammer, since you're doing the Insiders? No. King's practice is usually at 12:45, 1 o'clock. And our beautiful studios are here in Roseville, California. I have time to get in my car and get to the arena. So the plan is for me not to miss any time. And I will be covering them. Like, we'll do all kinds of video features and audio features here. But also you can find all my written work at thekingsbeat.com, where we are having a happy hour this week with Deuce and Mo.
That's gonna be sick.
Oh, they're two of my favorite people. They're super cool.
Yeah, big fan of them.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about Friday Night SmackDown when we come back in.
Oh, all right. Yeah, you guys jump on board with the happy hour. You got to be a premium subscriber to the King's Beat, but it's only like $7 a month. So, like, you can, if you don't love what's happening, you can just cancel after 1 month, and it's $7. But we'll be on like probably an hour and a half, 2 hours. We drink. It's all off the record. It's all on a Zoom call where it's off the record. And so the happy hours are spectacular. We've had some of the most amazing moments on the happy hours ever. Edgar Perez, I do recommend the Alaska trip. We were on the Euro Dam, which is like Holland, America, I think is what it is. And it was cool. Look, go to my Instagram. You can see pictures of the ship. Like, tremendous.
It's so wild. I had never seen a cruise ship in person, but then during the pandemic, one had a dock in San Francisco. And man, I was just walking through the city down the pier, and you look over and there's just a mountain of a boat. I just had no concept of how big a cruise ship was. So I sent a photo to my folks, and they're like, "Oh, that's not even a big one."
No,
like, what?
Mine wasn't a big one. No, like Kimberly, friend of the show, she was on the Norwegian Bliss.
Sure.
It was at least, like, I felt like I was
train.
in a center for ants. It was at least 3 times bigger. It was like, holy cow. We have like,
yes, he's absolutely right.
Cruise ship envy. Like, what in the world is happening?
Big ship energy.
Yeah. Big ship energy.
All right, here we go. Your board's live. That's exactly what we are. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. We're going to go around the NFL here in a little bit.
Uh-oh.
We've talked Raiders. We've talked Cowboys, Cardinals. We'll dive back into that one a little bit too. But before we do that, I want to let everybody know Friday Night SmackDown comes back to Sacramento at the Golden One Center on Friday, September 29th. That's this Friday. And we are giving away a pair of tickets to one lucky winner. Don't miss a star-studded night with the return of John Cena to Friday Night SmackDown. I don't know how they know he's going to be there, but apparently John Cena is going to be there, whether you can see him or not. WWE Women's Champion Asuka, Bobby Lashley, Charlotte Flair, Jimmy Uso, Rey Mysterio, plus many more of your favorite superstars, all people I've heard of. Enter online at ESPN1320.com by Wednesday for WWE Friday Night SmackDown at Golden One Center on September 29th. That's this Friday. Again, enter to win online at ESPN1320.com. Go to the website. Do that by Wednesday. Enter to win. And you'll have a chance to win 2 tickets to WWE Friday Night SmackDown at Golden One Center.
See, the only way I could have Deuce and Mo on the happy hour is if it was on Thursday, not on Friday, because they will be at SmackDown. They're
Of
big.
course.
They're big WWE
Naturally.
people. Big WWE people.
I'd be stunned if they weren't at SmackDown.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do around the NFL, huh? Oh yeah. Oh wait, you guys aren't supposed to get that. You're supposed to get that one. There we go. All right. I just had the wrong thing on the stream. We're all good. All right, here we go. Around the NFL. Around the NFL. Papers. Hey, I'm never printing out a rundown this long ever again. All right, here we go. Around the NFL. Let's party. What a ludicrous football game yesterday in South Beach.
To A-Chain, big hole, turns it on, accelerating. You can kiss him goodbye. 69 points on a 67-yard touchdown.
Yeah, nice call there from Kevin Harlan of CBS. Has 70 points for the Dolphins. That's the most in the NFL since 1966. Tua Tagovailoa throw for 309 yards and 4 touchdowns. Running back Raheem Mostert at 142 total yards and 4 touchdowns. Rookie running back Devon A-Chain had 233 total yards and 4 touchdowns as Miami knocked off the Broncos 70-20. James, have you ever seen an offensive performance like that? Not in the NFL, but just in any sport, an offensive performance that dominant?
No, since I don't watch college football and watch, the score get run up like this all the time. No, I thought A-Chain was incredible. And I'm always looking with a fantasy football eye. Mostert has this incredible game. Incredible.
Yeah.
It wasn't even close to what A-Chain had.
142 total yards and 4 touchdowns, and he wasn't even the highest scoring running back on his team. That's crazy.
203 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns receiving, 2 touchdowns rushing. Man, that was wild.
Unbelievable.
And some of the sauciness from Tua, I'll take it. I think Tua,
we can
show
talk
me
about
more.
We can talk about this tomorrow.
Yeah,
Tua MVP front runner.
Show me more, Tua. Show me more.
All right, we'll dive into the NFL MVP conversation tomorrow. Hey, right now we need to shout out former 49ers defensive coordinator DeMeco Ryans, whose Texans swung an upset in Jacksonville.
One who's been to a playoff and one who's 2.5 games into an outstanding career as the ball is bobbled and it's picked up by the fullback and he's got running room. Andrew Beck, after Boone couldn't handle it, it's still going. He's going to go all the way in. Did we just see what we just saw? I'm pretty sure we did. Return and a bobble. Kickoff, 90 yards.
And thanks to Chris Myers and Fox for that audio. Shout out to Andrew Beck, the fullback, getting a kick return touchdown. 37-17 was the final there in Jacksonville. Rookie quarterback CJ Stroud, super impressive. 20 for 30, 280 yards and a couple of touchdown passes. James, are you pulling for DeMeco Ryans and the Texans this year?
I am, because I have Nico Collins in fantasy. He only had 2 catches for 34 yards, only 3 targets, which was annoying. Rookie Tank Dell, 5 catches, 145, a touchdown, 7 targets. I also love the call there. Did we just see what we just saw? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
I like it. I might use that all the time.
Did we just see what? Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love Robert Smith there too. His color analyst. Yep. Yeah. For sure.
Yes.
Moving on, let's head to Green Bay. It looked like the Saints were on their way to joining the 49ers as one of the NFL's last 3-0 teams. They led 17-0 at halftime, but then the wheels came off.
Love on third down to the end zone. What a catch! Touchdown! Love to Dobbs.
Thanks to Kenny Albert and Fox Sports for that audio. Green Bay scored the last 18 points in that one, including the game-winning touchdown pass from Jordan Love to Romeo Dobbs that you just heard. Green Bay is now 2-1. Are they a potential NFC dark horse, James?
No.
Okay. Very good. I'm all in on Jordan Love as a quarterback, though. He's running the heck out of that offense, and in the second half yesterday, super impressive performance by the Packers at home against a very, very good Saints team. I think they've gone now 12 or 13 games in a row without giving up more than 20 points. The Saints.
That's impressive. The only reason they lost that game was because their quarterback went down. Derek Carr fell down, got crushed on his shoulder.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's great when they say like, oh, we're not sure that he's going to be out long term, but they're very happy that it happened on the soft turf of Lambeau Field. Like, okay.
Yeah, they're saying he might have avoided a major injury, but still might miss some time.
Yeah.
It's definitely a little worrying. Definitely hope that Derek Carr is okay. What a mess of a game in Minnesota as both the Chargers and Vikings tried giving this one away. The ending, though, dude.
Well, Vikings have got to get it going.
They got to go, man. They got to go. I thought they were going to clock it.
So much time being wasted here. 12 seconds when Cousins gets the snap. Steps up, throws for the end zone, deflected, and it's intercepted. Kenneth Murray, after the double deflection, ends up with the football and extinguishes the Vikings' hopes.
That's Kevin Kugler and Mark Sanchez on the call for Fox. Yeah, the Chargers went for it on 4th and 1 from their own 24 with 1:51 left and didn't get it. It didn't matter, though, thanks to that Kirk Cousins game-sealing interception that you just heard. Justin Herbert, though, man. 40 of 47, 405 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a 28-24 Chargers win. Should everyone involved in these two games just be shot into the sun?
Yeah, this was like some really, really poor coaching decisions. And
so bad.
Just so weird. I don't know, the people tweeting out, can someone please get Staley away from Herbert? Please just make him go away. So many poor decisions.
Yeah. Going for it from your own 20, man.
What? Were they up? They were up.
They were up 4. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I get trying to, you get the yard, you put the game away, but your own 24. That's one. It ended up working out. It ended up working out because Kirk Cousins is a disaster. But in that call, you heard it. They needed to go clock it and then give themselves some time to regroup. And Cousins tried calling a play on his own. It didn't work out. But Justin Herbert, that is the highest completion rate ever for a quarterback with 45 or more pass attempts.
Wow, 40 of 47. And, Keenan Allen, shout out to Keenan Allen, who was 1 for 1 for 49 yards and a touch. The touchdown he threw on the throw and toss was to, what was it, Mike Williams?
Yep.
Who tore his ACL and is done for the year.
Oof, very, very tough.
Brutal.
Yeah, very tough. Okay, last one. There wasn't a bigger outcome for the 49ers on Sunday than what happened in Arizona.
3rd down and goal. Fake to Connor. Dobbs retreats and floats for the end zone. It's Brown. It's a touchdown.
Yeah, stunner there. Thanks to Joe Davis and Fox for the audio. Dallas was favored by 12.5 points, and they got thumped in the desert, 28-16, and it really wasn't that close. Arizona went for 7.5 yards per play, held Dallas to 5.5 yards per play. The Cardinals just flat out better on Sunday. James, are you out on the Cowboys as a contender?
Yes.
Yeah,
well, you can't give up 28 points to that team.
Yeah.
You can't give up 28 points to that team.
No.
If you're the best defense, if you think you're the best defense in the league.
I'm with you.
Micah Parsons talked a big game. He accepted some responsibility after the fact, but
the Cowboys need to show me again.
Yeah.
The Cowboys have to now sell me on them.
You know what they have to do, Kyle? They have to actually win a playoff game.
That's it. Right.
They can't even show me that they can get to 12 and what is it? 12-5 now. That's not enough. Even a big win. No. You now have to prove it once again. You have to win a playoff game.
Yeah, that's been the case. Just, I don't trust Mike McCarthy in those spots.
Can anyone trust Mike McCarthy?
No. I don't know.
Is he an abomination?
Dude, it is. The fact that they not only kept him, okay, you keep him, whatever. But then they lose a very talented young play caller in Kellen Moore. And then don't do anything. They give Mike McCarthy more in-game responsibility when he already can't manage the end of a game. What are they thinking? And then that game yesterday, you texted me and hit the nail on the head. You were like, down 28-16, 6 minutes left, and they're running between the tackles, taking their time, getting to the line.
It's like they thought they had another quarter.
Yeah, I don't understand what they were doing. And we've gone through this with Kyle Shanahan too, like that lack of urgency. And I think it's because when you're a head coach who's also calling plays, the urgency of the clock isn't on your mind. You're looking for the right play call and making sure that you're getting the right play call in and making sure your quarterback hears it. And I think it's really, really hard to manage a game while also calling plays. It's especially hard for somebody like Mike McCarthy, who's a dunce and can't manage a game when he's not calling plays.
Kyle, I'm sitting there watching the game going, what are you doing? And then the announcer's like, oh, it's good to see them get back to the run. It's like, no,
there's 3 minutes left.
No, don't encourage this behavior.
And then they finally throw a pass and it gets picked.
Oh man. Well, I mean,
what a mess.
Quadruple coverage. Is that what it was? Like,
what a mess.
I like if the guy who intercepted it didn't intercept it, like 3 other dudes were going to have an interception on that.
What a mess.
Let's
go. The Cowboys are bumming me out.
They're breaking your spirit.
Mike McCarthy stinks.
All right. All right. You're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2 and the free Odyssey app. When you come back, we'll talk NFC West. We'll talk about some of the craziness this weekend. Hello, everyone. You know, here's the question. Like, what if, I think the Cowboys, what if they beat the Niners in week 5? The problem is, at that point, the Niners are likely 4-0. So if they lose one, they lose one. So, sure. I guess you could say a little bit, but I don't know. Hey, look at that. Somebody went. There we go. You went and got your tickets to the 3-on-3 FIBA International Cup. I hope you guys are going out there and getting those tickets. Go to golden1center.com/3x3 International Cup, I think. Or just go to like kings.com. I'm sure you can find a link. And it's general seating. So doors open, you push people down and you run to the front and get the best seats possible.
There was just a dude in the bathroom.
Oh no.
Talking on like AirPods while going to the bathroom.
What was he speaking in English or in Espanol?
Yes, English.
I was in there. There was a guy on speakerphone speaking Spanish while in the stall next to me, talking loudly on speakerphone, like
just getting after it in there,
like the older lady in the grocery store, like talking, yelling at her phone from 5 feet away.
He might have been on FaceTime.
Maybe he's got
an OnlyFans and people are just into some weird stuff.
Things got weird. I text my wife. I'm like, oh my gosh, there's a guy on speakerphone in the stall next to me. I didn't even want to text. Hola, Senor Ham. I like that.
That says Senior Ham.
Oh,
that's
not great.
That's either a ham that's in its final year of high school or a ham that's 55 years old.
I'm not 55. So no, it's a reference.
It's a good joke.
Senior, it's Fast Times at Richmond High. I caught the reference.
Oh, okay. I didn't.
Oh, okay. It's when Spicoli who is Sean Penn, orders a pizza and his teacher is Mr. Hand. Yes. Kyle, this one's like...
Yeah, I put that one up earlier.
Yeah,
That's super funny.
I miss.
Okay, here we go. You know you can't do movie references with me.
I know I can.
You should know that by now.
Yeah, we need to do more movie references.
No, I'm saying you can't.
Oh, I can't. I can't. Oh,
Like,
you're like Brendan.
I have not. Yeah, name a classic movie. I probably haven't seen.
Yeah, see, when we're doing the King Speed podcast, it's a running gag that Brendan Nunez doesn't know any movies at all. So Sean Cunningham and I from Fox 40, we just making fun of him like the entire podcast.
No, there's a lot of them. I've seen more now because I'm making a concerted effort to try and be better at that.
Okay.
But and there's a lot of references that I get because they're just so prevalent in pop culture.
Okay.
But when you're asking me the teacher's name from Fast Times,
okay.
I
mean, like, there's some like Fast Times is like so classic. There's so many.
No, totally. I understand.
So many actors like.
No, totally.
Yeah, even hiding behind the scenes, like there are people that you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't know. Like,
yeah.
Like crazy. Eric Stoltz and I think Anthony Edwards from ER
sure
are like working at the burger joint.
Anthony Edwards from Top Gun.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Goose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, you're not going to catch me. I mean, I worked at a video store, and Sean and I both worked at video stores.
Was it a Blockbuster or a Hollywood Video?
No,
or a local spot.
I grew up in the sticks, so yeah, it was Video Stop in Cedar Ridge, which is outside.
Is it like a gas station, hair care, and
no? It was just
store?
A video store. I sat there all day long, waiting for people to come in and giving recommendations,
answering the phone, and little snot-nosed kids like me going, "Do you have?"
Yeah, no, that's already on reserve. All copies are out on reserve, and it was pre-DVD. So,
oh yeah, no, you were all VHS.
All VHS. Oh. Yeah, I can tell you every box. People go, "Have you seen this?" I said, "Show me the cover, and I can tell you." And yeah, I could probably tell you where it was in the video.
That tracks because you're a smart dude, and so when you get a job like that, where it's a lot of, I don't want to say a lot of standing around, but a lot of the things you do in retail, just merchandising or organizing or straightening, you're logging all that stuff. I know how people like you operate.
I have an ability to download information like crazy. Yeah. Like I worked at a sporting goods store for 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can string a tennis racket, I can wax skis, I can build a skateboard deck. So when my son started skating and like, oh, this is cool. Like, okay, let me go ahead and put your grip tape on. And he's just sitting, him and his buddy are sitting there like, what in the world? How do you know how to grip a deck? And, I'm like, I cut it all off with a razor blade. I pulled the razor blade out. I cut it all off. And then I grabbed the wad of grip tape that's left.
Yeah.
And I start sanding the edge. And they're just like, what is happening? I'm like, yeah,
man. You don't know my life.
I've been there.
Yeah. Yeah, I loved working at a sporting goods store and people coming in and being like, my kid needs shin guards. And I'm like, trust me on this. Buy these $5 shin guards. Like they're going to work as well, perhaps better than the $40 pair you're looking at.
It's true.
Like I promise. Just get the $5 ones.
The ones with the straps, the Velcro straps.
Velcro straps and the ankle guard on it. Not the sleeve with the shin just pad that you slide in. No. Just pay the $5. Your kid's 6. I promise they'll get over it.
Yeah. Oh, amazing. Kyle, do we have sports to talk about outside of weird life stuff?
Yeah, of course. The NFC West looks a little different now with the Cardinals getting a win.
Does it though?
No.
Does it?
No. No, Niners still a game up. They're 3-0. The Seahawks, they got a dub. They are now 2-1. The Cardinals sitting at 1-2, and the Rams play the Bengals tonight.
Oof.
A Rams loss would be pretty big for the Niners.
I mean, I think it would, but I never was really convinced that the Rams were going to be anything.
Yeah, no. I don't. I'm there in terms of they could be a tough out. Like, I think they're just going to be kind of a pain in the ass and hard to beat. So I think the sooner the Rams are just clear, or the 49ers are clear of the Rams, is probably better. But granted, they don't play them again until week 18. And by week 18, I envision the 49ers probably being several games clear of them, so it probably won't matter that much. But the sooner the Rams are just out of the picture, I think the better. Because they're just... Yeah, Matthew Stafford looks a little rejuvenated. Puka Nacua looks really good.
Puka.
They still have Aaron Donald. They could get Cooper Kupp back as early as week 5. Like, there's just all these things. It's like, man, you could see them picking up a little momentum. And I think Sean McVay's a heck of a coach.
I think he is too, but I also look at that team and wonder if they're the first one to blink. Like, if they lose a game like tonight, you know, if the Bengals somehow pull their head out, you know, and figure out what's wrong with themselves and like actually play football, and the Rams start to sink, is that I keep thinking this, is Stafford going to be the guy that the Jets desperately throw a bunch of stuff at? Is that going to be the guy? Is that going to be the guy? Because we keep hearing, oh, the Kirk Cousins. Well, what if it's not? What if it's Matthew Stafford?
Because I'm not sure. I don't know that the Rams would do that, because that would be pretty openly tanking. And I don't think Sean McVay is wired to do that.
Didn't they pick up Baker Mayfield off waivers and start him last season?
Yeah, like after 4 days. And it worked. They won.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, why not? Like, what if they can just go out there with a, you know, a moderate young quarterback that knows how to sling it? I don't know what they have hiding on the bench. I don't know if there's someone that can step in, but I would still like.
Is Stetson Bennett their backup?
Oh, maybe. That's it. See, that might bring us to like the quarterback name thing. I don't know.
You're out on Stetson Bennett as a name?
No, I love it.
Oh, I was going to say, it's a very good quarterback name.
I think it's a very good quarterback name, but it brings up the Mike Florio thing this weekend.
Ugh.
That was just weird.
I don't know what is Florio's deal, because I don't want to turn this into bash Mike Florio, because that's not what I'm looking to do.
Yeah.
He will play the part of a like reporter, and he'll report news, and he'll do that. But then there's other times where he wildly speculates about things and doesn't source it. It's not a report, but it'll just be like, hey, this might make sense. And then there's other times where he says stuff like he doesn't trust Brock Purdy as a franchise quarterback because of his name, and it's too close to Brock Turdy. I don't know what lane he's trying to occupy.
Okay, so I have a friend that I grew up with, and he always had this exact idea. Like, you can't be good if you don't have a good name, right? So like, he told me in the, I don't even know what, mid 1990s. Oh man, the A's just got Todd Van Poppel. That's going to be a disaster. Like, they drafted him super high. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, Todd Van Poppel. Like, that kid has no chance of being an ace. Like, no chance. He could possibly be a middle reliever. He's like, but no. You can't get away with Todd Van Poppel as your name.
It's a great call.
So there is this thing that, you know, that people do believe that there are, you know, you need a quarterback name. Like, you go out there, you're Tom Brady. You're Joe Montana. Even Dan Marino. Like they just like, oh, okay.
Now, are those good quarterback names, or are those good quarterback names because those were good quarterbacks?
No, I think they are good quarterback names. Like, even Colt McCoy. Like, Colt McCoy should have been a superstar.
Great quarterback.
I mean, that is one of the better. Like,
Ty Detmer, another great quarterback name.
Okay. But even Johnny Manziel, Johnny Football, he should have been a good quarterback.
Somebody real quick. Somebody in the YouTube chat corrected me. Stetson Bennett is on IR. Brett Rippon is now their backup.
See, Brett Rippon, I'm all in. Yeah, okay. You got quarterback Rippon? Yeah, heck yeah. Okay.
All right, sure.
Is he a Mark Rippon? Like,
yeah, it's his son.
Oh, okay.
I think son, uncle. I'm pretty sure it's his kid.
I'm
Keep
not
going.
sure. All I know, but is that
Nephew. Yeah, nephew of Mark Rippon.
nephew. Okay. I get that, like, there is this idea out there that there are good quarterback names, bad quarterback names, but Brock Purdy, like, first of all, Brock is like a bro name. Like, Brock, you can tell, was clearly in a frat at some point. His name is Brock. So,
Okay.
I mean, that makes sense.
Okay.
But then Purdy is like, oh, that's Purdy. Like, I don't associate with, like, he's
don't
like
think it's good or
speaking
bad.
something into existence with Purdy.
Yeah, I think it's very neutral. I don't think it's a good or bad quarterback name.
Yeah.
It's pretty neutral.
Okay. Like Jim Drunkenmiller?
Bad.
No. That's never gonna work.
Bad name.
Steve Stenstrom? No. It was
I feel the same way with numbers,
okay.
like jersey numbers.
I'm with you. Like, if a dude is out there with the number 20, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, like that guy can play. Running back number 20, that guy can play. Running back number 46, no chance. No chance. Honestly, that's why, to take this to another sport, that's honestly why I think Luka has not evolved beyond like excellent, outstanding MVP caliber player, but he's not entered that like elite tier yet because he wears number 77.
Okay.
I think
It's possible because when I looked at Nemanja Bjelica, like, it always looked off. Like, number 88, like, you can't get away with number 88
Nope.
as an NBA player. Like, again, my first jersey, we talked about this one time, was Freddie Solomon,
No
number
doubt.
88 from the 49ers when
No
I
doubt.
was a kid. Again, 88, Michael Irvin, 88. I mean, you
Right.
can just
Good
go
number.
through so
Isaac
many,
Bruce.
so many good number 88s, right?
Mhm.
But I don't think I want to see like a number 11 wide receiver, and we see a lot of that now. I'm still
Brandon
not.
Ayuk.
I'm still not used to the numbers with the. I like it when all the receivers were in the 80s.
I think if you're going to wear, I'm all in on the teen jersey numbers for wide receivers, like 10 through 19. I'm in there. Like, give me great numbers. The one that bothers me is when a defensive lineman has a single digit, but
Yeah.
they suck.
Oh, okay.
If you're
So if
going to
they
wear a
have that
single
number,
digit,
you
you need
gotta
to be elite, bro. You need to be so good at football to get away with wearing number 5 and rushing the passer.
I don't want to see a linebacker that's not wearing a number in the 50s. Like, you have got to wear a number in the 50s. Like an outside, like an elephant or an end rusher, a guy who steps up and rushes quarterback wearing. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like inside linebacker. You better be in the 50s.
Yeah, Fred Warner leveled up for sure when he went from 48 to 54. Really good players, 48. Became elite, became all pro Fred when he went to 54.
Yeah, I mean, like, who was the last guy to wear 48 for the 49ers before that? Was it like Earl Cooper when he switched from running back to tight end? Like, I don't know. I can't remember.
And no, me neither.
Yeah, there's not. It's not a great number. It's usually a special teams dude.
Yeah.
It's not Ronnie Lott's 42.
No. And even Ronnie Lott. Like, Ronnie Lott was obviously a very good cornerback, but moved to safety. 42 plays much better as a safety than as a cornerback.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah. Especially, what was it? Carlton Williamson. Was it 26? Was that his
Boy, I couldn't tell you.
Safety?
Couldn't tell you.
Well, he was, first of all, the 81 Super Bowl, they had 3 rookies in the defensive backfield. I think it was Eric Wright, Dwight Hicks, and Ronnie Lott. And then Carlton Williamson was the aging. Well, not even aging. He was a little bit older. But that was their Super Bowl group.
Dwight Hicks, unsung hero of that game, the NFC Championship game.
Yep. Anyway.
What was the most interesting game of the weekend for you?
It was wondering how many points the Miami Dolphins were going to put on the board. It was. You kept
It was
going
crazy. It was crazy.
Like when you heard they got to like 60, but it was like, even I was watching Red Zone, right? And he's like, they're at 69, and they show where they get to 60.
Nice.
62, and then there was another touchdown after. The touchdowns were so quick that they had to show 2 touchdowns in one break.
Jeez. They did, Red Zone does at the end of the day. They show every touchdown that got scored.
Yep.
And I swear, so I was watching that while I was writing it. I swear every time I looked up, it was the Dolphins. Every time.
Yeah.
Like I'd look up and maybe it would be the end of one play, but the next play, Dolphins. They scored 10 touchdowns in a game.
They scored so many touchdowns that Robbie Anderson changed his name at some point and is now Chosen.
That was a weird thing. Remember, he changed it to Chosen Anderson, but then changed it to Robbie Chosen, and it was so he could wear the number 1, so his jersey would say Chosen 1. But now he's with Miami, and the number 1 is not available, so his jersey says Chosen 3.
He's third choice. Actually, he's more like the 7th choice.
Yeah,
on that roster.
Yeah, I saw he caught a touchdown. I was like, oh, good for him. Then I saw it was from Mike White. I was like, oh, that was garbage time.
It was garbage time, but they did not let up.
The unbelievable thing for me is that Miami. So I was doing some research on this. The teams that have scored, a couple of the teams that have scored like 65, 66, 70 points in a game, they'll have one huge quarter. And these are all like 1950 and before. The Los Angeles Rams in 1950 scored 70 in week 6 and then scored 65 in week 7.
Oh,
they scored 135 points in 2 weeks. Anyways, but there would be like a quarter where one of the teams scored like 31, and another one where they scored like 41. And it's like, oh, they did it all in chunks. That's what was so amazing about the Dolphins yesterday. 14-21, 14-21 were their scores by quarter.
That's wild.
They were just there was just an ass kicking from top to bottom, start to finish.
I almost expected their coach to start going for 2 just to like really rub it in. Just like, hey, we're just going to really like salt it.
Okay. I struggle with this though, because I read a report this morning that said there were some people in the league that saw what the Dolphins did as disrespectful. And I have a hard time agreeing, because, okay, the deep throw to Robbie Anderson or Robbie Chosen or whatever his name is, but that's Mike White. Like, the backups were in. Get a stop. You can't stop Mike White from hitting Robbie, the artist formerly known as Robbie Anderson, on a 60-plus yard touchdown. That's on you. That's not a disrespect to the game, quote unquote. Would be lining everybody up, run into the line 3 times, punt. Line everybody up, waste all the time on the play clock, run into the line, punt. Like, that's where you start. They were just playing, and it was their backups.
Hey, man, I'll tell you this too. Devon Achane, 18 carries, 203 yards.
What a player.
Raheem Mostert, 13 carries, 82 yards. Christopher Brooks, 9 carries, 66 yards. They did run the ball. They did try to slow it. The fact is that you allowed the Christopher Brooks, who I've never in my life heard of, averaged 7.33 yards per carry.
What do you want him to do? Not run, like fall down?
Just like down the ball every time? That would have been disrespectful.
As a person, as a competitor, no, I don't want to, like, this is obviously different because it's professional football versus the very low levels of sports that I have played. But this is where I stand as a competitor. And this is just me. And again, it's not professional football. I get that it's not the same when we're trying to compare it. But when I would play slow pitch softball, for example.
Yep.
And you'd play against a team that's like a tournament team and they are super good and you're just not, there's no way you're going to win. They're up 20-0. And when they're banging a ball off the wall and walking to first base, that I hate that more than if they're running as hard as they can and trying to turn a double into a triple. Like
okay.
Hey, we're winning so much, we're just going to stop trying. That messes with me more and makes me more angry than hey, we're up 20, but we're going to keep trying super hard.
I'm with you. Like, one night we just got on one, right? And no home runs, singles and doubles. We scored 36.
Oh my God.
And slow pitch. I mean,
I miss slow pitch softball so much.
Yeah. I mean, it was wild. And the other team was just like, man, it doesn't matter where we move our guys. You guys put the ball right where, but like, we're just on one.
Yeah.
And that happens. And it was like a hat tip. Like, this is incredible to watch.
Sure.
You know, when Klay Thompson drops 37 and a quarter, like, just tip your hat.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
And that's, you know what, I think in this game too, the best thing that could have happened to the Denver Broncos is that they kept scoring, that they kept thumping you, and they showed you that you quit, and that's not acceptable.
Yep.
Because now the talk is that, and you need to not be that, because if that's who you are, and we got this many weeks left, ooh, that's not good. That's
it's
not
really
good.
tough.
So
It's really tough.
ugly.
It was one of those ones where I looked at, like, in the second quarter, I'm like, wow, they have 28 points with 10 minutes left in the second quarter, or whatever crazy number it was. And you're going, okay, they're gonna roll them, but it's gonna be 49 to 20 or something like that. Just a normal NFL blowout. And then you look and you see 70, and I knew they scored 70. But every time it would come up like on the ticker, I would like double take.
Yeah,
Like, it looks like a typo.
It does.
I've never seen anything like that in sports.
So I enjoyed that game way more than like the ineptitude that was the Vikings and Chargers. I thought that was like, there were so many stupid things that happened in that game where you're just like, how could you let that happen? Like that's like basic.
Yeah.
Why are you so bad at managing your team?
Mm-hmm.
And then we had the Green Bay New Orleans game. And again, the only reason that game shifted, in my opinion, was that Derek Carr went out and they weren't able to continue what they were doing. Outside of that, it was kind of a weird week in football.
Sneaky fun game was Panthers Seahawks.
Yeah.
Andy, I'm telling you, man, I said it last week on the show. Andy Dalton, he's not good. He's not good. I don't want to come across like Andy Dalton's good. But in a spot start, you feel good about Andy Dalton spinning it.
It was fun.
Yeah.
I got to back my fellow Ginger.
Yeah, they ended up losing by 10, 37-27. It wasn't that close. They got a late touchdown, but it was a one possession game late into the third quarter. It was a 9-point game through most of the fourth. It was just kind of back and forth.
Yeah. Well, and I'm going to say
I
too,
had fun watching them.
The Jets New England game. I'm now on if Aaron Rodgers can go out there with, like, if they need to amputate and he goes out there and hops around, he's going to be better than what we're seeing.
I have one more thing I said on this show. I said this while you were here, though, that I was wrong on. I was of the mind that, like, hey, Zach Wilson's the Jets' best option right now.
No.
And now, granted, I did say, because you either figure out what you have, whether it's good or bad, and you know for sure, so you can move into the future. And it turns out it's bad. But I was also like, yeah, hey, maybe he's benefited from Aaron Rodgers, and you just go out and the bar so low, their defense is good. No. He is bad. He
horrendous.
Is real bad.
Like, you can't run him out there. You need to go pick someone up off the street.
Like, to the point that it's like Carson Wentz.
You need to see.
I would rather see Carson Wentz.
You got to see if Aaron Brooks will still play football for you.
Wow.
I mean, someone. You got to go somewhere. You got to go somewhere.
Aaron Brooks.
Yeah, just pull somebody. Yeah. Jeff Blake. Yeah. You're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320 98.5 HE2 and the free Odyssey app. Thanks for joining Kyle and I today. We'll be back tomorrow with more football and basketball chatter. Come on, man.
Good work, everybody.
It was pretty spectacular. I didn't expect to enjoy it as much as I did, just because I'm not a cruise dude. Oh,
Pictures look great.
Yeah, amazing stuff to see, and I think it was a lot more relaxing than I thought it would be. Although we did have some shitty weather here and there, but how are you?
What's that? Hey. What's good, baby? Good? Yeah.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. It's Monday. Come on, man. Let's go. Run it back one more time. Let's go. What's good? Third time just for fun, man. Come on. We welcome you in here to the Monday, September 25th edition. It's my mom's birthday. Happy birthday to my mom. It's the September 25th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Shout out to the
I'm
groom.
in God mode.
You know KC isn't here today. He's not here this week, man. Shout out to Kenny and Jasmine and the Caraway family and the Campbell family. It was a absolutely fantastic ceremony over the weekend. Shout out to KC who walked down the aisle like The Rock in Denver a couple of weeks ago. Milked the pop, walked down the aisle, turned around, milked the pop again. Oh yeah, KC, he was in his bag this weekend, but it was a beautiful ceremony. I was thankful to be a part of it. Shout out to Cheryl and Elk Grove, who stepped in as my date for the night, man. So we had a fantastic evening, lots of fun, which led us into a weekend of football. Happy to have James back, by the way. James will be back. Obviously, you heard him with Kyle Madsen. He'll be back with us coming up in the 3:00 hour. Plenty of Kings basketball to talk about. Of course, we'll talk some football with him. But I love we're getting closer and closer to the start of the NBA season. We're a week away from Media Day. We're 8 days away from the start of training camp. And there's no way the Sacramento Kings can do it again. Boom or bust, I believe, was the bit that I heard on the Hoop Collective. Oh, yeah, they got the Kings on a bust. Okay, I see you. What Kevin Pelton, right? Oh, they can't possibly be good. The first team in history, the first team in NBA history, they're just too healthy. They were just too healthy last year. All right. I see y'all sleeping again. I see y'all not paying attention again. That's all right. We gearing up. We about a week away from the start of training camp. So we'll talk Kings basketball when James joins us. Sarah's going to come in and hang out with us as she does pretty much every Monday now. Always happy to have the homie Sara Hodges in here with us. She'll be joining us about 45 minutes or so. So the Raiders lose. Man, we sat here on Friday and said there is one single key to a Raiders victory. One. Don't turn the ball over. Well, they chose to go in a different direction. They turned the ball over multiple times. And the Pittsburgh Steelers offense made them pay for it. The Steelers offense isn't good. I think the Steelers defense is good. TJ Watt back up there in that conversation. Oh, there's a couple of guys in the conversation for the defensive player of the year. Man, I'm so hyped to talk today. There's so much to talk about. We're going to start with the Raiders. Best believe we're going to get to that ass whooping that the Dolphins put on Sean Payton's head. Best believe. I'm going to turn away. I'm going to let Jesse cook for about 15 straight minutes when we do that. But I got some things to say. I feel bad because most of the things I got to say are about Sean Payton and not the Miami Dolphins. But there's going to be a shift in the power rankings. There were some tough losses yesterday. Baltimore, brutal loss. Jacksonville, I'm not in on Jacksonville, but that was an L for them. And then you got the Dallas Cowboys. Now, these moments happen. Teams aren't going 17-0. Like, these moments happen. But to the Cardinals, days after you lose your Pro Bowl cornerback, that's tough. That's tough on multiple different levels. So we'll get into all of those big stories coming out of the NFL weekend as well. Did the Cinderella story for Colorado come to an end? Maybe. Maybe. Is it going to get worse this weekend? Probably. Yeah, probably. We'll touch on all of that as the show progresses. But back to the Raiders. The Raiders have two major issues. One is a quarterback issue, and we're going to talk about that, shortly. The other one is a coaching issue. And one thing I can't stand is when a coach just won't admit they got it wrong. And I think that's one of the low-key things that separates great coaches from bad coaches. Great coaches will just be like, I got that wrong. It's my bad. Here's what I was thinking. It made sense in my head. Didn't work. My bad. Got it wrong. Josh McDaniels goes to the podium yesterday and when asked, why did you kick a field goal with 2:15 left? See, what I would have asked, I would have phrased the question differently. I would have said, sir, what the hell have you seen from the Las Vegas Raiders defense this season that makes you think you would have gotten the ball back? No, but they worded it a little bit more politely. What were you thinking there with 2:15? Why did you kick the field goal instead of going for it on 4th down? And Josh McDaniels said we needed multiple possessions. Sir, it was a one-score game. You did not need multiple possessions. You needed a single possession. And the part that really killed me when he kicked the field goal was, okay, you kick the field goal, you go from down 8 to down 5. You're still in a position where you have to score a touchdown. Now, the difference, a touchdown gives you the win, sure. But you're still in a position where you have to score the touchdown. It's not like you were down 6. And it's like, if I kick a field goal here and get the ball back, we get tied. Or we're down 5, I kick a field goal here, get the ball back, we kick a field goal to win. No, you're still having to score a touchdown. And even in the best case scenario with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, even in the best case 3-and-out situation, you're getting the ball back with a minute and some change. And you were going to have to march down the field with Jimmy Garoppolo, who was on, I think he was just on 2 interceptions at that point because he finished the game with a third. Josh McDaniels refused to go to the podium yesterday and just go, my bad. I got it wrong. I can't math. I thought we were down 9. He said we needed multiple possessions. Sir, you did not. You needed one single possession. That's a problem. The Raiders have 2 problems. They have a coaching problem and they have a quarterback problem. They're going to blame the quarterback first. And by the way, can someone explain to me how the hell you go into concussion protocol the day after a football game? Can someone explain to me how this so regularly happens? You play an entire football game. Jimmy clearly got hurt. Everybody saw Jimmy got hurt. Wasn't a concussion. Got rolled up a little bit. Oh, he's okay. All right. Didn't miss a snap, I don't think. All right. Game's over, and all of a sudden he's in concussion protocol.
Remember when we had the spotters?
Oh, the spotters. Oh, I love the spotters. They're good because they're the ones who spot and say, hey, something happened here. Take him out. Put him into the blue tent. Oh, turnover. Go, get back out there. We'll evaluate you later. Spotters. Maybe I'm not familiar enough with concussions. Maybe maybe you can get a concussion and not exhibit symptoms until the next day. I have no idea. That doesn't seem likely, but it seems to happen a lot in the NFL, and it's kind of fascinating. We just go along with it as if they're not talking to us like we're stupid. It's my favorite thing about the NFL. My favorite thing about the NFL is they regularly act like we're a bunch of effing idiots. And we're not idiots. We know what time it is. We just turn the other way. We just let them. Oh, cool. It's because now what can happen? Jimmy's in concussion protocol. Come Friday, he can get cleared, get that last practice in, get on the plane. And that's not just the case for Jimmy Garoppolo. That's the case for everyone in the NFL. It's why we point this out regularly. It's why following the first concussion, the Miami Dolphins didn't put Tua Tagovailoa in concussion protocol because they played Thursday and you can't be cleared by Thursday. That's their own rule that they put in place. The earliest you could be cleared if you're put into concussion protocol is Friday. So they didn't put him into concussion protocol. And what happened? Mortified the entire world when he couldn't get up. And what have we done since then? Move the hell on. Because that's what we do. And the NFL knows that's what we do. They called our bluff with the cap stuff. They were right. Going to move on. But the problem with the Raiders isn't Jimmy Garoppolo's concussion. The problem with the Raiders isn't the NFL's phony-ass concussion protocol. The problem is that Jimmy has gone from an average quarterback to a below-average quarterback. You might have to take it a step further and say that man has gone from an average quarterback to a well below average quarterback. With the San Francisco 49ers, we talk. Jimmy, you start getting into that 15, 16, 17 range. He's going to be right there. He's not bad enough to be worse than that. He's not good enough to be above that. Now he is bad enough. Now he's bad enough to be looked at as a lower tier quarterback in the NFL. And it's not because the interceptions. It's not because of the timeliness of the interceptions. It's the fact that, because he always had those. He always had them. You always knew. What Casey always say? He going to give you one. He's going to give you one. It's just a question of, is that one going to put you in a really difficult position? But he's going to give you one. No, the difference is now all of the good stuff that he used to do to counteract those interceptions, all of the stuff he used to do to counteract those turnovers, that stuff is gone. Absolutely gone. And now you just have a quarterback that seems to be getting worse. Is it his fault or is it Josh McDaniels' fault? Could it be both of their faults? We're going to talk more about this. As I said, there's a lot to talk about, but the Raiders are going to hear it today. The Raiders are going to hear it because now I feel like the dumbass. I'm the one fighting for them like, yo, they're not as bad as people are making them out to be. Like, come on, man. You got some talent on the squad. You got Devontae Adams there. You got Josh Jacobs there. You got Max Crosby, which is tough because he's on an island by himself on that really bad defense. And that defense seems to be getting worse. But they're not bad. No, this is a bad football team right now. This is a bad football team right now. But we're going to talk about it. We're going to open up the phone lines for you. 916-909-1320. Appreciate everybody in the chatty house. Appreciate everybody listening on ESPN 1320 AM, 98.5 FM, HD2. We are just getting started. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Feel like, should you go to commercial? Oh, no, it's all good. I feel like the lights always look different when James leaves. I feel like the lights looked one way all last week, and now James is back, and they look totally different. I don't know what it is. I'm going to move this camera over, though. Sorry about that, guys. That's my hand. Move that right there. That way, if I go to Jesse or go right here, we go. Yeah, they're going to blame Derek Carr, too. Jesus. Yeah, that was tough. That hurt me a little bit. Yeah, that was a good squad, but that hurt a little bit. How was y'all weekend, man? Did y'all have a good weekend? Michigan, I see you, bro. We missed you on Thursday. We missed you on Thursday, man. That's for sure. But we are thrilled that you guys are here.
I'm wearing dress shoes, David. They sent me back when I showed up with my Dolphins hoodie too.
Jesse looked clean. Jesse looked good out there on Saturday. He looked good. Yeah, Kyron, how'd that go this morning, TV star? Oh, that would have been cold. That would have been cold. Looking like the waters in the Bahamas. Come on, man. Oh, you already know. You already know we talking about that. You already know we talking about that. No, sir. I did not do that. Oh, there you go, Aldrin. Filthy McNasty. Good stuff right there. Oh, man. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Hey, good for the Chargers. They got it done. They got it done. They had to. They had to.
That win by them feels kind of dirty though. Like they really got lucky.
Yeah, they did. Sometimes that's all you need, though. Sometimes that's all you need. At least to get your first one. Figure it out now. Like, you got your first one, figuring out. My thing with the Chargers is I'm not sold they will. Yo. Did I even write? I don't even know if we wrote the Chargers in here. Bro, Brandon Staley stinks.
That's what I'm saying. Like, his job got saved.
He's really bad. He's really bad. Oh, right on, Tony. Glad you enjoyed the show. Appreciate it. I'm glad everyone who couldn't be there and enjoyed it. We'll talk about our Solomon Vinyl thing that we got going on a week from Friday. It's going to be it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be at 8:00, so you could kind of step out. Kids could come. Totally different vibe, but we're going to have a good time. Oh, yeah, we got some things to talk about today. Ain't even talked about I need to pace myself, man. I'm too excited. This just happens sometimes. Casey's not here. I get a little worked up. I get a little excited about all of the different things there are to talk about, both here and over on 102.5. Got to talk about Usher and the halftime show and some of the things I read and heard. Oh, yeah, we got some things on the way. But focus right now is the NFL. Our focus right now is the Las Vegas Raiders. And we said a moment ago to start this that the Raiders have two problems. They have a coaching problem and they have a quarterback problem. I don't know how either one of them is going to get better because I don't see Mark Davis firing Josh McDaniels. I think Mark Davis believes he's doing the right thing by being patient and letting this play out, giving Josh McDaniels a chance to get in there. I think he believes he's doing the right thing. Sir, you're not. Now, I don't want to be critical and say Josh McDaniels was a bad hire because I thought, he's been with New England, took some lumps with Denver. Maybe it's the time. Maybe this is the time. Maybe this is the right opportunity. Maybe he learned a few things from his time in Denver, got straightened out a little bit by going back to New England. Maybe this is exactly what he needed. I wasn't against the hire. I would have preferred to see Eric Bieniemy, But that's just a personal preference. Why Eric Bieniemy isn't a head coach in this league, I have no idea. But I wasn't against the idea of Josh McDaniels. It just turns out he stinks. He's not a good coach. He hasn't learned anything, and he actually might be worse. Because he is so hell-bent on turning this Raiders organization into a Patriots organization. Perhaps Mark Davis is in on that bit too. Think about who their so-called co-owner, I don't even know what Tom Brady's title is, but Tom Brady's got an affiliation with the Las Vegas Raiders now. Now you got Josh McDaniels, Jimmy Garoppolo. Where did he come from? He came from the New England Patriots. So it's like you're trying to recreate all of this stuff that works for you in New England, except you're not Bill Belichick, and Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't Tom Brady. No matter how many times the media tried to make Jimmy Garoppolo Tom Brady when he was with the Patriots or the San Francisco 49ers, bro, he's not. He's not. And now you're faced, if you're Mark Davis and you're this Las Vegas, because I don't mean to get too far ahead, but excuse me if anyone thinks this is going to turn around. Like, how is this going to get better? Now, maybe there's one way for it to get better. Because let's go to the second of the two problems. Jimmy Garoppolo. I understand you spent money on Jimmy Garoppolo. Not a fortune, in terms of quarterback money, but you spent money on Jimmy Garoppolo. We outlined just a few minutes ago. He's gone from an average quarterback to a well below average quarterback. He hasn't been able to counter the things that he does poorly with the things he used to do well. The Raiders got the ball last night. What's the first thing he did? He threw an interception. Now, odds were pretty long that they were going to move the length of the field. That's the coaching problem. That's the coach's fault. But if there had been 45 additional seconds, if there had been 60 seconds, or 1 minute drill, if you will, Raider fans, you confident Jimmy Garoppolo would have led you down the field to get that go-ahead touchdown? We've seen it in the past. I'm not confident we would have seen it this year or this time. And I feel like the clock is ticking on Davante Adams. I feel like week after week, Davante is, he's being politically correct, if you will. He's not saying anything out of pocket. He's not saying anything outrageous, but he's not saying anything. He said yesterday, we're not doing the right things to build a winning culture. That's following a week of him starting to look around and point out, yeah, we've got to play better. We've got to stay focused all game. I'm sorry, you mean your teammates aren't staying focused the whole game? That's a problem. He said, it's not my mentality to sit here and try to take all season and figure it out. We're not doing things the right way to establish a winning culture. We've got to go out there and do it. That's the theme this year, doing it, not just talking about it and figuring out what we need to do. We did all that last year. This year, we got to be about it. That's Davante Adams, end quote right there. He ain't say nothing about Josh McDaniels. He ain't say nothing about anybody else on that team. To me, that felt like something he was saying to Josh McDaniels. Stop trying to figure stuff out and implement a way for us to go out there and win. Josh McDaniels stayed trying to figure things out. And guess what? He ain't figuring out anything.
The Raiders, they play the most uninspiring football. Like, there was never a moment watching that game yesterday. It's like, oh, the Raiders are doing something nice here or whatever. Like even when they were coming back, if you want to call that a comeback at the end, like, it never felt like they were even on par with the Steelers at all in that game.
Who the hell are they?
They're just a bad football team, a badly coached football team.
It feels like they're just a collection of guys. That's what they are. They're just a collection of guys with no identity. And I don't know what they're. I don't know. I'm not hypercritical of the idea of moving on from Derek Carr. I am hypercritical of the idea of moving on from Derek Carr for Jimmy Garoppolo, because at worst, they're the same player. At best, you need to get downfield quick. Jimmy ain't going to be able to do it for you. Uninspired is a great word. Uninspired is a great word, because it's just a collection of guys who, as Davante Adams alluded to, are trying to figure it out. And Davante Adams ain't here for it. We tried to do this nonsense last year. We had one single key. Normally we do 3. Just for the fun of radio, give me 3 keys to a Raiders victory. We didn't need 3. We needed 1, and it was simple. Don't turn the ball over. That's it. Jimmy Garoppolo protects the football. The rest of the Raiders protect the football. They're going to go on to beat Pittsburgh because Pittsburgh's offense probably isn't strong enough. They couldn't do it. Jimmy Garoppolo turned the ball over too many times.
Still can't run the ball either.
Still can't run the ball. Josh Jacobs, 17 attempts, 62 yards. This game graphic did the math for us. That's 3.6 yards per carry. I'm a Josh Jacobs guy. I'm going to stay a Josh Jacobs guy. But my goodness, y'all just throwing some gasoline on that fire the owners have lit about running backs, that these teams have lit about running backs. We ain't interested in paying running backs. Why? This is why the league isn't interested in paying running backs. Josh Jacobs was upset, understandably so. He sat out training camp, understandably so, because he didn't have to appear because he had that tender. He's not getting fined. He's not missing. When he signs the tender, he's officially a contracted member of the Las Vegas Raiders. He's got to show up to camp. Didn't do that till late. The league's leading rusher last year. And this team cannot run the football. They can't run the football with Josh Jacobs. They can't run the football with anybody. And now I have to sit up here in week 3 and say, y'all were right. I tried to defend them. I tried to ride with them. I tried to point out the good in them. I tried to dive into their training camp reports about defense and communication on the defensive end and how much stronger it seemed to be through the preseason. As Mr. Halliburton once told us, I can guarantee you that's over. I ain't digging into training camp video ever again. Hell, I'm not even reading reports coming out of training camp anymore. Who was the Kings training camp guy? Was it Glenn Robinson? Remember when Glenn Robinson III had a great training camp and got us all excited? You don't? That's fine. Because he didn't do anything once the season started. We get wrapped up in this training camp stuff. The Raiders are communicating better defensively. You saw it on the field during preseason games. You saw it in execution. That's preseason. It does not matter.
They made the playoffs. McDaniels comes in and they've just gotten progressively worse. Like even now, like last year, at least you could run the ball and you were at least like a competitive team. Right now, they're just a bad football team at this point.
And so how am I supposed to read that as anything other than Josh McDaniels' fault?
Don't think you can.
When did their GM get there? Did they come in at the same time? What's his name? Ziegler? Did they come in? Did he come in with McDaniels? Because it's sure hard for me to not point the finger at them when you had, not only that, you had a coach that this team seemingly loved. And how much of this is, they didn't even take into account what we wanted. Now, I'm not saying your player's opinion has to be 100% of the reason you make a decision. But I would think you've got to factor that in a little bit. They didn't. They wanted Josh McDaniels. And now they're in this situation. I don't know if Jimmy Garoppolo was their first choice. But now you're in this situation. Jimmy Garoppolo Go ahead, Jesse.
Raiders hired Dave Ziegler January 30th of 2022, hired McDaniels January 31st of 2022.
How am I not supposed to blame them for this? This was a playoff team 2 years ago. You brought in a new general manager, a new coach, and now you stink. Like, the Raiders are legitimately bad, and it's frustrating because this roster isn't that bad. Is it great? No. No, it's not. But it ain't that bad. Got roughed up by the Pittsburgh. And credit to, hey, all the credit in the world to the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Mike Tomlin. We said this from jump. This team's going to finish above 500 or 8-1. Like, they're not going to finish with a losing record. I don't care who's on that roster. I don't care how inexperienced that quarterback is. That coach is going to get you somewhere. This coach in Las Vegas is going to get you nowhere. We talked about those 3 turnovers. That's a huge, the definitive reason the Raiders lost. I say 3 turnovers. I'll be nice to Jimmy Garoppolo. We'll call it 2. The last one was at the end. Whatever you thought was going to happen on that final drive, fine. We'll go to those 2, though. Those 2 were killer. What makes it worse? You know how many turnovers the Raiders have forced in the first 3 weeks of the season? You know how many takeaways the Raiders have the first 3 weeks of the NFL season? The same amount that you and I do. If you take the takeaways I've gotten and Jesse and every single person in the chatty house and every single person listening, same amount the Raiders have. So you're regularly turning the ball over, but you can't take it away from somebody else. Jimmy Garoppolo, 6 interceptions on the season. 3 weeks into the year. Jimmy Garoppolo, 6 interceptions on the season, 5 touchdowns.
He's regressed so much.
It's bad.
Like, he's at this point, he's a bad quarterback where he's just missing throws he should be hitting too. Like, it's not even just the interceptions, but hitting guys like Devontae Adams on the out routes. He's just completely missing with those guys.
You said it. You said it right there. He's a bad quarterback. That's where we're at with Jimmy Garoppolo right now. Until he proves otherwise, right now, he's a bad quarterback. What year are we in? 2023, entering 2024? Yeah, they got him next year. Jimmy's the quarterback of the Raiders next year. They can get out in 2025. Ooh, that's $12 million in dead cap, but they could get out in 2025.
And what's bad for the Raiders is that if Jimmy just doesn't step up, I don't think we see any change just because you got a guy in Josh McDaniels who's probably coaching to save his job rather than like coaching to progress this team.
So that's another good point about the coaching strategy moving forward. Here's a question for you, because I argued there might be a way for this to get corrected a little bit. Maybe. Can you go, O'Connell? Can you pull the plug on Jimmy Garoppolo and go O'Connell?
You can if Brian Hoyer gets hurt.
So, okay, go on, Brian.
That's the backup right now.
But that's for Brian Hoyer is, and we talked about this with Trey and Sam Darnold a few weeks back. Brian Hoyer is the guy who, if Jimmy Garoppolo misses snaps, go ahead, put Brian Hoyer in there. He's more familiar with getting into the flow of a game immediately without notice. If you're at a point where you can't do it anymore with Jimmy Garoppolo, I don't think you're going Brian Hoyer. I think you're going O'Connell. And you're doing that with the idea of we're moving on, looking at a potential quarterback of the future. Now, before you say anything, I understand how hypocritical this whole sentiment is, given the fact I just said, literally minutes ago, I'm never buying into a preseason again. However, that kid looked good in preseason. I remember when Dak looked good in preseason. He wound up taking Tony Romo's job. Yo, this brother looks good in preseason. He looks good. He's looked good when we've seen him on the football field.
Roddy throws it in the chat. Hoyer's a guy that knows the offense, but there's no future with him.
That's it.
I think that's why McDaniels still sticks with him. It kind of goes back to what I said about McDaniels is coaching to save his job this season rather than progress the Raiders. Why are you like he's already comfortable enough in Poyer to be the backup? If he's like trying to stick with guys who knows his system and all that, why is he gonna go to O'Connell when he thinks Poyer can do it? Like I said, he's trying to save his job, not progress the team.
That's a bad look for everyone involved. That's an awful. Hey, in credit, I'm going in pretty hard on the Raiders. Give credit to the Steelers defense. Jimmy turned the ball over 3 times for sure. The Raiders turned the ball over 3 times, no doubt. But we've seen in this early portion of the season, didn't really see it in week 1, but we've certainly seen it in the last 2 weeks. That's what Pittsburgh does. And that's why our only sentiment, our only key for the Raiders against the Steelers was don't turn the ball over. Because if you turn the ball over, that means that Steelers offense is cooking. That Steelers defense is cooking, which will carry over into the offense. They'll get you in a position to give their offense a short field. That's all that they need. The Steelers so far have shown they don't need much. They don't need much. When you're going against an elite team like the San Francisco 49ers, yeah, it's probably not going to work out for you. But you look at Cleveland and you look here at Las Vegas, those are different animals. You can beat those teams playing that way. So credit to the Steelers defense. They did what they've done all year.
The Steelers are essentially doing what people wanted the Jets and Zach Wilson to do, as far as defense is going to take care of you. Quarterback, just don't be bad today.
Yeah, that's a whole other. Well, we're going to get to the Jets. We're going to get to the Jets for sure. Yeah, I feel bad for Zach Wilson. He's in an impossible position. Like, I get it. He's not good. It's not his fault the Jets drafted him when they did. It hasn't worked out for him. I don't believe he's a good quarterback. He's in an impossible position that the Jets need to deal with that. Like I told you headed into this weekend, this was it for the Jets. You're going to get you got one more. If you can get by this week, I think you're okay. You settle down. You could probably still accomplish some of the things you want to do accomplish. But if you lose, you have to be fair to everyone else on that roster. And they're at a point right now where the Jets are just going to fall into the category of they're not going to get mentioned anymore. There's no reason to talk about the Jets anymore. If they're just moving forward with Zach Wilson, there's no reason to talk about this football team anymore. We know exactly what they are. And I'll be real with you. The 49ers played on Thursday. If this is what the Raiders are, we'll see Scott on Tuesdays. See our man Scott Gobranson. He does a great job covering this team. Silver and black today. It's great stuff. The hell am I going to open up I've got 4 precious hours of radio to hang out with you guys. I'm going to waste it on a sorry-ass football team? I ain't going to do that.
How are you feeling about that USA Today prediction 3 weeks into the season now? I'm not saying 3 wins, but like I think I mentioned it last week, like 3 to 6. You think they can fall in there now, or are we still?
So 3 still feels absolutely outrageous to me. But this team's bad. They're bad.
I was looking at their schedule right now. I think they play the Bears in a few, like probably about 4 or 5 weeks. I think that's probably their first game. Might be like, okay, the Raiders are favored in that one.
They got the Chargers next. Can I also say this? And it probably ties in with the Chargers too. This model of home teams hosting 50 to 60% away fans, it's absurd. And it's absurd in the sentiment of the NFL. I understand the NFL does not care. They don't care because the Allegiant Stadium is packed. They get their money. They don't care because I'm sure more than one NFL owner owns something tied to Allegiant Stadium, owns something tied to Las Vegas, owns something tied to the fact that they're probably making more money by having visiting fans appear in that city. But it's such a horrible look for the NFL when you tune into a Las Vegas Raiders game that you know is in Las Vegas. You see Allegiant Stadium, and it is so loud for the opposing team. We're seeing it. This all could have been avoided. All of it. If you would just move the Raiders to Los Angeles. Move the Raiders to Los Angeles, and then you could have put the Chargers or the Rams or whoever you wanted to in Las Vegas and kept the other one in Los Angeles. Because no one cares about the Chargers. People did this when they was in San Diego. The Chargers have no home games, but that's not 100% because of their location. That's because they're the Chargers. And I know Steelers turn out. I know that. I know 49er fans turn out. I know that. But to that degree? See them terrible towels waving in there?
It's all very corporate now. I feel like as time passes, the purity of like pro sports and all that, it just gets destroyed. Like now it's like you said, like I don't think we've ever seen anything like this where a home team stadium is just dominated week in and week out by like 90% of the away team's fans. It's just about making the money now.
Putting what I absolutely believe, regardless of how horrible they are, putting a treasured franchise like the Raiders, an iconic symbol in Las Vegas to be a tourist attraction is ridiculous. Why would anyone want to play there? You put the Raiders in SoFi Stadium, that joint is selling out with Raider fans week after week after week. You're using the Raiders as a tourist attraction in Las Vegas. And that came across, again, I recognize it's the Steelers. I recognize there are a handful of franchises that do this. But it's not going to be uncommon for us to talk about lesser franchises invading Las Vegas. We've talked about this since the move was announced. Fans are going to make the trip. Large numbers of fans are going to make the trip. Then you sprinkle it in with like Steelers fans, they worldwide. They worldwide, just like Raider fans are worldwide. Just like 49er fans are, just like Packer fans are. You look ahead here, you got the Chargers, you got the Packers in Las Vegas. What you think that's going to sound like?
Lambeau West.
Come on, man. It's going to be cheese heads all over Allegiant Stadium. You got the Patriots. Oh, that's going to be annoying. Bears, Lions, Giants, Jets. Got the Dolphins. Good God. What are the Dolphins going to do to that Raiders defense?
Put up 80.
My goodness. And then they follow that up with the Kansas City Chiefs before the bye week. I don't know, man. I refuse to believe that USA Today prediction of 3 wins, but I'm having a really, really hard time with this football team. You want to jump in, man, you can. 916-909-1320. We'll talk more football. I brought up the Dolphins. Oh, I can't wait to talk about the Dolphins. More specifically, I can't wait to talk about your boy. Oh, Sean Payton is a genius, huh? Okay. Oh, Nathaniel Hackett stinks. A horrible coaching job, huh? I know this. Jesse, real quick, off the top of your head, how many times did Nathaniel Hackett get hung 70 on his head?
I believe the answer is 0.
We'll come back. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. The Knicks promoted Garrison Rose, Senior VP of Basketball Operations.
Isn't that the guy whose time in Minnesota headed sour?
Yep, it is. But okay. Everybody got all these Senior VP of Basketball Operations. So they just create these weird ass titles. I think that's all they do because
assistant to the manager.
That's it. That's 100% what it is. Well, John, it's a nice stadium, though. We'll say that. It's a very nice stadium. Yeah, David, it's frustrating, man. I'm not going to co-sign the second sentence just because that would feel harsh. I ain't gonna fight you on it, but
Mark feels like he's chasing something.
He's probably chasing his dad. I mean, I'll give Mark credit for this, as long as he doesn't screw this up and do a maloofs. What he did with Becky and the Aces, that could be really impactful. Like throwing a big salary at Becky Hammond, man, that could be really, really impactful. We'll see, but it could be.
He's not great at it with the Raiders, but you could tell he tries. For whatever that's worth.
Yeah.
He's not good at it, but he tries.
Still have to wait and see Damian say anything nice about the Chargers. No. Hey, they won. Hey, they got to win. Well, that's I'm sure that's in the rundown somewhere here. So it was a loser leaves town match, and right now it's Minnesota that has to leave. Zabo, I'm not, because I'm still on the air. I'm still on KSFM when the show starts, so I can't make it. I think we got to enter to win at ESPN1320.com, right? I'll do that here. SmackDown. Kyle, it's Asuka. I know it looks like Asuka, but oh, I like it. A run in from John Poles.
Gonna make John Poles the next Santino. Have him be the Intercontinental Champion after that.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. Yeah, you could do that. Mark, I haven't seen it. Oh, yeah, it's that is brutal on so many levels, man. Yeah, he said, boy, that story's gone quiet, hasn't it? That story's gone quiet. Thank you, John Bull. Thank you, John Bull. Head over to ESPN1320.com right now for your chance to win tickets to Friday Night SmackDown. This Friday, John Cena is going to be in the building. He's going to be at the Golden One Center along with Asuka and Charlotte. Jimmy Uso is going to be there. Rey Mysterio is going to be there. Again, your chance to win tickets. Very, very last-minute tickets here to SmackDown at the Golden One Center this Friday. Go to ESPN1320.com. You'll see the Superstar page. Click on that. Throw your email in there. Submit your entry. Boom. That's all it takes. Do that. We'll pick a winner later on this week. Shout out to my man, John Bull. John, who was just hell-bent on getting me on Threads. And John, you did it. I went to Threads. What John doesn't know, like, I don't post on Twitter. Like, I use Twitter for like news. I try to, interact. Most of my comments, like most of the stuff on Twitter is just like replying to people and talking with people. I don't really fire off any hot takes. I hate live tweeting games because I don't feel like I have anything productive to add to the conversation. I was pleased to tweet about Sean Payton yesterday, but John, John, anytime I post to X, to Twitter, I will absolutely post on Threads as well. I got you, John, especially with Kings season coming up. I'll post more to Threads just to make John Bull happy. Talk about firing off takes about Sean Payton. The Dolphins beat their ass. Like, there's no other way. It's the Dolphins. They won a football game. No, you can't say that. Oh, the Dolphins went out there and they beat them 70-20. No, you can't. There is one way to describe this game, and it's that the Dolphins beat the Broncos' ass. It's hilarious.
I've never seen anything like that in my life.
The Dolphins so easily scored 70 points. The Dolphins, when I started, I was like, yo, I don't think these dudes get to 70. I ain't never seen this before in a football game. Get to 70. I've seen 60s. It was like the Kobe 80. Like, yo, I ain't never seen 80. Get to 80. I just wanted the Dolphins to keep scoring. I thought for a brief minute, how hard would it be for them to get to triple figures? Then the way the Chiefs opened the game, I thought, oh, man, come on, man. Can we get 270s in a day?
The thing is, like, they got to like near 70, I think, with like 8 minutes left too. Like, it wasn't something where it's like, oh yeah, they just got to 70, awesome, or whatever, game's over now. It's like, no, they could have ran it up a little bit more too.
Tua Tagovailoa, 23 of 26, 309 yards, 4 touchdowns. One of them was like a no-look shuffle pass. Come on, man. That's a phenomenal stat line. That's an MVP front-runner stat line.
Is that a belt-worthy stat line?
Who the hell has my belt?
Michael Parsons. He's got mine too. I'll say it right now. I'll take my belt off of Micah. I said it was a fluid situation. I'm going to do it.
You're going to do it. All right. There it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, and new champion.
Tua Tagovailoa's got Jesse's belt. I'm gonna give Michael Parsons. I'm gonna give the Cowboys. I'm gonna give them one more week. I'm gonna give them one more week before we make the call, because I feel like this football season could be like the Attitude Era of title changes, where just like every week something else happens. It could be like the Mankind and Rock trading titles for like 3 months. That could be the case.
Yeah, Mahomes starting slow is kind of giving everyone else like a shot at this.
Yeah, and Tua. See, they won't do this. They won't do this because of the way that they are, and by way that, but I'm talking about voters. If Tua Tagovailoa is in position to win the MVP, and he's a quarterback, he's the best quarterback on a team that could potentially be the best team in the league. Tua Tagovailoa should walk home that weekend with the MVP trophy and the Comeback Player of the Year trophy. I thought that would be reserved for Damar Hamlin, but it doesn't appear Damar Hamlin's actually going to play football.
Yeah, he's just not out there, huh?
He's not. And it sucks. I think it would be amazing to see him, but there is the unfortunate nature of the fact, like, he wasn't you didn't talk about this because it wasn't important. It's still, honestly, in hindsight, it's not important. He wasn't a cog on that team. Like, he wasn't forgive me. He wasn't a player at a position he couldn't fill. You know what I mean? He was a fine player who became the focal point of one of the biggest stories in sports last year. But when it comes to trying to go win a Super Bowl, clearly they don't see him as like vital to that, as he's unless they're not being 100% truthful. They're calling him a healthy scratch. Maybe they're not comfortable with where he's at. That doesn't seem right, because I think he played during the preseason.
Yeah, he was out there for preseason.
So this is a roster thing. Like, this is a talent idea. But Tua Tagovailoa right now is staring at multiple postseason awards. Absolutely incredible performance from him. An incredible performance from Raheem Mostert and Devin A-Chain. They had his name wrong. It's not A-Chain, it's A-Chan.
Yeah, we're going A-Chan. He told the team he wants to pronounce A-Chan.
So, I strongly dislike when athletes do this. Just say your name, like, because they were saying it wrong in college. Like, they have been getting this man's name wrong from jump.
Oh yeah, we've been going A-Chain for a few years.
My man scores a ton of touchdowns and just says, "No, it's Achane." Well, no, man, that's your name. Yo, tell the broadcasters in college, fam, you're getting my name wrong. That's my name. What old boy say in The Wire? My name is my name. So Achane and Raheem Mostert having 4 touchdowns apiece is wild. Between the two of them, they had 8 touchdowns. That's insane. And even better than all that, is that Sean Payton was the coach on the other side. Sean Payton was the coach on the other side. L. I'm here for it.
Sean Payton may be the most unlikable person in the NFL right now.
You arrogant little jackass. Absolutely 100%. All because he said out loud, well, we already knew Nathaniel Hackett wasn't a good coach. That's why he was fired, Sean. We don't need you pointing that out. But, Jesse, I'm going to give you credit as we welcome in the homie, the big homie, Sara Hodges, CBS 13. Sara.
I have headphones just to let you know.
That's all right. We
Okay,
got you.
perfect.
We got you. Jesse, you spotted this from jump. Oh, he knows. He knows there's something off with this team. Sean Payton knew something wasn't right. And he blamed Nathaniel Hackett. He blamed Russell Wilson. He's blaming everybody in sight except for himself. He ain't going to blame himself. Oh, they had no problem talking about this being a top defense in the league. That top defense just gave up 70 yesterday.
Where's the leadership anyways?
Ain't no leadership there. Sean Payton, hey, I'll ask a question because we fall in love with these offensive minds. We fall in love with these guys and what they do. I'm sorry. Maybe what went on in New Orleans had something to do with Drew Brees. Maybe Drew Brees is, in fact, a generational quarterback. Maybe it wasn't about Sean Payton. Maybe it was about the combination of Sean Payton and Drew Brees. I know Drew Brees is doing something else. Sean Payton is still coaching, and it ain't working.
Clearly.
I'm here for it. 70. I ain't never seen something like that. They put 70 on him, Sara Hodges.
It was wild. I couldn't even believe it. And Tua just played so well. And I don't know if you talked about this in the time that I walked upstairs for my car, but just how Sean Payton said last season, like that Tua was going to get benched, that they're probably going to bench Tua.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just balled. I think in the first half, he threw 19 for 19.
Yeah.
He was perfect. Like, it's just, there's no better feeling than just
shutting people the hell up.
Yeah, just shutting them up. Like, bench who? Like, you must have forgotten. And I think like a lot of people had some doubts about Tua just because of that scary moment last season. Like, I think we all were a little bit worried about him, but just the bounce back this season has been so much fun to watch, and it couldn't happen to a better player. Like, he's such a good person. So I love that for him.
They was talking about the weight that he put on this offseason. Ryan Clark had one of the weirdest analogies I ever heard to talk about a football player before. He apologized for it. Good for Ryan Clark for doing that. But they was talking about the weight that man gained. It's like, oh, he's gonna be too slow. He ain't thinking about football. He out here. He getting too big. We're 3 weeks in. We got a lot of football left, Sara.
But what's that arm do?
What's that arm do? That arm puts you at the front runner right now of the MVP conversation.
Yeah.
3 weeks in, lots of football left.
Right.
The front runner right now is Tua Tagovailoa.
Mm.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHT2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, I guess X, Twitter, 1320 TV, wherever you are. We appreciate you for being with us. No KC today. Y'all knew that. KC will be back with us next week, as I think he's on a honeymoon. Maybe he's chilling at the house. I don't know what my man's doing, but we had a beautiful celebration of love over the weekend for Kenny and Jasmine, and it was fantastic. Well, you're here.
I'm here.
Let's backtrack for a minute.
Okay.
Let's talk about it. Sara Hodges, CBS 13, kind enough to hang out. Your Raiders suck.
Yeah.
I don't look, we don't need to sugarcoat this. We don't need to do anything else. Your Raiders suck.
Yeah.
Your coach is terrible.
Yeah.
And your quarterback has regressed to the point where average used to be able to win games on a really talented San Francisco 49ers football team. Now he has regressed to well below average, perhaps into the tier of just flat out being a bad quarterback. And there are no pieces on either side of the football, on the run game on the offensive end or on the defensive end, to make up for it. And I'll be completely honest with you, on a team that, as a person who tried to kind of defend the Raiders and find bright spots in this, I don't know how they get better moving forward.
Well, this was always my issue with Jimmy Garoppolo. Everybody's like, oh, you're hating on Jimmy. And I'm absolutely not. Like, for the 49ers, Jimmy looked good and he was a gamer and he did what he had to do. But I just knew that the Raiders didn't have the pieces that the 49ers had. A, they don't have the defense, which is like number one. B, they don't have Kyle Shanahan calling plays and making everything work to your quarterback. And it was just my issue with him. He makes bad decisions. He did it for the 49ers. You know, he made bad decisions. They were just good enough the defense was good enough to be able to get the ball back. Now we're just seeing what his talent level on an average team, maybe below average, but
below average.
Yeah. And I mean, 3 interceptions is just unacceptable, especially when you get no takeaways. I know you guys talked about it a little bit earlier, but it's just not an explosive defense. You know, there were some bright spots. You know, there was one almost interception. But it was really, really hard to watch. I think week 3 was the first time I was like, I just want to change the channel. Like, I can't even watch this. It was that bad.
No, it was.
The offensive line doesn't look great.
Oh, we ain't even touched. Oh, God bless you, Sara Hodges.
Yeah.
We ain't even talked about that yet. Now, granted, that's the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? But the one thing, the offensive line has been unable to control any game that they've been in. The one thing that you could point at, and it wasn't the run game, it wasn't anything other than they've been able to keep Jimmy Garoppolo upright.
Right.
So whether it's Jimmy being able to get the ball out quick enough, whether it's the offensive line giving him a split second enough time just to get the ball out, they've been controlled in all 3 games. Last night, they couldn't do it.
4 sacks. 4.
You got Jimmy hit in the ground. Actually, that's not counting pressures.
In concussion protocol now. Yeah, it's
Sara.
And this is why, honestly, Hunter Renfrow is so important. And I know
Who?
I know. Exactly.
He's still on the Raiders?
Exactly. I mean, he had 2 targets yesterday?
So can I tell you something that's so funny to me? You bring up Hunter Renfrow. Chris Collinsworth yesterday. Chris Collinsworth said, I think it was 3rd and 5, 3rd and 4. Chris Collinsworth says, you know who's really good in these situations? Hunter Renfrow. Like, we haven't seen a lot of him this year.
Why do you think he worked so well for Derek Carr? Because Derek Carr was scrambling for his life.
You know what the funniest part about that was? He wasn't even in the play. He wasn't even on the field for that play that Chris Collinsworth was talking about. And it's like, yo, is this a to me, it's like, is it Jimmy or is it Josh McDaniels?
I mean, I think you got to blame Josh McDaniels.
I'm all for that.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, it may be a little bit of Jimmy, but Josh has to draw up plays in situations like that where you paid a guy, how good he is in that position and in those situations. And I don't know what practice looks like if they're practicing situations like that with, plays for Hunter, but you're paying the guy, he's good at it. We've all seen his success over the years. And how come we're not seeing that in live action? How are we not seeing Hunter Renfrow out there in situations like that?
I don't know. There's no excuse for him not being on the field. That's the problem. Like if Jimmy's not getting to him in terms of targets or whatever his progressions are, that's beyond I'm not in quarterback rooms. I have no idea. When you're not on the field, though,
yeah,
that's where you lose me. It's like you've got a weapon that you're willingly not utilizing on an offense that desperately needs it. And the thing all training camp was, I mean, Hunter Renfro's name has been on the trade block. I don't, there's something there. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's Hunter and Jimmy. I don't know if it's Hunter and Josh. I don't know if it's Hunter, Jimmy, and Josh. There's clearly something because they were talking about trading Hunter Renfro for a defensive player like most of training camp.
I feel like it's Hunter and Josh. I don't feel like it has anything to do with Jimmy.
That makes complete sense to me as well.
Honestly.
Because Jimmy, why would he?
Jimmy is not even that type to
he's
like.
He's gonna find it.
Exactly.
He's going to make this work. He's gonna find that.
When you know that your offensive line is struggling the way that they are, and you know what works. You know that you have a split second to get the ball out, and you know that you have Hunter Renfro who's good in those situations. It just makes no sense to me why this isn't happening. Why he's not getting in on plays. Why is he not on the field?
I don't have an answer.
He was literally the Raiders' bread and butter in situations. Like, I don't know. Josh we really need to have a come to Jesus moment.
No, he needs to have a come to Mark moment. That's what he needs. A come to Mark moment where Mark says, you know what? I got this wrong, sir. Good luck on your future endeavors. Bill will willingly take you back. That's what he does. Bill just sends guys out there into the wild to get eaten by the lions, and then their skeleton comes back to the Patriots and picks up some job. He did it with Matt Patricia. He did it with Josh McDaniels the first time around, and people still haven't learned. Stop hiring Bill Belichick's assistants. They're not successful. They're absolutely not successful.
And I feel like Josh is definitely feeling the heat. Like I can feel it in the press conferences when I listen to him. Before there was a sense of like almost like arrogance about the way that he talked and stuff. I can't really explain it. It was just like a vibe when he would talk. Now I feel like he's being humbled a bit. It's not.
No, I still think he's an arrogant ass.
Okay.
Because think about last night. Think about the field goal attempt with 2:15 left. And when asked about it, hey, what was your thinking in kicking the field goal with 2:15 left? And instead of saying, probably made a mistake there, our defense has shown nothing in 3 weeks that should have led me to believe we would have gotten the ball back on a 3-and-out. Because that's basically all we were talking about. You had to get it back on a 3-and-out. They couldn't do it.
Maybe this is just another example that he doesn't recognize his pieces and when to use them.
Well, he also can't count. Because you didn't need multiple possessions, Sarah. It was an 8-point game.
Yeah.
That's one score. And instead of owning up to, I probably got that one wrong, you still had to score a touchdown after that. It's not like you had to kick a field goal. Like that, you could sell me on that.
Yeah, and you're literally in the red zone. You're right there. How are you going to get back there?
Right there.
Yeah, and you have obviously Daniel Carlson, who can go from 60 yards out, no problem.
And he just wouldn't admit he got it wrong.
Yeah. Okay. I see your point there. I do.
That's the part that kills me about this dude. You know what else killed me yesterday? And like, I thought this signing, I mean, I'm not going to be overly critical of one single game. I don't feel like he's been super impactful, but Marcus Peters had a tough day yesterday. He dropped what was probably a pick six.
Yeah. He did.
And he got cooked. Calvin Austin cooked him on that touchdown.
I know.
And that's like Marcus is probably him and obviously Crosby. He's one of the most definitive names on that defensive end. And you kind of knew it would be feast or famine with him. And it just went so poorly for him yesterday, especially when you factor in the fact like sometimes you drop passes like that's tough.
Yeah,
he had a pick six opportunity,
I know.
And then to throw in that he just got 8 up on the defensive end.
And when you have opportunities like that, you have to capitalize on them. You just do. That's how you win football games.
Update on tonight's game is from Ian Rappaport. Joe Burrow's status still in some doubt. There's still no idea if Joe Burrow is going to play tonight. Which one do we got tonight, Jesse? We got Bucks and Rams.
Eagles, Bucks.
Eagles, Bucks. Okay.
Immediately following D'Lo and KC, so don't go anywhere.
Eagles and Bucks here on ESPN 1320.
Jesse, I can't hear you. Just so if I don't respond.
No,
to
we're gonna
something you
get your
say.
we're gonna
Okay,
get your
perfect.
headphones.
I just didn't want to be rude. Like,
yeah, we're gonna get your headphones in like 4 minutes. We'll get you all set up. We were talking about I don't know. The Raiders are like the Raiders are hitting a point where they're just gonna be X'd out of the show. They've got
what?
No, they
Your show?
Yo, what am I gonna talk about a bad football team for? I got the San Francisco 49ers.
You want to know
talk
why?
about.
Because there are fans out there that want to express their frustration and hear you talk about
Yo,
it.
there's Dolphins fans here.
Is
There's
there?
Packers fans here. Shout out Rob Dubb and Drew Down. There's Cowboy fans in here. Oh, and y'all ain't off the hook. Oh, I got some things to say about the Dallas Cowboys too. But like, we're going. It's one thing to talk about a game like last night. We get 3-4 weeks into this. What am I going to keep talking about a bad football team for when I got a team in Santa Clara that I think has a very, very real opportunity to win the Super Bowl?
Well, the Raiders have been bad for quite some time.
But they haven't. Like, they made the playoffs 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
the hair of their chinny chin, but
they did it.
They did it.
And
there's
in
hope.
Football, that's all you have to do.
Last year was, there was a lot of hype, and I could see why you would really want to talk about them last season. But
yeah, last season was infuriating. I think it's Josh McDaniels. That's all it is. I know a lot of people dislike Mark Davis. I don't have a single issue with Mark Davis, except that he hired Josh McDaniels. Like,
and just the way that he handled the DC situation was just terrible.
I mean, there's a lot. I mean, I don't begrudge anyone who dislikes Mark Davis. I think the way he handled Oakland was terrible. The way he handled Derek Carr was.
Thank you for bringing that up, by the way. Just like, why are we in Vegas?
Oh,
it's just when I was like this in the car, like, are you kidding me? Because that was like the most, honestly, and this is like maybe a little bit too far, but like it kind of made me emotional last night. Hearing all of these fans chanting for the defense when the Steelers are on defense. Mm-hmm. It's just seeing it's so hurtful because if you're a Raiders fan, like a true diehard Raiders fan, going to the Coliseum, being in Oakland, just the vibes there, how much we love this team. And then to go to a city where nobody even cares and it's all of the opposing team. And I can't blame, the Steelers for doing that or any other opposing team, because who wouldn't want to go to Vegas and watch their team play? Like, you make a trip out of it. Like, it's fun. It's so sickening and disturbing to hear that and to watch that. And
that's going to be the case moving forward. It's not changing.
And it's not changing. And I think that's what's so hard about it.
The Raiders will play home games every time they go play the Chargers. That's when they'll have a true home field advantage because Los Angeles
is going to show up.
Has always loved the Raiders.
And you're right. They should have went to LA. Like, that whole situation. I mean, nobody cares about the Chargers in LA. I mean, you may have some stragglers from San Diego come up, but
should have left them in San Diego.
Should have left them in San Diego.
That's not what you and I both know. That's not what this is about.
Oh, that was rough.
And that's the thing. Like, I've said this just bluntly before, and I'll say it again. If you think your favorite team, regardless of the sport, the city, if you think they care about you, like, I mean, give 1 ounce of crap about you, you're wrong. They don't. Because if there's a more lucrative offer elsewhere, they're going to take it. They don't care about you and your history of being a fan and your dad had season 2. They don't care. They will leave.
I haven't been to a game in Vegas yet, which I'm hoping I really want to make it to the Monday night game. I'm thinking on the 8th or whatever that day is, but against the Packers. But I can't imagine that the black hole is the same. I can't imagine that you get that same feel. I mean, I covered the last Raiders home game in Oakland, and it was probably one of the highlights of my life. As a kid, my family, we would drive up from Southern California to Oakland to watch these games. It's such a memory, and I'll never have that again.
Yeah.
It's just really hard to accept. And I know it's been 2 years and I need to, but it's hard.
No, it's okay. Like, you can harp on it and be emotional and feel the way that you want. Yeah. They don't care.
Yeah.
They just don't care. Mm-hmm. We'll come back. Sara Hodges hanging out. We'll talk much more about, let's talk about the Cowboys.
Oh, man.
Oh, you know what? To be fair to the Cowboys, there were a couple of really tough losses yesterday. None tougher than the Cowboys, but there were some tough ones. We'll talk about those. It's Stilo and Casey. Sara Hodges hanging out with me here this hour on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, Jacob, I waited like 15 minutes to pull this stupid-ass message you sent up. You're riding Peyton's jock pretty hard here in the chat, so let's just throw some numbers up from last year. You talk about the second half of last season, okay, gave up 17 points in a loss. You think the issue was their defense in the second half of last season? Sir, you weren't paying attention. Talking about the Broncos' defense was bad last year? Sir, they gave up 10 points and lost. The hell are you talking about, Jacob? They gave up 51 to the Rams. Okay.
The cool part is,
Well, come on, Jacob. I don't know if you Sean McVay's like brother-in-law or Sean Payton's brother-in-law, bro, but you sound stupid in here. Talking about Tua was bad. Everybody said Tua was bad. No one said Tua was bad.
Nobody did. Everybody was
The
just
fuck
worried.
you talking about? You sound stupid. Come
Everybody was
on,
just worried
Jacob. You got to be better. Jacob, you must be, Jacob, be honest. Come on, man. You Sean Payton's brother-in-law? Come on, man. Tell me the truth. You Sean Payton's brother-in-law? Tell me. Come on, man. How was the show last night?
We went live. You're talking to me, right?
Yeah.
We went live. It was good. It was we had the Grant Pacers in the building. It was a stacked show because just
nice.
so many like little things went on, like just with Carl Granderson. He Grant alum. He got paid by the Saints. Highest paid undrafted defensive end in NFL history. So we talked a little bit about that. We just had a lot of talking about Shaq Thompson obviously got injured. That was terrible on Monday.
Oh, it was awful.
Awful.
Yeah.
So we didn't really, it was a stacked show. We had college stuff, and then we had Rico Flores Jr. get his first college catch for Notre Dame, and then Scattaboo was freaking going off. He was in that quarterback. So there's just so many good talking points that it was a stacked, fun show.
Good stuff.
It was good. I was going to say, though, if Burrow doesn't play tonight, then the Folsom alum, Jake Browning, may get in.
Yeah.
That would be cool to see.
How about that?
That would be cool to see. But yeah, just a lot. Like NorCal has so many good players. Like the talent level here in Sacramento. And even because, obviously I worked in the South for so long, and there's just so many good players there. But when I came here, I think that's what impressed me the most. The amount of talent here in Sacramento is immense.
Yeah, they've produced some really good players out of here. Daniel Ramsey, Daniel, I don't know if you're in the chat. We'll get to you. We'll take some calls now that Sarah's got her headphones as soon as we get back.
The Cowboys, man. I didn't get to watch all of it, but
oof, that was tough. You kept thinking they were gonna snap out of it, and they didn't.
Yeah, every time I would see that, I would look up, they would be in the red zone, and then and then no points worth, just settling for field goals. I'm like, what is going on with Dak?
Cowboys already ready for the playoffs,
bro.
Dude.
This dude is killing me. Bro, this dude is fucking killing me. The Broncos weren't expected to be good this year. All right, Jacob. Hey, you win, man. That's right. Yeah, I'm just a casual. What do I know? You're right, man.
Sean Payton was supposed to save the day.
It's your world, bro. Hey, you rock. You rock, man. I'm gonna step out. I'm gonna learn from you, Jacob. I'm gonna learn from you.
Casual.
The Broncos weren't expected to do anything. Okay, Jacob. You win, man. Hey, I'm tapping out.
Maybe Jacob wasn't expecting the Broncos to be better.
I don't know, man. I'm just a casual. I'm just here so I don't get fined, Sarah.
Literally, you're not getting paid for doing this.
How funny is that, by the way? Kim Kardashian and Usher, Dion and Usher, and then Marshawn. Yo, Usher Super Bowl halftime show. You digging it?
I'm so digging it.
Yeah,
I saw Usher in Vegas, and it was so
You
good.
did?
Yes.
Oh wow.
So good.
Usher's like renaissance, like career, like reemergence, right? Is phenomenal. That
He's-
live show has changed the game for Usher. And now he's dropped a couple of singles. I very literally can't wait for the album to come out.
Yeah. And that show is gonna be good. And it seems like from you were just mentioning the Kim K, from that little chat that they did, that it's gonna be different than the show in Vegas. Because for people who've seen the show, like so many of us have seen it. When we go to Vegas, you got to see Usher, right?
So many of us
I
have seen
mean,
it. No, ma'am.
So many of us
That
R&B
is
junkies.
an incredibly difficult ticket to get.
Is it?
Yeah.
I got it for free. So
Bro, okay.
I was at a pool party and somebody came up to us and was like, "Do you guys want to go?" I'm like, "Heck yeah." So we left the pool party early and went and got ready.
Yeah.
It was so fun. He is a phenomenal performer.
Who were you with at the pool? Never mind. Don't answer.
I would know. I wasn't. I was with some friends from Orange County, but obviously some bad ones.
Pretty privileged, man. Pretty people get everything.
It exists.
Does Usher get comeback player of the year for Usher?
Oh yeah. oh, Usher, 100% comeback player of the year. Absolutely.
I would agree with that.
Like him and Adele run Vegas right now, and Adele can't.
Yeah.
That's not a halftime show.
I saw Mariah Carey, and honestly, I obviously love Mariah Carey. Like, she has a great voice, but she barely moved.
Yeah, it's a hard pass for me.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Go see Mariah Carey live.
I was like, okay, like I fulfilled that, little girl dream in me to see her live, and
I got some more thoughts on Usher. We'll share those in a little bit. I don't want to keep people on the phone waiting anymore. 916-909-1320. Start with our brother Daniel. Daniel, what's going on, man?
Dio, Sarah, how you guys doing?
We good, baby. We good. What's on your mind?
Good, man. Good. Hey, I watched the Vikings and the Chargers yesterday. There's no coach that's dumber in the league than the Chargers coach, Brandon Staley.
Brandon Staley, yeah.
So my girl's a Vikes fan, and they're going for it on fourth down. I said, "There's no way." I'm telling her, they're not gonna hike the ball. There's no way. This would be the dumbest play ever. They hiked it and they failed, and the Vikings still lost.
That's funny.
I said, I can't believe how bad the Vikings are. I can't believe how dumb the Chargers coach is. And even the guys on Fox said he needs to be fired today.
Oh,
he
my
needs to be
God.
fired for that play alone. But, yeah.
You don't hear announcers say that
No,
very
not
often.
at all.
Goodness, I
That's
missed
bold.
that. Hey, we called it a loser leaves town match, and I don't disagree with anything Daniel said about Brandon Staley. Like his moments are really adding up.
And I would say the Chargers needed that win more than the Vikings did.
Well, why? Because you think Staley might have been he could have gotten the axe?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. I mean, to start 0-2 like that, you kind of needed that win.
No, I think they both needed it. That's why we
Yeah.
called it a loser leaves town. But like what happens next with Minnesota is what I'm so fascinated with, because we talked about this last week. There were two teams where you got to decide what you're doing. And the Vikings moving forward, Kirk Cousins, doesn't appear Kirk Cousins is going to be their quarterback next year. You've got this situation with the New York Jets. The Jets need to decide what approach they're going to take moving forward, because Zach Wilson isn't working.
No.
Let's get Ramsey in here. Ramsey, I'm sure it's something random. What's going on, brother?
Not too much. Nothing random. It's just about all the love I want to show to a bunch of Sacramento football players that showed up and showed out over the weekend. I mean, you had, in my alma mater, you had Cameron Scadaboo, who basically did everything but sell popcorn Saturday night. Elijah Badger caught a touchdown pass in that same game as well for the Sun Devils. You had Rico Flores from Folsom, who would have got ultimate shine if Ohio State didn't score the game-winning touchdown Saturday night. You had, in the NFL, you had Teron Johnson from Buffalo force a fumble against the Commanders from Sheldon High. And we need some air horns. We got to dial up the air horns for Grant High School alum Carl Granderson for getting a bag from the Saints, from being an undrafted free agent, $52 million 4-year contract.
Yeah.
The man is balling.
Great points.
Good stuff,
Great
Ramsey.
points, yeah.
916-909-1320. Ramsey's gonna be tapped into everything going on in the entire world. That's my man Ramsey right there.
He gets it.
He does.
He gets it.
He does. The Cowboys don't, though. They don't. Or they get it. They get it today. They get that smoke today. Look, we talk about this all the time. What happened to the Cowboys yesterday is going to happen to the 49ers.
Yeah.
It's going to happen to the Dolphins.
Yeah.
It's going to happen to the top teams in the league.
Worse.
They're not going 17-0. Teams aren't going 17-0. The problem with yesterday's game for me was that it happened with the Cardinals. Now, credit to the Cardinals, who for 3 weeks, the prior 2 weeks, they fought. Like they're trying. Like you talk
against the Giants. I mean, that was
20-0.
Yeah.
I mean, we use terms like tanking, but like these dudes is out there working. Like they're trying to get wins. They're playing as hard as they can. Maybe the Cardinals have a talent discrepancy from other teams in the league. They out there working.
They are.
And
that was a big win.
They caught the Cowboys flat-footed. Yeah. That win, all the credit in the world to the Cardinals. There's no excuse for that if you're the Dallas Cowboys.
No, their defense just kind of struggled there. I think the second half, they didn't put up any points, right?
They did not.
So
they kicked the field goal.
Okay.
Third.
So I just think that the Cowboys defense maybe was out of sorts. And then the Cowboys offense just couldn't score in the red zone. That's
my problem with what happened, though. And we talked on Friday where, you're coming off that brutal. I mean, injuries suck. We're talking about Shaq Thompson a few minutes ago.
Yes.
Injuries suck. Injuries in practice, like we were
That's
stunned.
even tougher.
Yeah, to be at Sky River Casino and chatter about Trayvon Diggs tearing his ACL at practice. That's tough.
Devastating.
And my thought was, if you're the Cowboys, you've got the Cardinals. The Cardinals aren't very good.
Yeah.
You need to go and kind of set the tone. Like,
right.
We're okay.
Right.
We've got this. It's brutal. We can't replace Trayvon.
No.
We can't, just next man up. I hate that line because it's so, to me, demeaning to the player that you just lost.
Right.
Right. I get it. You got to be ready. I get it. You've got a job to do.
Yeah, you have no choice.
But next man up as if, he's just got to go in there and do what Trayvon Diggs does. Yeah. Well, there's a reason Trayvon Diggs is a Pro Bowler.
Of course. Much easier said than done.
And to me, I'm fearful for the Cowboys and their fans that the psychological ramifications for this are tough. Like, because now you suffered a bad loss.
Yeah.
You suffered a worse loss in losing Trayvon Diggs. Now these things are starting to pile up onto each other.
Yeah.
And you've got to go into next week's game with the idea, okay, we've got to regroup and we've got to get right. And then you got the game the week after that where you got the San Francisco 49ers.
That's tough right there. They got the Patriots next week. Whew.
Yeah, and the Patriots are going to fight.
Their offensive line has had a hard time staying healthy too, the Cowboys O-line. So
Tony Pollard was the lone bright spot for the Cowboys yesterday.
Yes.
He was super efficient on the ground. He was super effective, on the ground. Dak has just kind of been
happy feet.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Dak. Like, I felt like Dak's composure his first year, like his first couple of years, really, I mean, the year he took over, the year he just took Tony Romo's job from him.
Yeah.
And the following year, he was as composed of a quarterback as there was in the league. Now, he suffered a very traumatic injury. And I don't know if that has had an effect on the way that he plays. I mean, some people speculate Derek Carr never recovered from.
A lot of players, people suspect that they never fully recover. And I mean, I'm sure it does take a toll mentally, and you feel like nobody wants to go through that pain.
Mhm.
And and mentally you're going to be thinking about it as you're playing because you went through it.
Yeah.
But sometimes, those things work in your favor too, because it's like, okay, I did get injured and I did get through it and I am back healthy. So I know that I could do it again and I just need to get out there and play.
Well, that's the thing you hear analysts say all of the time. And this was prominent when Brock Purdy played, I think, that preseason game. He got hit. He got sacked. He got hit in the arm. and just kept playing. And there's a certain.
That's what I love about Brock Purdy.
Yeah, but you feel like with guys, there's a certain. Okay, I took that first hit. Okay, I took that first sack. Okay, okay, I can do it. I'm healthy. I'm back together. I can go out there and do it. And you feel like these guys are able to move on. And then you wonder, you see a teammate, a high profile teammate like the Cowboys have in Trayvon Diggs, get hurt a couple of days ago in practice. I wonder if that changes the way you feel when you're out there on the field. Though I'd argue maybe that's not the case for Dak, as Dak has just kind of looked like that.
Yeah.
And Dak, I thought, went from being there was a point where Dak was a top 5 quarterback in the league for me.
Yeah, for sure.
And he's not that.
I mean, in college, I covered him in college, and he was that guy.
Mississippi State.
He was that guy.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott on the carry. Dak Prescott for 10 yards. Dak Prescott. I mean, he was the only name that you heard.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he was just that guy, and I was expecting a lot more out of him. You know, with the Cowboys.
The regression is odd.
Yeah,
the regression is odd.
Do you guys think he's hit his ceiling as a quarterback in the league already?
Yeah.
It feels that way. I would hope not.
Because he's going the other way. Like he's Dak, at the very least, for 2 years. I mean, certainly since the injury, has been trending down.
Yeah. And there'll be plays where he looks really good and you get excited, and then there's games like what we saw last night. But like you said, every team's going to have it. I think before we start judging this defense, I think we kind of need to get one more game out of them, because the second half they did play well. So let's see how they play against the Pats. And
so I hear you and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I also think like that pass game is going to be
their
tough.
Defense good. We can't just say one player goes down and then all of a sudden they're not.
No, but that's why I felt like you could be dominant. Like you could be dominant against the Chargers. You could set the tone. Hey, we're good. We're fine. It sucks. Guys, we've got one goal. There's no win the NFC East goal. There's no NFC Championship. We've got one goal, and it's to get to the Super Bowl. We've got number 11 over here who is making a strong case for Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
He's anchoring this whole thing.
Yeah.
We need him to be a split second faster so our last line of defense can get, a little bit more accustomed now without Trayvon Diggs out there. I'm 100% with you. Everything won't fall apart because Trayvon Diggs is out. But I think that loss that they had, that's a tough hurdle to get over.
To me, it's on Dak. Dak's got to play better because the defense did their thing in the second half. Dak, when you're in the red zone, you got to score. You just do. Let me be a coach. You can't win football games like that. You just can't. You got to score when you're in the red zone. The Cardinals just maybe wanted it a little bit more. I don't know.
The Cowboys look. Go ahead, Jesse.
Did they come back? Did the Cowboys come back down to earth? Are they still like that top team in the league for you guys? Because I feel like I don't know. They were playing from behind this whole game. That's not the big it's not a total concern, but it's not great.
I wouldn't. I'm not. I want one more game.
Yeah.
To kind of see to answer that. I really need one more game. But we saw it even with the 49ers, like beginning of last season, just kind of like the ups and downs. And then they pick things up towards the end of the season. It's so hard to really predict these things. It really is.
I'm with you. I'm not out on them yet. I'm not out on the Cowboys.
No. We'll really know against the 49ers.
They're moving down my power rankings.
Yeah.
But I'm not out on them. Again, these games, what happened to the Cowboys against the Cardinals is going to happen to the San Francisco 49ers.
Yes,
it's going to happen to the Miami Dolphins. Like, I mean, we've already saw like Buffalo lose, right? Like Buffalo. Now there's Buffalo starting to look like Buffalo.
Yes.
Right. This stuff happens.
There's humbling moments in the season, and each team needs to make the most out of the opportunity to learn and see, where they struggled. And it's sometimes those moments are necessary.
I think the thing that sticks with me the most with this loss is just the fact that they did have to come from behind to try and get it. If the Cardinals are like keeping up with you going toe to toe, it's like, well, any given Sunday, whatever, the Cardinals did their thing. But the fact that like we're expecting to be a top team in the league and Cardinals, obviously, like they've been pretty competitive the first 3 games, but they're not really anything great. And the fact that you were behind the whole game, that's an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were down. They being the Dallas Cowboys were down 15-3 at one point in that game.
And I think also just, they're so used to their defense just stepping up immediately that maybe it's kind of threw even the offense off a bit.
Dak's not super efficient anymore either. That's the other thing that always stands out when watching him is he sails so many passes, and it's just like he's just not the quarterback he once was. And if it is the injury, I'm not mad at him. Like, I don't blame him for that. But if that's what it is, and this is the Cowboys' future, like, man, the Cowboys might be one of those teams where if you just had a slightly better quarterback, you could be a Super Bowl team. I still don't think that's the case, but I just am not 100% certain where Dak Prescott can get you.
And it's kind of crazy too, because when you look at all these quarterbacks, there's obviously a good handful of quarterbacks who are slightly better, but it's hard to find quarterbacks in the league who are even slightly better than Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
It just is.
Yeah.
You got to make it work.
So to be fair to the Cowboys, we talked about how this is going to happen to the 49ers. It's going to happen to all the top teams in the league. There's a couple of other teams that had what some might consider bad losses. The Ravens losing to the Colts to me is a bad loss. I don't care that the Colts
are looking good.
They're looking fine. Yeah. They're 2-1. Like that's fine. I'm gonna stop.
Better than what I thought they were gonna look like. I'll say that.
I'm gonna stop short of calling them good. Anthony Richardson wasn't out there. I'm not a fan of Gardner Minshew at all. I hate the way he's covered by the people who covered this league. I find him to be like a sideshow attraction.
Yeah.
And it becomes obnoxious. But he got the win yesterday against the Ravens. The Ravens wasted just another phenomenal game from Lamar Jackson. His 15th game with 100+ rushing yards and 100+ passing yards. He's entering categories that only he is in. He's going to set records as a mobile quarterback that no one will be able to touch. He's passed Mike Vick in a lot of categories. We're probably a few years away from him passing Mike Vick in the total rushing yards category. But his performance yesterday in the air and on the ground was exceptional, and it netted them 19 points in overtime.
Love that for him.
It's not it, but that was a bad loss.
Yeah.
The Ravens lost to the Colts. For me, was bad.
No, yeah.
And I'm not in on Jacksonville. I don't buy the Jaguars. I think more people need to be asking questions about Trevor Lawrence.
Sunshine.
But y'all lost to the Texans.
Got worked.
Y'all lost it. Y'all got kicked in the groin by the Houston
return.
Texans. Yeah.
That return.
Come on,
How do you
man.
let a fullback take a kickoff return to the house?
Man. I know.
No answer.
We're debating that as being one
answer.
of our top plays yesterday.
Kickoff returns are always fire.
Yeah, they're fun.
When you got a kickoff return by someone who doesn't look like they should be able to go that length to the field, that's pretty wild. I love watching dudes who, it happened to someone. It wasn't this week. It was last week. When they run, you could just see them get to like the 10 and they're like out of gas.
Nothing left in
They
them,
have
like,
absolutely, like they have never trained to run more than 40 yards. Like they are cooked at the 10 and they're going to get grabbed by the shoelaces and hit the ground. But hey, good win for the Texans. Good. DeMeco Ryan gets his first win as a head coach. CJ Stroud, nice little outing from him yesterday. But people were high on Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I'm not, and
I wasn't.
It's a tough loss for them. They really don't be asking questions about Trevor Lawrence either. What do you think about Jesse asked a good question about the Cowboys. We talk about these bad losses. Has all of the good that the Cowboys done the last couple of weeks, has that been undone?
No. I agree with you.
People not looking at them
listen,
Cowboys.
Everybody's going to hate on the Cowboys. They're one of top hated teams in the NFL. Also one of the top loved, but
facts.
everybody's going to hate on the Cowboys. They make one mistake or they even get a win, and even the win wasn't good enough, even though they won. Look at you guys are all high on the Raiders when they beat Denver, and I'm like, that was a terrible win. Like, and then the Cowboys will win nicely, and people are talking about how it wasn't a good enough. People are just going to hate on the Cowboys.
Wait, why was the Raiders winning? Wait a minute. What was wrong with the Raiders win against Denver?
First of all, they barely won, and it was just like ugly. It just wasn't. Ugly. I didn't feel trash. Exactly. I just didn't feel when they won that game like I was excited after. I was like,
man, you better take these wins.
We barely won that game. I was embarrassing. That's how I felt. Like, this is not. I was like, if this is what the rest of the season is going to look like, this is going to be bad. Anyways, to answer your question.
That's crazy because that's exactly what the season has looked like.
Literally.
It's looked exactly the same.
Exactly the same. And Denver is just that bad. So
Denver
it's like,
still can't score.
Yeah, it's not that we're good or anything. But no, I don't think you undo everything the Cowboys have done. I think that you see things that maybe pose some concern and that you work on. And I think we'll know a lot more next week. Can't just judge off one game.
Yeah.
There could have been, different factors that correctable, like how Josh says, like, oh, the Raiders, it's very fixable. That's not true. I feel like with the Cowboys, there are probably things that's very fixable for that team.
I see you.
And they'll fix that.
The Cowboys
are capable of fixing it. I don't know that the Raiders are capable of fixing these mistakes.
I don't think they are.
No, I don't.
I think there's a variety of roster issues. I think you're also really, really close to a kind of combustible situation with Devontae Adams. Devontae isn't a disturber type dude, but you listen to him the last few weeks.
Oh yeah,
he's legit looking around like, I didn't sign up for, like, what the hell are we doing?
And he's like, and I'm done talking about it. He's like, I'm done talking about it. I want to win, and that's it. We don't want to talk about how other receivers, tight ends, or whoever should have blocked better, and nobody wants to talk about that. Like, we're not doing our job. Everybody's not doing their job. We're clearly not aligned, and let's stop talking and let's start doing our jobs. Period. He's doing his job.
That man had 172.
Yeah, he's doing his job. You see that second touchdown? You can't even defend that.
Yeah.
Like, he's doing his job. It's everybody else who's not. So let's get it together. I don't want to talk about it anymore. And maybe that was a little slide at his head coach. Who knows?
I'm 100%. I absolutely believe that's what it was.
Do you think that that Miami's win over Denver, that Mike, there was like something personal there because they didn't interview him? I was reading something about that.
They didn't interview
for the Broncos job. Like, they didn't even take him for an interview.
No, I like the idea that Sean Payton was trashing Tua Tagovailoa as an analyst last year. I like that angle better. I feel like they were zeroed in on Sean Payton, like it was Vlade and Luke Walton a few years ago. Appeared to be the guy from jump. I'd rather I don't agree with it, and I don't agree with it, and I don't like it, but I also am not of the business of wasting people's times. Like the Rooney Rule, people getting interviews for the sake of getting interviews.
When you already know who you're hiring.
Non-serious interviews.
Right.
Like, I understand that that's just like the walk of life right now. And a lot of times you see jobs. That's the truth in real life. Right. You see a job posting, that company probably already has a pretty good idea of who they want to hire. The Broncos and their media they didn't attempt to hide the fact that they were trying to hire Sean Payton. Yeah. Just a question of whether Sean Payton was going to take the job or not.
And he did. Do you think he wishes he didn't?
That's a good question. Because there's no, I don't think he wishes he hadn't taken the job. But we can revisit this in 2 or 3 weeks, and maybe my answer will be different. Yo, thanks for hanging out with us.
Oh my gosh. I love it. It's so much fun.
Thanks for hanging out with us on Mondays. The big homie Sara Hodges, CBS 13. Catch all of their amazing work on Sports Sunday. And every once in a while, when we're lucky, we'll get a little sports extra following football games as well. Sara Hodges, make sure you're following her across social media platforms as well. If you interact with her, maybe you'll get the green circle on Instagram. That is a experience.
That's definitely not going to happen.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about other things that happened in the NFL. Wendy Lowe and Casey continue here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Very few get the green circle, my friend.
Yep.
It's almost like a Finsta for me. You know?
Yeah, I had to look that up one time when someone said that. I was like, I don't know what that is.
Dude, the Finstas, the NFL players' Finstas go crazy. Like, I'm not going to come on here and snitch on anybody now, but they go wild. And the fact that, like, it's the secret society and they really think people are, and people do. It's like people keep things a secret. It's insane to me.
None of my business.
Oh, Mang.
None of my business.
Oh, I had such an insane week. I'm so happy it's my off days.
Today and tomorrow?
Yeah.
Nice.
Always Monday, Tuesday.
And you spend a day with us. That's awesome.
I know. I love it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What's next?
Cool.
I feel like you never leave here and go home. So what do you do?
No, well, yeah, I'm actually but I'm going to a kettlebell class with JP and Lexi. We're gonna,
nice.
it's like I feel like Lim's mad at me because I went to like hot yoga.
Right now.
No, I know. Obviously, I still go to Lim, but he is definitely very protective of. But like, just some days it just doesn't work. Like I'm coming in here, he's gone Mondays, and I still want to get a little workout in. So, but we're gonna go do this little kettlebell class, go to lunch, and then I need to make my husband some like chicken. We have some chicken that's gonna go bad if I don't make it today. So maybe make him some teriyaki chicken. I don't eat meat, so it's always just like, I'm done, right? Like did you sign me out or do I
you're
still got
done.
20? Okay.
No, yeah.
I just
I
wanted to
can
make
take care of
sure.
all that. Yeah, you're good. You're good. I can take care of all that. Oh, of course.
How was the wedding? It looked like it was so much fun. He looked so happy.
Oh, it was fun. Yeah, it was good. It was nice.
I love that for him.
Nice little celebration of love.
What's next for you?
So
what do you do on days when you have 2.1 or 2.52?
I just doing both.
Doing both.
Yeah,
So,
doing both.
proud of you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm switching now, listening to you guys on both now.
Oh, that's
I
dope.
totally forgot about it. And then when I go to games, like when I'm out going to games on a Friday night, I listen to you guys.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, no, we over there. I'll be there today.
You're the best. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right.
Monday or this Sunday maybe.
Oh yeah. If you need me on Sunday, I'm here. Yep.
Can't wait.
Likewise.
You guys I think we're gonna go out Saturday night for Jake's
Nope.
birthday. Okay.
Oh, for Jake. Yeah, I'll go out for Jake.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I'm still gonna be there.
Okay, then no.
Oh my God.
I don't need that. No.
I'll leave them at home.
Send me the message. Love you back. Oh man. Yeah, securing the beam. It's no, I mean I got Jesse here. Like, I can Jesse, Sarah, James later. Like we're good. I don't really book a second host with, the guys doing what they do from 10 to 12. And now that, Jesse's a host now. Good. I'm good. And KSFM stuff, like it's kind of easy. I mean, to do alone, it's kind of easy. Pause. Yeah, they put the radio people all the way in the back.
We got the back corner table too at Kenny's wedding also.
Yeah, got the back corner table. That's right. I got you guys, man. No, that's what I said. I got Jesse. That's why I'm not worried about it anymore. I got Jesse.
I also got to say, I don't know when it happened, but wedding food is starting to get a lot better too.
Yeah, the food was pretty good. What'd you have?
I had the tri-tip and mashed potatoes and the veggies.
Yeah. That was fire. Those margaritas were good too. Did you have the margarita or the Sacramento Splash?
I had a Sacramento Splash.
That margarita was good. You want to tap in, man? Please do. 916-909-1320. We love to hear from you. James Ham going to join me a little bit over an hour from now. Of course, James returned from his vacation earlier this morning to host the Insiders with Kyle Madsen. Thrilled to have James back on the show with us coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll talk Kings basketball, no doubt. Maybe a little bit of football, but man, they chirping about the Kings, man. They talking. Hey, just everybody take note. Everybody take note. Y'all know we were loud last year and obnoxious. Yeah, it's going to happen again because they just waiting for us to fail. Us, because I'm on the team. They just waiting for the Kings to fail. I see y'all. Every single one of you. Tim Bontemps. See you. Tim McMahon.
You think that has to do with like people being so not angry or whatever, but just frustrated that they were wrong? And it's just doubling. Is that like a doubling down thing at this point?
It could be. I mean, the thing that I just can't get over is when they talk about like the Timberwolves or the Warriors, or they talk about the Lakers or the Pelicans. Never, ever, 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 ever does anyone say, as long as they all stay healthy, or you got to have a certain amount of games from this person. Never, ever, ever, ever is that stuff brought up in the way it's brought up with the Sacramento Kings, in that, well, the Sacramento Kings were successful last year because they were healthy. The sole reason for their success was that none of their guys missed a substantial amount of games. And they've had to change the phrasing over the offseason because they would say the Sacramento Kings were healthy. They were healthy. They were too healthy. No one else was healthy. The Sacramento Kings were healthy. And then it dawns on them and they realize, yeah, I forgot. Domantas Sabonis broke his hand and he played through it. Doesn't get credit for playing through it. Doesn't get credit for playing through a broken freaking hand, as Kurt Angle might say. He just gets clearly it wasn't that bad because he was able to play through it. Not that he's a tough SOB. Come on, man.
I'm so out on Team A was healthy or whatever, so that's why. Or if Team B stays healthy this year, they'll be fine. Like obviously.
Yeah, right. And here's the thing. That's not how basketball works. The Kings faced adversity last year. Every team, the Pelicans did. The Warriors did. Like, every team is going to face something. It's a question of whether can they confirm it. They don't want to say it. They don't want to admit it. They don't believe in De'Aaron Fox.
You think that's what it is?
They don't believe a lot of those guys. I think Bontemps is one of them. That's James's boy. Doesn't believe what he saw from Domantas Sabonis. And now, from De'Aaron Fox. And now what they're doing is they're kind of hedging their bet. They're hedging their bet in that, 48 wins probably isn't going to get you to the 3 seed. I could see a situation where the Kings are about as good as they were last year, but maybe they're the 6th or 7th seed. Kings win 48 games next year. They're not the 7th seed. I don't even think they're the 6th. I don't think the Kings are winning 48 games next year. I think they're winning more. Oh, but we just don't believe what we saw from Sacramento. And maybe you're right. Maybe it is something to do with they were so wrong about them last year that they're just doubling down, expecting at some point it's going to catch up. Also, and this was my fault because I made the mistake of listening to it. I pulled up the Hoop Collective pod. It's a regular part. I'm not the biggest fan of those guys, but I do they're in the game. Like, I respect what they have to say. Like, I want to hear, but they got me. I think it was called like Boom or Bust. Like, okay, what we got here? Matter of fact, let me pull up the Hoop Collective here real quick. Where's this podcast at? Hoop Collective. Oh, I'm sorry, it wasn't Boom or Bust. It was Breakout or Bust. And they have the Pacers breaking out, and the Thunder, and they labeled it. That's how I knew. I was like, oh, I gotta see. They got the Pacers breaking out. I don't disagree with that. Actually, I like the Pacers this year. They got the Thunder breaking out. Okay, thought the Thunder kind of broke out last year, but I get it. I got you. I'm following. They got the Timberwolves. Okay, you gonna miss me with that one. They got a bust for Memphis, a bust for Brooklyn, which is curious because I don't know what the measurement for success with Brooklyn is. So I'm curious. Didn't listen. Just skipped right to 103.10 in the pod when they talked about the Sacramento Kings. And they got the Sacramento Kings as a bust. And they used different little excuses that I just gave to you a moment ago. My favorite thing that they say, those analysts, those insiders, those basketball people, my favorite thing that they say is, the Sacramento Kings had an opportunity to improve their roster this year, and they just decided they were going to run it back. All right, cool. So what we do now is we equate cap space to being able to improve the team. We equate the fact that the Sacramento Kings had cap space to they could have gone out there and improved the team. Okay, tell me more. How could the Kings have improved the team this offseason? Well, they could have moved on from Harrison Barnes, D'Lo. Okay, got you. Signed who? Who willingly wanted to come here? Who wanted to come and be a part of what the Sacramento Kings were doing? Not only be a part of what the Sacramento Kings were doing, but take a role behind De'Aaron Fox, take a role behind Domantas Sabonis, and watch out for that rising star in Keegan Murray. Who was going to do that? The Kings had cap space for Kyle Kuzma, and all of a sudden, Kyle Kuzma was going to be the guy to come in here and take the Kings to the next level? Or not Kyle Kuzma. Was it Kuz? Oh, it was Kuz. It was Kyle Kuzma who signed back with Washington, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Kyle Kuzma. No, the Kings had cap money, so we thought they could improve with Kyle Kuzma. Would Kyle Kuzma really have been an improvement? I don't know. Maybe he would have. But would Kyle Kuzma have played behind De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis willingly and probably had to take a slight bit of a backseat to Keegan Murray? We equate cap space to being able to improve the team. Just because you can go sign someone, just because you have what appears to be the money to go sign, doesn't mean you can. Now, I don't know what is what anymore because all of a sudden, these NBA contracts are getting reported like NFL contracts. Now, all of a sudden, these Shams tweets, now all of a sudden, we're getting these contracts that are up to such and such dollar figure. Now, we used to get that with the rookie year extensions. We got that pretty regularly when you get the rookie year extensions, because with the rookie year extensions, you get the caveats for, max and super max that are tied to all NBA appearances and all of that different stuff and all-star teams, all of that. I'm used to that. So De'Aaron Fox's deal, was up to $190 million. Now, I understand that. It's $160 million deal. It's worth up to $190. We know all that in advance. Now, like Kyle Kuzma's deal was announced as something that it's not. I don't know when the NBA started doing that. It feels like it was this year. Now that they're getting their tweets directly from agents and just attaching agents' names to the tweets, all of the reporting has gone to hell. Now I got to get Mike Florio to dissect basketball contracts so I can understand what the hell they mean. But all of this talk about how the Kings could have improved and didn't is ridiculous.
It's very surface level. It's like surface level analysts.
Because
if you look at it, I mean, yeah, starting five, it's going to be the same or whatnot. But if you look at the Kings bench, they did replace some fringe level NBA players with guys who will be in this league for a while.
Yeah.
Like Chris Duarte, he's probably like the 9th, 10th guy in the rotation or whatnot. But he's someone who definitely played well his rookie year. Last year was kind of off or what and all that. But like I said, they just replaced a lot of fringe NBA guys with guys who can hoop.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to help him big time too during the season.
I couldn't agree more, but that's not what we look at, right? That's not what they look at. You said it perfectly. You said it absolutely perfectly. It's just fringe analysis. It's just very surface stuff. We're just looking at the top. We're just looking for the little breadcrumbs saying, oh, that's what it is.
And another way you could spin it too, if like you really want to look at the Kings, is that they're in position to make a move when they need to. if something arises or what arises for them, like
Mhm.
they can make the move for that third guy and all that.
Yeah.
Like it's not just the Kings are stuck with Harrison Barnes and this is it. This is their team for a few years. If that move comes up, Monty McNair, he can pounce on it.
He could. Yeah, it's another great point. Like he has the assets to do something and to make a move. And I think a lot of those guys didn't take the time to know Sasha Vezenkov. I think that signing is a low-key major signing. I think it's a big deal. I don't even think it was referenced in the Hoop Collective pod. I don't think it's referenced in most of the stuff I read unless it's a full breakdown of acquisitions, departures, cap space, those types of Bobby Marks types breakdowns. I don't think it's mentioned very often. Oh, the Kings stood pat this offseason. And it really boils down to Harrison. That's essentially all we're talking about. The Sacramento Kings re-signed Harrison Barnes. That's what we're talking about when all of these people say the Kings just step pat. They're just running it back. That's all they're doing. And sometimes running it back is the best option. Sometimes running it back with the upgrades that Jesse was just talking about, sometimes those are the best option. 916-909-1320. Is that Steven? Let's get Steven in here. What's going on, brother?
What's going on, D-Lo? How you living, man?
I'm all good, man. Appreciate your call. What's on your mind?
Hey, so one of the things I think that the national media, the way they judge teams, and I think the NBA being a superstar-driven league, I think they judge it based on who has the biggest name. And all these teams, that kind of like, they're in they're playoff teams, they're caliber, but they want to elevate the superstar. And right now, even though we got two All-NBA guys, they're not going to be as big a name as Kawhi, not Devin Booker, Durant, not who else we got in the West, not Ja, not all these different guys. They have more star factor.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't equate who has the actual best team. It's all about who has the best superstar. And they're going to elevate those guys over us until we have the clutch player of the year. So if you're talking about who can take over a game in the fourth quarter, I mean, I'm not going to say that De'Aaron Fox is the absolute greatest in the world because I haven't seen him do it in the conference finals yet.
Mm-hmm.
But I know the guy got it in him. I know that he's absolutely the guy I want the ball in his hands at the end of the game.
Yeah, I think that's a strong point, Stephen. We appreciate your call, man. Thank you. Again, 916-909-1320. And it brings up something that the chat's picked up on that I think is pretty clear. They may respect to a certain degree De'Aaron Fox, though I don't think they expect him to replicate his all-pro season, which I think is trash, his all-NBA season, which I think is trash because I think he's going to do exactly what Ja Morant did. He exploded in the playoffs. He's going to use that to catapult him into this season. De'Aaron's going to have a phenomenal year. I don't know if he's going to be clutch player of the year. I don't care if he's clutch player of the year. I care if he's producing in the fourth quarter. I care if he's producing in quarters 1 through 3. I care if he's averaging damn near 26, 27 points per game. I care about that. And I think he could do all that. But one thing that's obvious is they don't dig Domantas Sabonis. Whether it's a publication calling him the most overrated player in the game or him just being flat out dismissed as a, 2 or 3-time All-Pro player now? Oh, nah. Or 2 or 3-time All-Star, I should say. Yeah, they don't respect Domas at all. At all. This team's got 2 All-Stars, 2 All-Pro players, and they're dismissed as if they're they're lower than the Houston Rockets. The Rockets are building something. The Kings, nah, not really buying it yet. And all you're living on is the history of the franchise. Despite the fact that Mike Brown's turned it around, despite the fact that Monty McNair's turned it around, despite the fact that this version of the Sacramento Kings appears to be very good. Still the Kings.
The talk about Sabonis is like so backwards to me because you guys are the ones who gave him all his awards this season. Like you guys are the ones who voted him all NBA, All-Star.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Doesn't compute.
And honestly, it just goes back to the 7-game series. I guess that's what everyone's just hung up on.
And the other cold piece is like, why? Why doesn't it compute? Because he does all of the things that the dude y'all adore does. Now, he doesn't do the 30, 20, and 15 that Nikola Jokic does, but he'll give you 20, 12, and 10. Y'all act like this man didn't have triple doubles last year. Y'all act like this man didn't lead the league in double doubles last year. But you convince yourself that it's not real. These people would rather convince themselves that what they saw from Domas wasn't real than acknowledge, like, yo, this dude is good.
I think Steven had a point with his call. I think a lot of it has to do with it's a popularity contest. If you look at the way the NFL is covered and all that, like the up and coming teams, like the Jags, like they get their shine and all that. Like you can say the Kings are one of those teams up and coming last year. The Kings didn't really get covered like that. They still stick with the Kawhis, like Steven was saying, like the popular players. And I think that's one thing that I want to say it hurts the Kings, but just hurts the way the NBA is covered is they just focus so much on popularity rather than what's coming up and what's real right now.
Yeah, and that's what we talked about all through the Warriors series. Y'all didn't watch the Kings. Y'all didn't watch basketball. You watched the Warriors. These dudes on ESPN. Stephen A. told on himself after game 1. Stephen A., arguably the most prominent sports media person in this country. Stephen A., the most prominent sports media person in this country, who hosts the NBA show on one of the league's partners. Told on himself the day after game 1 when he said, I got to apologize to that brother De'Aaron Fox. I didn't know he was that good. You didn't? All he did last year, you didn't know? Now, that was his first time doing it on that level. Got you. It's first time he did it on that stage. I got you. You took the television set like you were flabbergasted.
Yeah, it's just it makes no sense. I don't see how you can see how the Kings have been built and how they played last season. They kind of have taken the new NBA blueprint where have at least 4 3-point shooters out there with your 5 on the floor.
Yeah.
All right, have the 3-point shooters out there.
Got him.
I mean, yeah, they followed the blueprint. I just don't see how you can call that not sustainable.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't either. The fact that Keegan Murray just sneaky did the things that he did last year, and that wasn't blown up on him. Like, he broke a record that Donovan Mitchell set. It's whatever. And, like, did it just smooth and chill. Did it, averaging like 11, 12 points per game? I guess when you do it really loud and you're averaging 20-something per game, hey, that's cool. But the fact that he did it while averaging like 12 per game, shouldn't that tell you something about the way Keegan was playing? Shouldn't that tell you something about the way the Kings were playing? But all of that stuff, it's all just coming back. Now that we're getting closer and closer to the season, now that, this team's got how many nationally televised games again? And you're still glossing over them. You're still acting like what you saw last year wasn't real. Maybe they needed to win Game 7. Maybe they needed to win that series against the Golden State Warriors for this to be real. Maybe it's not real because they didn't do that. I'm not sure. But the conversation around the Sacramento Kings is bordering on goofy.
You think this is a year where fans will have to like fight and claw for De'Aaron Fox to become an all-star? Because like with the Celtics and Jason Tatum, like he's automatically an all-star. Like just other people will do that for you. Like here in Sacramento, you have to fight to get your guys on the all-star team. Did you get that respect, or is it still the fans are gonna have to fight to get him on there?
I think as long as the Kings are good and he's doing what he does, like I don't think he has to do anything like over what he did last year. Like as long as the Kings' record is good and De'Aaron's still the best player on this team, I think the coaches will respect that. I don't know that, we might be like winning playoff series away for fans to vote for De'Aaron. No one's ever going to vote for Domas. That's always going to be coaches. Like the fans aren't going to do it. But De'Aaron, like why wouldn't fans in Boston, New York, Atlanta, like why wouldn't they love De'Aaron Fox? De'Aaron Fox is a incredibly entertaining basketball player. He's a Ja Morant type player who can who can catch on with fan bases across the league, regardless of who your favorite team is.
Yeah, I just wonder if we're past the days of seeing like the Austin Reeves ahead of De'Aaron Fox and voting and all that.
Well, see, that's the
I think
I don't think we are.
Wasn't it last season? When they opened up the fan voting and all that, De'Aaron Fox and Domas, they weren't even in the top 10.
Yeah,
right?
they weren't even there. Yeah, they weren't even there. So to that, like, I don't think we're there. Because Austin Reeves is a Laker. And in no situation other than the standings or potentially a playoff series, the Kings aren't going to supplant the Lakers in popularity.
You think they have to win a playoff series to get the respect, or is it something where it's just if they're top 3 seed by December, January, they'll get the respect? No,
they have to win.
That's tough.
Yeah, they have to win a playoff series, and I expect them to. I expect them to win a playoff series. But yeah, like I just that's the only way you like quiet noise. They need this success to continue, and I get it. Like, there were football teams. I think I was just talking about it with Jacksonville. Jacksonville went to the playoffs last year. Said I didn't buy it. I need to see it again. And I think as we were talking over some of these football teams, I think I even said out loud, like, hey, there are going to be people saying this about Sacramento. They're going to be saying the same exact thing about the Sacramento Kings, whereas I saw it last year. Everyone was healthy. I need to see it again.
It's just funny because they passed every test. It was after the trade deadline. It was, what was the line? Everyone's going to get better.
It's going to ramp up. It's going to get harder.
And the Kings ended up coming out the best.
They did. And that was last year.
Yeah.
That all encompasses what happened last year. And now we're at the point that's all gone. Clutch player of the year is gone. 2 All-Pros, 2 All-Stars. That's gone. Unanimous coach of the year. That's gone.
They don't talk about this team. They don't talk about this team as if they have a future.
Didn't Monty win executive of the year?
Yeah, I believe he did. Coach of the year, executive of the year. It's top 5 and 6 man. I think Malik Monk was clutch player of the year, all NBA, all stars. And like I said, they don't talk about the team's future.
Wasn't enough. I didn't see this. Someone mentioned it to me. I think it was at Sky River, which was why I missed it. And I can't remember what outlet it was. This has strong Bleacher Report vibes. But they ranked the sophomore, like the last year's rookie class headed into their sophomore year. And they ranked Keegan 5th, which is like, all right, like whatever. He was drafted 4th. The hell am I missing here?
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense. Keegan Murray is like the prototype for the future of the NBA, where the NBA is going, the threes, all the way he plays. And it's just, for some reason, that just doesn't connect with people. Like the way the Kings play, all of that.
You know what's wild? That sorry-ass Atlanta Hawks team got more respect than the Sacramento Kings team did.
Well, see, that's where the popularity argument comes in. They got Trae Young and all that.
Trae Young. All right.
I really think that plays into it. Like that was a good call from Steven. I really think the popularity. If you're popular, they'll love you, the media.
Carlos says that was ESPN. That's wild. I have to pull that up. I need to see how they accomplished getting the 4th overall pick, who was phenomenal his rookie season, down to 5th, headed into his sophomore year.
Aldrin Dre brings up a good one too. OKC already has more respect than the Kings do.
Yeah,
going into the season,
they do.
Having made the playoffs. I'm not gonna lie. Last year with the Mike Dagnall stuff with Coach of the Year, I didn't understand it. I think you should get Coach of the Year for not making the playoffs.
They love them some Shea, they love them some Sam Presti, and they love the idea of draft picks.
And how they talk about OKC is how they should talk about the Kings, the future, what's coming up, and all that. But I don't know.
We'll come back. I honestly didn't mean to spend that much time talking about the Kings. That was really all done as a way to set up our conversation with James Ham, and it got a little carried away. So we'll come back. We'll dive back into the NFL. We talked about the Jets having a decision to make. Maybe Deshaun Watson had his best game in Cleveland. Also, did the fairy tale end for Prime in Colorado? We'll talk about that. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, I love talking Kings. Just didn't know I was going to Talk that long. No, it was perfect. Man, if something's riding, ride. Go with it. Oh, I need to get my juice, guys. Don't go anywhere. I'm just gonna grab my juice and be right back. All right. That would not be funny, Kyle. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, Carlos. Thank you. Carlos sent me the article. Carlos. Let's see. Oh, this was NBA.com. Palo, Jalen Williams, Walker Kessler, Benedict Mathurin, Keegan Murray. That's wild. They love the Pacers more than the Kings. Pacers didn't make the playoffs last year either. Johnny G, I got you. This might be a tough week with Casey out. It's just a little more prep work when Casey's away, especially for 2 shows. It's very, very high on my list. Insiders merch, new merch at DeLoandCasey.com. I got you, Johnny. I promise it's going to happen real soon. As of right now, I have absolutely nothing on my schedule this weekend, so that's what I plan on working on. That would be funny. Shout out to everybody asking about the wedding. It was a wonderful Saturday afternoon celebrating Kenny and Jasmine. It was beautiful. I'm sure a lot of you saw the IG stories and pictures. And shout out to Shell and Elk Grove for being my date for the night. And Kenny's got an amazing family, and it was perfect. The groom mother dance was flawless. Hopefully you got a chance to see that on Casey's stories. But it was awesome, man. We had a great time. And it was all for Kenny and Jasmine, man. So it was good stuff. Kenny will be back with us next week, and we'll hit the ground running as Monday's media day. James is going to be out at media day. He's going to be conducting interviews, not live, because we can't air them live because that would hurt somebody's feelings. But we're going to have some interviews to air probably throughout the week with some people that James is going to be able to talk to. So that's Monday. And then, of course, the first camp. And for those, James has talked about this before. Ain't nothing changed. Like, James will wrap up the show at 12 o'clock, and he's going to bolt straight down to the Golden One Center and cover practice for ESPN 1320 for the Kings Beat, just like he always does. So we got some great stuff ahead. Next week is going to be a huge week that I'm very much looking forward to. And if I got my timeline right, let me double check just to make sure I got this. But if I got my timeline right, come Monday, Tuesday, we will be. Oh yeah. we'll be headed into the Cowboys 49ers week. And that's going to be a monster. That's going to be an absolute monster. Also, let me take the time to tell you this. I mentioned earlier we have your chance to win SmackDown tickets. WWE is going to be at the Golden One Center on Friday. If you need some last-minute tickets, head over to ESPN1320.com for your chance to win. Another event that we're doing 1 week from Friday, October 6th, we talked a little bit about this last week, but we're going to be at Solomon Vinyl. I'm super excited about this. This is going to be our most unique event yet. If you've never been to Solomon Vinyl, it's legit. It's probably my favorite place in the city. Like, the food is incredible. The vibes are immaculate. And Kenny and I are going to be a part of their Curator series where we get the opportunity to put the literal needle on the vinyl and play records for you while talking about what that record has meant to us, what that song, what that artist has meant to us kind of in our journey, how they've inspired us. We'll basically tell stories about music while playing the music at Solomon Vinyl on Friday, October 6th. So we've got a chance for you to win a VIP table that includes food for four at Solomon Vinyl. All you have to do is go to ksfm.com to enter to win that. ksfm.com. Just enter. I think all it asks for is your name and email. That's it. Enter that, and you've entered to win. Mark says, D'Lo and Casey, storytellers? Yeah, that's basically what it is. It's going to be about 8 o'clock. I think it starts at 8 o'clock on Friday night. Man, it's going to be, I'm really, really looking forward to this. I really hope you guys will come through and hang out. We're going to have an amazing time. We were bragging about you guys to the people at Solomon Vinyl. My man Abs won and the rest of the crew over there. So I know we ask y'all to show up and show out a lot. We're going to do it again. I'm going to ask you to show up and show out, Solomon Vinyl. And this will be super laid back because we don't have to worry about commercials. We don't have to worry about internet connections and different things like that. It's just us and some records and some microphones. So please, if you're free, make your plans to be with us October 6th. Solomon Vinyl. Did the fairy tale end for Colorado? They got roughed up by Oregon. And it had me looking at, we were talking about it actually at the wedding at dinner. We were talking about the game. And one, it really is incredible to see how many people are so emotionally invested in the Colorado Buffaloes and in Deion Sanders. And yeah, they were beat up by Oregon. And the truth is, they're probably going to get beat up even worse by USC this week. There is a discrepancy in talent. The story with Colorado has been good, but when you get down to football and you get down to talent, man, it's their first year together. They've only played a handful of games together. They got a tough matchup this weekend. But we all knew that, right? Like, we all knew that. So losing to Colorado, yeah, there's not a lot of Deion noise this week, right? Like, there's not a lot of sound bites. There's not a lot of clips. There's not a lot. I mean, I thought there was one good sound bite that came out of that. Deion said, "You better get us now." I love that. You better get us now. Because in a couple of years, you ain't going to be able to. We're going to be too good. We're going to run the Oregons out of the stadium. We're going to run the USC's out of the stadium. I love that line from Coach Prime, but we ain't there yet. The question to me was never whether they were going to beat Oregon or USC. That'd be phenomenal on a level that no one could have predicted. The real question is, how do they recover from these Oregon and USC games? Can they keep their head up? Can they keep that swag? Can they keep that talk that they've been talking? Because why should they stop? Keep talking. You got an opponent after USC, don't you? Talk. Talk that talk. Let them hear you. The fairy tale's not over. It's not over. Oh, but the hype machine has died down a little bit. It's going to quiet down. It's going to quiet down this week. I mean, you got a primetime 12:30 start here with USC on Saturday. Yeah, I don't expect that to go great for Coach Prime and Shador and the rest of the boys on the Buffaloes. But how do they respond? That's all that matters. College football really starts to pick up. Ohio State. It was a fun game with Ohio State and Notre Dame. I didn't get to watch a ton of college football this weekend, obviously, because of the wedding, but that was a good one. That was a good one. The season, the college football season is moving along. It's moving along nicely here. The Jets. Let's talk about the Jets here for a minute, because I know we brought them up earlier, and I want to call back to something we were talking about on Friday. This is it for this is it. I'm done with the Jets now. At least I'm done with this version of the Jets. They came into this week for me. My feeling was you've got an opportunity to get a win against New England. You've got an opportunity to level back up here with a win. And you couldn't. And so for me, if I'm Robert Saleh, I'm looking at this now like, all right, is there a move to be made at the quarterback position? I know Matt Ryan was calling a game, and I think he was asked about the Jets, and he said, Yeah, I'm not interested in doing that right now. I love what I'm doing here. Okay, like I get that. I don't know that Matt Ryan was the answer for all of this, but like I understand. Like, make the call. Like, I'm perfectly fine with making the call. I don't know who the answer is for New York, but what I do know is if Zach Wilson remains your quarterback, one, you've just got to acknowledge he's not good enough. And I said this earlier. I feel bad for him. I feel bad for him in the sense that he was drafted really high, number 2 overall, didn't work out. The Jets know it didn't work out. They brought in Aaron Rodgers, kept Zach Wilson on the roster, perhaps with the idea of maybe he can learn under Aaron Rodgers. He's already here. Maybe he could develop a little bit under Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers gets hurt 3-4 plays into the season. And you have to go back to him. And it's just gone poorly. But it's had to have gone the way everybody expected it to. He's not good. It's unfortunate. Zach Wilson's not a good quarterback. And the Jets know he's not a good quarterback. But the Jets, it seems, right now are stuck with him. I don't know what the answer is for the New York Jets. I don't know if you realistically can call the Minnesota Vikings and ask to acquire Kirk Cousins. I don't know where the Minnesota Vikings feel about their schedule. We talked last week. If the Vikings trade Kirk Cousins, isn't that kind of punting on the season? It might be. They're in a very winnable division. I love what Green Bay's doing, pun intended. That comeback yesterday, shout out Derek Carr. Derek Carr got hurt, and I was really concerned about Derek Carr's injury. I think it was a sprained AC joint is what we have, but I was really concerned because if you remember, and I know every Raider fan does, when Derek Carr suffered that brutal injury in week, was it 15, and he hits the ground, and the camera picks up, it's broken, it's broken, and then he, reacts in pain, but he's talking, it's broken. When Derek Carr hit the ground yesterday, he started talking, and I immediately got concerned, like, oh no, what's he talking himself through? And he looked, he obviously looked pretty shaken when leaving the field, but he looked like the way he was moving was like, I don't think he broke anything. I don't even think he tore anything. Like his arm would be, his shoulder, his arm, all of that would be far more stabilized walking back to the locker room if he had. But I was really concerned when he hit the ground and started talking. because it just gave me flashbacks to that week. But that was a hell of a win for the Green Bay Packers to be down. I think it was 17-0 in the fourth quarter and to come back. Yo, that's big time. That's big time. But with that said, I mean, they're 2-1 on the season. The Detroit Lions, they're 2-1 on the season. Chicago, shout out John Bull, is terrible. I mean, we talk about clocks ticking on quarterbacks. My goodness. Justin Fields is not. I thought, man, I was just wrong about Justin Fields. Justin Fields is the latest Ohio State quarterback I've been wrong about.
Might have CJ Stroud at least.
I might.
But Chicago feels like they're spiraling right now.
Yeah, it feels like, 100%. Like it feels like it keeps getting worse, and like we're not even close to the end of that tornado.
I will say the good thing for them is that they'll have some high top 10 picks. I think right now they have their pick and the Panthers pick, and the Panthers are 0-3 as well. So if they want to blow it up and restart, maybe look at Caleb Williams. They have the ammo for that first pick.
And that's probably what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to look somewhere. But the problem outside of, Justin Fields threw for 99 yards yesterday. The problem, like outside of, you have so much deficiency on that roster. I know we always start with the quarterback, but this is a bad football team.
Did Justin Fields regress from last season, or did we overhype him?
Nah, I kind of feel like he regressed a little bit. Maybe we did overhype him. I've always looked at him through scarlet and gray glasses. Like I always thought, it's going to work. He's going to be fine. It's going to work. He's going to be fine. And these last three games, like the first game was like, oh, okay. Yesterday was the first one where I was like, I don't think it's going to be fine.
I wonder how much of it, because like he walked it back a bit on the coaching comments and all that, but I wonder how much of it has to do with maybe they're in his head too much.
And that's 100% what I think he meant when he said coaching. Like I think they're getting so far in his head about what he's supposed to do. I think he's lost all of his football instinct. You talk about, did he regress or did we hype him up too much? I think the more he gets in his head about what coaches are telling him to do, and I'm not insinuating don't coach him. I'm not insinuating, coaching isn't valuable. I'm insinuating he's not processing the information he's getting while maintaining his instincts for the game.
Yeah, because with there's guys like McVay and I think Shanahan to an extent where it's been McVay mostly where it's been reported like they'll let you know where to go with the play. Like, hey, this is the play. This guy's going to be open. All that. That doesn't work for every quarterback.
Justin,
you can't just be in their head the entire time. Like sometimes some of these guys you just got to let go out there and play.
The coach comment was the robotic comment, right? To me, that's 100%. That's 100% having 50 different things that 50 different people are telling you in your head. That's why it's robotic. He has no natural feel for the game anymore. And it's getting worse and worse and worse by the week. And then you ran into a Kansas City team that's probably a little agitated, that hasn't been able to get their offense going. What the Chiefs did is exactly what I wanted the Cowboys to do.
The Chiefs, that was a get-right game for them.
Exactly. That's what I wanted the Cowboys to have. That's what the Chiefs had. That was the game they needed to quiet some of that noise and remind everybody, I'm Patrick Mahomes. This is the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, it's a shame that no one was talking about the Kansas City Chiefs yesterday. They were talking about a Kansas City Chiefs fan all day yesterday. And I get it. Taylor Swift, one of the biggest stars in the world, dating Travis Kelce, asking Patrick Mahomes about it, Andy Reid telling jokes about it. Love it. Cool. Don't let that disguise from the fact that the Kansas City Chiefs needed this game. They got it. They needed to look good offensively. They did it, and now they're right back. Okay, we've deaded that noise. We're back to being the Kansas City Chiefs. Don't ever forget who the hell we are.
Yeah, with that Chiefs stuff, too, we need to dial it back on the Taylor Swift stuff a bit. Dial it back. It was a little much. But
Taylor Swift is one of the biggest stars in the world.
It is. But we were just talking about Tony Romo and Jessica Simpson the other day. Like, let's chill out a little bit.
Yeah, she's not. Taylor Swift is not Jessica Simpson at that time.
I get that. With the Bears, they're kind of stuck because I'm not sure how much this Matt Eberflus and Justin Fields partnership works.
Mm-hmm.
but it almost has to work because if you fire Eberflus, like why would a coach come in here and not want his own quarterback?
That's it. You won't fire. Well, see, Eberflus Justin wasn't his quarterback.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Justin wasn't even the quarterback of the front office. He's the one like that, and that's the really unfortunate thing about Justin Fields not hitting that next level, because he's the one who's going to be out. It's not going to be the coach. It's not going to be the general manager. They didn't draft him. It's going to be Justin Fields. Justin Fields is going to be the one gone.
Is he a Bear pass next season?
No.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Nope.
I honestly think the way things are going for the Bears, I honestly think they have a good chance of Caleb Williams being their quarterback next season.
I don't know like who the perfect coach for Justin Fields. It has to be someone who's secure in who they are and who can adapt to different types of players and different types of learning mechanisms. And I don't know in terms of teams that could potentially need a quarterback.
He needs one of these new age coaches. He needs a coach who is moving with the NFL rather than one of I'm just using him. I'm not saying him specifically or whatever, but just general, like a Sean Payton type who's been around.
Wow.
You need a guy who knows the way the NFL is going, can use his abilities to the best for him. Because like I say it all the time, there's going to be more quarterbacks like Justin Fields than there are like Mac Joneses and Jimmy Garoppolo's, guys who are athletic, guys who can move around. Like you need to develop those guys now, given the way the league has been moving, I think.
And I don't know who it is. Like I'm looking at every team in the league. I don't know who that coach is. I don't know where Justin Fields lands either when this is done.
I could see him maybe starting for the Bears next season, and then whoever they drafted comes in after that if it's not working.
Yeah,
I think that's probably the move right now.
It probably is. But that the Bears, the Bears are just a wash. They didn't have Super Bowl aspirations the way that the New York Jets did. The New York Jets had Super Bowl aspirations, and they have to decide. To me, they have to decide this week: are we trying to win a Super Bowl, or are we just getting through the season? Because if they're just getting through the season, Zach Wilson will remain their quarterback, and we'll see a lot of games like we saw yesterday.
If I'm Robert Saleh, I need to know how safe my job is.
Robert Saleh is, if you're maintaining Zach Wilson as your quarterback, Robert Saleh's job can't even be in remote danger because you're making the decision where, to a degree, we're punting on the season. We lost Aaron Rodgers. We give up. We lost it, I just can't fathom that. Like if I'm one of those defensive guys, if I'm one of those like workhorses on the team, I'm going to someone saying, yo, you said we had a Super Bowl caliber team. All we were missing was the quarterback. I understand we can't get Aaron Rodgers back, but you've already acknowledged to all of us that the guy under center isn't it. What are we doing?
And Kirk Cousins doesn't work for that team if you're expecting Aaron Rodgers back next season. I feel like you're probably
it works for the year because he's not under contract next year.
You're going to give up I'm just spitballing. You're going to give up a 3rd round pick though
to potentially compete for a Super Bowl. Yes. You have no idea that way. But you brought up. You have no idea if Aaron Rodgers is back next year. I do it. If I have the caliber of team that the Jets have, and I feel the way that I do it, Robert Saleh was talking trash. Robert Saleh was talking trash when they were 0-6 last year. He said, I'm remembering everyone who's going to laugh at us. And Robert Saleh had the last laugh until the 3rd play or 4th play of the NFL season. He had the last laugh. Kirk, 3rd round pick, do it.
That might be their only move too. Because I was thinking like maybe you trade for someone's backup. Like maybe I don't know where Mitch Trubisky is, but that guy's name came into mind. Maybe you trade for like a Mitch Trubisky because he's better than Zach Wilson. But it's like what team is giving up a steady backup quarterback too?
Yeah, I'd
just get Carson Wentz and be done with it.
Oh man, all right, that's opening up a whole other. That's opening up a whole other thing. Speaking of quarterbacks, Deshaun Watson may have had his best game as a Cleveland Brown. Cleveland got back on track with a win against the Tennessee Titans. There's still a ton of flaws in the Cleveland Browns. One thing that they really, really got going for them, and we pointed this out last week, that just does not get any attention is their defense. Their defense is phenomenal. Myles Garrett is phenomenal. If it wasn't for the sorry-ass Cleveland Browns, Myles Garrett would be in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year every year. Myles Garrett should be in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year right now. One big problem for the Cleveland Browns is they had 78 yards on the ground with 7 different rushers.
Yeah, that's not going to work out as the season goes on.
It's not their fault. The loss of Nick Chubb is incredible. I get the idea of bringing in Kareem Hunt. He was just there. He's a potential, guy who can work for you. He played. He just joined the roster. He went Christian McCaffrey style for this team. But that's something that's going to have to get better for them if they're going to be anywhere near where I thought they would be. Deshaun finished with 27 to 33, 289, and 2 touchdowns. Again, that has to be his best game as a Cleveland Brown so far.
Yeah, I think by far. That highlight of him, though, when he got spun around by the defender and tried to throw it back to his offensive lineman, that was a bit tough. But he picked himself up.
Yeah, I'll give him a pass on that and just kind of see what happens next, because that's kind of where I'm at with Cleveland. I'll watch timidly. What are you going to do next? You got Baltimore coming up. Like, you could show some. Then they have a really early bye. And after that, it's San Francisco.
I think the defense is going to keep him in every game. If Deshaun Watson can improve and kind of have games like how he did yesterday, I think they'll be a lot, not better, but they'll be in a better position without Nick Chubb. Like, I don't think that'll hurt them as much.
Yeah, that week 5, week 6 stretch for San Francisco is pretty incredible with Dallas and Cleveland right after that. Particularly speaking about what you were just talking about, Jesse, the defensive side of the ball. You've got Micah Parsons one week and you got Myles Garrett the other. But I'm glad I was tough on Cleveland. I thought that was a bad loss against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Again, credit to the Pittsburgh Steelers and the way they're playing. I thought that was a bad loss for them. And to be able to regroup against a team like the Tennessee Titans, who probably aren't very good, it's a good first step for them. They got a long way to go.
Mentioned Justin Fields earlier. That could be a spot for Tennessee. Ryan Tannehill. He's cut. Ryan Tannehill's done. This should be his last year with that team.
Yeah, that's.
And I'm not sure how much they like Malik Willis, and I think they had Will Levis. I think they got some guy back there, or Will Greer maybe.
Oh, Will Greer,
one of those guys, I think.
Will Greer. Why did I just maybe that was the tweet I just saw. I just saw a tweet about Will Greer over the weekend. Maybe that's what it was. I love the games tonight, by the way. I hate that it's plural, but I love both of these games tonight. The Eagles at the Bucks, the Rams at the Bengals. There's a tension getting in both of those games that I am 100% down for. We'll come back. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour. We'll talk Kings basketball. We'll touch on any other football note that we may have missed. That's all coming up here. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Fields to Atlanta. I think Atlanta likes their guy, Bryce.
Poor Atlanta if they do.
They lost yesterday, right? That was their first loss of the year.
To Detroit?
Yeah.
When you've got all those weapons on offense and you're not putting up numbers, like, that's on your quarterback.
Yeah, Jacob, that's a good point. And I'm not saying that sarcastically. You talk about Justin Jefferson makes good. Like, I don't want to be too hard on Kirk Cousins, but you're right. Like, Justin Jefferson adds a lot to that. Oh man, Hammer joining us early. What's up, James?
Hi, friends.
How are you, man?
I'm good. Are we on the radio, or are we
No, just the live stream. We just went to commercial like
Okay.
less than a minute ago.
Cool. I figure I'd hop on a little early, give your voice a little break.
No, I appreciate it. Let me drink my juice.
Nice. What's going on, Chatty House?
James Ham, Instagram influencer. I see you, James.
I don't even know if I picked up any Instagram followers during that whole deal. I don't
think
know.
people were so shocked to see you.
It's possible. It was a good trip.
Look good. Yeah, this looks incredible.
Yeah, pretty amazing country.
Does look cold. Wales.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We saw whales. It wasn't horribly cold. We layered up.
Where were the
Oh, yeah.
kids? Did the kids just hang out at home?
Yeah, actually, this was their first week without us.
Okay.
Blake, I went to Alaska on a cruise. Mark, I don't stick around the studio because I live 35 minutes away. So if I get home before this hit, then I don't have to deal with traffic. Some days it works out, sometimes it doesn't.
Do we have do you have a time for the first practice next week?
No, I'm gonna guess 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Okay. That's what
That's typically when Mike likes to practice.
I figured you'd be able to bolt out of here and get there, right?
Yeah, I should. That's the hope. The hope is that they don't do something crazy like all of a sudden 11 o'clock practice all week.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a big bummer.
Yeah.
Let's see, David asked what cruise line. I was on Holland America. We were on the Eurodam. Mr. Rancho, I don't believe the Kings were close to signing Kelly Oubre. I actually don't think that they considered it.
Where did he sign again? Oh, Philly. Philly.
Yeah. It just, and people need to remember, they have, Jay Triano was with Kelly Oubre the year before. Mike Brown was with Kelly Oubre in Golden State. They have as much intel on Kelly Oubre as they need. Plus, De'Aaron Fox played AAU ball in high school with him. I did run into Kimberly. Is it Threadwell?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I ran into her at the airport in Seattle, and then we were on the same plane. And then afterwards, I think my wife helped with the luggage. Helped her with luggage. She was having a luggage issue.
Oh, very nice.
And I had the big bags.
Very nice. Ryan Clark and RG3 wear just terrifically cut suits.
Yeah, they got that big money.
Yeah, they are just perfectly cut.
That ESPN money.
Mm-hmm. Ryan Clark grinding.
Yeah. I think that's one of the best part about the cruise stuff is the fancy nights where you get dressed up and taking pictures everywhere. And
Yeah, Brian, I'll start this. We'll save this. One thing we didn't talk about, that conversation we had with Chris Haynes really seemed to have got some traction.
Did you have Haynes on last week?
We might have. Chris came to the live show and spent probably 50 straight minutes with us on stage, and he dropped some nuggets that got picked up. He was talking.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably just thought it was a live show and not really on the
Well,
radio.
I'll fill you in on that. Yeah, we're coming back, James. Super happy to have James Ham, our 1320 Kings insider, and James Ham of the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 10 to noon, Monday through Friday, here on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, ESPN 1320, 98.5. FM, the Odyssey app. Tune in wherever you choose to consume this radio station. You will find James Ham and Kyle Madsen Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 12. James, we missed you last week, man. We're glad you're back. We have so much to catch up on. I'm very eager to know how you feel about Usher being the halftime show this year in Vegas.
Oh, I like Usher.
Okay.
I think that works. I don't know. He can put on a show, right?
Oh, yeah, he can absolutely put on a show. This show is going to be fire.
Yeah, and I think because they're in Vegas, they're going to get a whole lot of other people to pop up. Like, hey, look, I surprised you with this superstar.
Oh, yeah, that's going to happen.
It'll be like going to a Kansas City Chiefs game.
Well, I heard you guys talking about the Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce combo on that was that was the biggest story in the NFL yesterday, which is bordering on comical. A team put up 70 points yesterday, but Taylor Swift being at the Chiefs game was a very big deal.
Yeah, I know. Tua's like, what do I have to do? You know,
Data
like
pop
we just dropped 70 on Casey's Denver Broncos, which hit.
That's right.
Yeah, I think it's gone from let's ride to we got run over.
Yeah,
like that. Whatever's happening there in Denver is a hot mess. I thought like Jason Garrett just calling out the Denver Broncos and Sean Payton for just having his team quit on him. Man, it's week 3 and you're already having that discussion. That's not good. It's not good. But Miami was like, they're incredible. Jesse's just got to be so excited right now.
A good rule of thumb: if you get called out by Jason Garrett on national television, man, you screwed up. Oh my God, you screwed up so bad if you got called out by Jason Garrett.
Yeah,
Goodness gracious.
When that happens and you don't even really feel like he's being like hypocritical, you're like, oof. I don't even know what to say, man. You gave up 70 and there's no lies there. Your team quit. Yeah. And the other team, they knew they quit because that's what happens. When you sense that somebody quits like that, all right, game on. Let's do this. Like if they want to give us all the yards, let's go get an MVP conversation right now.
That was one of the most impressive games I've seen. Like that 70 points that they put up, that the Dolphins put up, was one of the most impressive games I've seen. They just effortlessly did it.
Yeah,
in the flow of the game, scored 70.
I totally agree. And when you're, when you play fantasy football and you're like, man, Mostert had a huge game.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go on and look and like the other guy in the backfield had 203 yards, 2 receiving touchdowns, 2 rushing touchdowns, like 50 or 60 yards receiving, and fantasy wise scored like almost 50. That's what, as the other running back. That mean, that was just crazy.
A chain. 203 yards on the ground. Phenomenal stuff. James, let's talk. We could talk more football as the day progresses. We were talking about a couple of things as we were coming back from commercial. We really missed you at the live show on Thursday at Sky River, and we called in. We needed an NBA insider. We were able to get our man Chris Haynes to come hang out with us, and Chris was talking. And some of the things that he said got up a lot of attention in the NBA media. Like, we really dove in pretty deep into the Dame Lillard trade request and discussions and everything that had happened. But James had asked, maybe he thought it was a live show and didn't know we were on the radio. Well, I can confirm he didn't know we were on the radio, or he forgot, I should say, that we were on the radio. As he let one of our favorite words slip out, and he go, "Oh, I'm sorry." And shout out to Charlie, who was in the studio. He caught it, he heard it, and And again, like it's 2023. That stuff doesn't really matter anymore. I mean, it does, but most people aren't going to write an email to the FCC about it. But Chris was a professional cut. He was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. It's just so comfortable up here. I thought it was a podcast." But if you haven't heard our conversation with Chris Haynes yet, strongly encourage you to head over to YouTube or head over to the podcast feed on Odyssey or Apple or whatever and take a listen to it. Really, really great stuff from Chris Haynes. Talked about how Miami and just won't talk to Portland, just refuses to talk to Portland. And Miami's like, look, we know we don't have what you want, but tell us what you want and we'll go try to get it for you. And James, we're a week away from training camp starting. And Chris told us, like, Dame's going to show up at camp. Like, he's not, like, I'm pretty confident he's going to. And now it becomes, and this was the question I asked him, well, then what? Like, what are you going to do after that? You're going to show up at camp. Like, are you going to get in front of the media? Are you going to hold a press conference? Like, what conversation are you having with the Portland Trailblazers? And again, there's a ton more in that conversation we had with Chris. It's just, James, we're a week away.
It's wild. And, Chris knows this story inside and out. He knows it better than anyone. He's one of the guys that covered Dame for years as a beat writer in Portland. Not only that, but he has really, really deep ties to Damian Lillard's agent. Like that's what this is. Chris is the guy for this story. And I know we're starting to see more and more people come out and say, hey, look, Toronto all of a sudden is a big time player in this deal. We got Chicago's interested. The rumor I saw this morning that now Boston is the team to watch for. And I think all of these things like this, it's going to happen pretty quickly. I think it's going to speed up here. And I don't expect Dame to wait around that long. If he does show up to Portland camp, what I would assume that they're going to do is they're going to have him hanging out and he's not going to play. He might get a sweat in on the court next door. And he might be part of team discussions and hanging out and be a voice for Scoot Henderson to talk to. But at the end of the day, they're not going to risk putting him out there. Not right now. Like, why would you? Because what if he blows out a knee and all of a sudden you're stuck in this situation with a guy with an injury, a long-term injury. And I think you put him in bubble wrap and you just sit back and you wait until the right thing happens, unless you feel like there's no other recourse other than to put him out there and play him. But that team is not going to be very good.
So
it doesn't.
So I'm glad you brought that up because Chris brought up something I had not once thought about in this discussion. The player participation policy. They can't just sit Dame Lillard.
Yeah, I think that there's, to quote David Stern, life is a negotiation. Like everyone knows where this thing's heading. And so I'm going to guess that they're going to have something in place where he doesn't have to play. When it was last season at the end of the year and they shut him down, like, sure, but we all understood what was going on there. But this is different. He's an asset at this point. Like he was the franchise. He's no longer the franchise. He's your best asset to go get whatever it is that you need to restart your rebuild here and to like sort of jumpstart what's happening. And I feel for Portland because, this thing was heading down this path for so long. And then they did something silly, like went out and spent a bunch of money bringing back their own free agents. They overpaid to try to make him happy. And none of that was going to make him happy. They should have just understood long before that this is the way that this thing was heading. They've got great young players. I really like Simon. I like, Shaden Sharp has a ton of talent. Scoot Henderson to me is like, you just hand the franchise to him right now. That's where you go. Like he's built for this. And this is who he's going to be as a pro. And, Jeremy Grant can play there for a couple of years, I guess, but you probably shouldn't have brought him back either. And you probably should hit the reset button completely.
The Toronto's another hot name. that has emerged recently to potentially be in talks. I think Mark Spears, our buddy, the Hall of Famer, Mark Spears, has really spearheaded that conversation. NBA Central, they should be ashamed of themselves for the way that they worded this tweet. But for the sake of everybody, I'm going to read it. Jesse, you ready? The Portland Trailblazers are interested in Grady Dick, per Mark Spears. Does anybody want to take a stab at what the next sentence says?
Is it a quote from Fat Joe?
It's pretty damn close. The Blazers would want Dick in any potential deal with Toronto involving Dame Lillard.
Hey, Portland, you do you.
Toronto really going for it.
Well,
come on, Portland. Come on, NBA Central. You guys got to be better than that. You guys got, we're not mature enough to handle those types of tweets. Come on, man.
No.
James, it's officially 3:00. So you're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Fun to talk basketball, James, but let's talk Kings. We're a week away from the start of camp, and now I saw you announce the happy hour. Great. Deuce and Mo are joining. Love it. I'm going to need you to have your boy, because he is your boy, Tim Bontemps, into one of these happy hours. I'll pay double my Kings Beat subscription to be able to talk to Tim Bontemps in one of your happy hours, because he came out with his little Hoop Collective podcast with Winhurst and Tim McMahon, another low-key Sacramento Kings hater. Oh, and now that we're getting closer to the season, James, everybody is ready to come out of the woodworks and say, Sacramento's going to regress. Breakout or bust. The Kings are going to bust. They're just not going to be as good as they were last year. I like De'Aaron Fox because apparently DeMontis Sabonis doesn't exist. I like De'Aaron Fox, but he's not going to follow up what he did last year with another all-pro performance. I got this team as a bust. I got this team finishing with less wins. I could see this team being a 7th or 8th seed. Oh, James, they're all ready to talk stupid about Sacramento again.
Yeah, it sounds about right. This is on brand. It is. And I get it. Like a lot of these guys, they have to come up with winners and losers. They have to, and then they double down when they do come up with winners and losers. All of these guys, I know all of these guys. I like Tim. I could reach out to Tim right now. Like, what are you guys doing here? But at the same time, why? Why can't you give a team that was literally the best story in the NBA last season? It was the best story. Name a better story than a team who, 16 years stuck in the mud, climbs out, gets a new head coach who does incredible things. We have a redemption story for Mike Brown. We have a redemption story for Domantas Sabonis, who I'm not sure why he needed a redemption story, but I guess we've got a redemption story for him. We see a team go out and they sign him to an extension. The deal for Halliburton won't make any sense unless they can get Sabonis signed to an extension. They signed him to an extension, and now it's like, oh my gosh, who are you competing for that extension? None of that makes any sense.
Nope.
You did the right thing as a franchise. You got the guy who is an all-pro and all-NBA third-team center. All right? You're building around him. You're building around Fox. Who says that Fox can't do this again? Just so people know, statistically speaking, he was better 2 years ago. 2 years ago, he had better stats than he did last season. So why can't he do it again? I don't know. This is kind of where these things go. And I really like what the Kings did this summer. They didn't hit the swing for the fences and get a home run. They did what they've done the last couple of summers, and that is get really, really solid base hits. You improved yourself, and you kept everyone together. Your entire coaching staff, except for Lindsey Harding, who's coaching the G League, is intact. Everyone else is back. If people think that the Kings are going to take a step back because Chimezie Metu is not on the roster or Terrence Davis isn't on the roster, I hate to tell you, they got better at those positions. Chris Duarte is an upgrade. JaVale McGee is an upgrade over what they had last season. Like, these are things that actually matter. Sasha Vezenkov, he is an upgrade over what the Kings had last season. And those, I just named 3 players that could possibly be in the top 10 in their rotation. They did get better. And then they have the ability to get better with players like Keegan Murray, or I don't know, young players like Kevin Huerter, Malik Monk, De'Aaron Fox, these guys, Davion Mitchell. They can still get better. And I'm just confused why this is the team that you want to toss everything at when you got teams like, I don't know, New Orleans, who can't keep their star healthy, or you got a team like Minnesota that completely falls apart out of nowhere almost every single season, but you've anointed Ant-Man as the next coming, so we can't touch that team. We can't get in on them. Or the Dallas Mavericks. What did Dallas do this summer after completely falling out of the playoffs last season? You brought Kyrie back, but outside of that, like, what did you do to make your team better? I don't know. Rashawn Holmes.
Did y'all see Rashawn cut his hair?
Oh,
yeah, Rashawn cut his hair.
He kept saying he was going to do that.
When someone cuts that, that's a big deal. Like, yeah, he full on cut it. I saw it on one of maybe a Stay 22 social channels or something. But yeah, I'm with you in that, Ham. It's like, why don't you look at this team? And I hate. There's a lot of things. I'm frustrated, James. I'm frustrated with the way the Kings are being talked about. I hate they were healthy excuse, because every time these same analysts talk about a team this year, they don't bring up health. They don't bring up they might bring it up with New Orleans because of the extreme circumstances involving Zion, but they don't regularly bring it up with other teams, except when you point out the Sacramento Kings were too healthy last year. What? That's lazy. They were too healthy? Come on, man.
You can't even predict. Like, health is, well, I mean, you can predict. You can go out and get a bunch of injury-prone players and then have injury seasons. Like, let's just, like, the Los Angeles Clippers. Okay. Yeah. Like, your 2 stars. Your 2 stars miss all kinds of time. Like, you can't say, oh, man, if New Orleans only knew that Zion Williamson was only going to play 34 games. Okay, well, he's only played more than 34 games one time in his career, and he sat out the entire previous season. So what is it that we're looking at? Like, the Kings go out, they practice really hard all season long. They play hard, and they stay healthy, and they fight through injury. Like, where is that? Like, the Kings won a ton of awards in this offseason. Right after the season ended, they won Monty McNair Executive of the Year. You got Mike Brown, head coach, coach of the year.
Unanimous.
Yeah, unanimous. You've got De'Aaron Fox, All NBA. You got Sabonis, All NBA. You got Keegan Murray, All NBA rookie first team. Like, all of these things. And I think people, they need to look at those things and say, why did all of those happen? And that's because the Kings were really good. They won games. They won games where other teams didn't. They stayed healthy because they worked hard. They stayed on the court. They fought through injuries. Again, Domantas Sabonis, like, he tore a ligament in his thumb and had a broken thumb dating all the way back to December. Played through it. Keegan Murray, same thing. Like, these are things that happen. So I don't know. Like, if you're going to sit here and say how good the Golden State Warriors could be, and half of their roster is 34 and up, like, injuries are part of it. That's part of it. We talk about all the time. The Kings have this core group of players that are between 24 and 26 years old. 24 to 26-year-old NBA players usually are healthy. Like, so maybe this is by design. Maybe the one guy that is a little outside of your zone is Harrison Barnes, who's 30, 31. Yeah, he played 82 games. He always plays 82 games or real close to it, unless it's like shut it down at the end of the season. These are reliable players that play major minutes for teams historically. And so I'm not going to take away anything from what the Kings were able to accomplish.
James, the other thing that annoys me
Uh-oh.
is when these people out here say the Kings had a chance to improve this offseason, and they didn't. They chose to run it back, if you will. They chose to stand pat. Here's my issue with that. We say the Kings had a chance to improve because they had cap space. They had money to spend. And we equate that as, well, you have money to spend. You can go get something. Who can you get that improves your team? Well, let's start with a name that we talked about a lot. Let's talk about Kyle Kuzma. One, I think we all think Kyle Kuzma is a good ball player. Would Kyle Kuzma have improved this team? Two, would Kyle Kuzma have willingly joined this team playing behind De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis in terms of, where you are in terms of the offense? And then you probably have an emerging Keegan Murray there as well. Not to mention, he got a weird contract. I don't know what the hell his contract is anymore. First, they said it was over $100 million. Then they said it was like, no, it's about $100 million. Then they said it was like 90-something million. I have no idea. These basketball contracts are being reported like NFL contracts now, and I have no idea what's what. But we look at cap space as a way to improve just because the money is there. It's like when people glamorize draft picks. You don't know what's at the other end of those draft picks. You don't know what's at the other end of that cap space. When people say they had a chance to improve and just didn't, they're referring to one thing and one thing only, and it was the Sacramento Kings' decision to re-sign Harrison Barnes. That's all they're talking about. They make no reference to, as you mentioned, JaVale McGee, to Sasha Vezenkov, to Chris Duarte. They make no mention of any of those guys. They look at the cap space and recognize that it was used on Harrison and Domantas Sabonis, and then figure they just punted on a way to improve, whereas I don't think the opportunity for improvement was really there.
No, I would agree with you. There are players that could have helped this team, sure, but they also got players that can help this team and players that fit into what they're doing. Look, we've talked about this so many times. I hope that at some point the Kings have a legitimate shot at a guy like OG Anunoby or Mikal Bridges, right? I think that player fits in and improves your team instantly. Well, that player wasn't available this offseason. They just weren't. And if you're looking at this roster and you're saying we have to improve and we have to go out and do something just to do something, that's when mistakes are made. You had a team that in the first year together, because we got to go back, the only two guys that are left from this roster from the beginning of, let's say the end of the 2021 season, right? The only two players that are left are De'Aaron Fox and Harrison Barnes. You made a monstrous trade, not last season, but the year before, right at the end of the year, where you brought in Domantas Sabonis, you brought in Trey Lyles, right? And then you go into the offseason, you draft Keegan Murray, you trade for Kevin Huerter, and you sign Malik Monk. So 5 of your players. Then you factor in that Davion Mitchell was a rookie. And so he was brought in at the beginning of the season. That's 6. 6 of your 8-man rotation were new together at the beginning of last season. And that group went out and posted the highest offensive rating in the history of the NBA. What do they look like in year 2? Why does change have to be like this big thing? Why do you have to make changes? You won 48 games in the first year under a new head coach, under a new system that worked to a T. This team has room to grow and to get better just by coming back and playing it back. Not to mention the additions that they made. The rim protection in JaVale McGee, the 3-point shooting in Sasha Vezenkov, the all-around game of Chris Duarte, and the defensive prowess of Chris Duarte. These are actual improvements. And they also brought back Domantas Sabonis. And they, the fact that they couldn't find someone who they deemed better than Harrison Barnes, okay. Harrison Barnes is middle of the NBA small forward. You didn't go backwards. You brought back a guy who played 82 games, who's one of the best pros in the game, who's on the NBA Players Association's executive council, like one of the most upstanding citizens in the league. You brought him back after he played 82 games and another 7 games in the playoffs. I don't know. I see where like sometimes standing pat, which is something the Kings never do, it actually has an advantage here. And I don't even think they really stood pat. I think that they improved themselves.
Is there anyone, do you have any insight on, because obviously there will be guys who invited to training camp. Are there any names out there that have been invited that we might not have talked about yet?
Yeah. I'm not sure exactly. Frankie Cardicelli put out that I think Chance Comanche is going to be brought in for a training camp invite, and our friend Brendan Nunez put out there that Deontay Burton have both been brought in. So those guys are roster spots number 18 and 19. They still have 2 more spots. They may not bring in anyone else, but those guys are going to be here in camp. Again, their camp invites, they probably got a little bit of a bonus. And then when they get cut, they both, their rights belong to the Stockton Kings. So the Kings can just allow them, if they stick around for a certain amount of time, they'll get their bonus money for going to the G League and being part of the G League squad. Again, Chance Comanche was a guy who started the season last year on the Portland Trail Blazers roster and actually made it onto the main roster before being waived. And Deontay Burton actually got a 10-day contract with the Kings at one point last season as well. So these guys are really close to NBA players. They're like 4A players that, just haven't been able to like settle down and make it. But this is what you do. You build out like those extra players in training camp and you give them a little bit of extra money. So then that way, when they stick around in the G League, you've got, a reason to keep them.
You think anything's different this year in terms of their approach when camp gets underway next week? Maybe their thinking is differently. I mean, with this team, it felt like was really confident in themselves very, very early on, probably headed in to the first game of the season. And I'll always reference Malik Monk saying, we're fine. We're right there. We're doing the things we're supposed to. I think they're 0-4 at this time. We're doing the things that we're supposed to do. We've got to tighten up a few things at the end, but we're right there. We're perfectly fine. And he was right. But that type of comment in that type of moment for the Kings made me feel like they were confident going in. They were confident from jump about what they could do this year.
Yeah, I think that they were very confident coming into last season, and even like their confidence kind of bled over to like everything. Like you felt their confidence, and by watching them and seeing the things that they were doing, you could tell that they were super close. They just couldn't get wins early in the season. And then once the wins came, like it was very quick. Like it was like, hey, look at that. Okay, they're right back on pace where you thought maybe they could be. And then, we kept hitting those weird plateaus. Like they couldn't get over they couldn't get to 5 games over 500. They could get to 4 games, but they couldn't get to 5 games over 500. And then all of a sudden they were able to get past that. And they just kept having these little like sticking points or plateau moments, and then they would blow through them. I know like this offseason, Doug Christie and Domantas Sabonis have been together almost the entire offseason working together, like almost the entire offseason. A couple of days here and there they've taken off. And I know that De'Aaron Fox has been in town working with Keegan Murray nonstop. Davion Mitchell's been in town. Davion Mitchell's been working with Steph Curry's shooting coach. We saw some of these guys doing Rico runs together. Like this group is growing. Their chemistry is growing. It would be really weird to see them as a collective take a step backwards as they're just building chemistry. Because that's not sort of the type of player that they've brought in. That, they don't have a bunch of me guys. A bunch of guys are like sitting here going, just wait till I get my opportunity. That's not who they are. They have system players, and then they have 2 stars, and then they have an up and coming young who they believe in Keegan Murray will be a star. So they have like these pieces in place. So Yeah, I think chemistry means something. I think staying together means something. And I think like I would be surprised if they weren't better at their craft in year 2 than they were in year 1. And that doesn't mean they win more games. Like the league changes, like you could see them take a step back a little bit. They could win 45 or 46 games, but they're still right there in the conversation. I
Or they
don't
could
think
win 54.
Yeah, or they could win 54. Exactly. Like if I were to bet what they were going to win this year, 51. That would be
Mm.
my number. But I could be way off. I've been way off before. I do this every year with Nate Duncan on the Dunked On podcast where we go back and forth and he gives his prediction, I give my prediction. Neither one of us are ever like spot on for sure. And he's always What's that?
Nate Duncan's going to have the Kings at 17 wins.
Yeah, he might have them at I would say he'll have them at 44 wins. That's where I would put them.
Okay.
Maybe 42. Like he might be a little bit less than that, but that's kind of where he'll be. But I really do think that continuity does mean something, and chemistry means something, and these guys are building together. And you can't go through a playoff series like what they did with the Golden State Warriors, where you take the champs to 7 games and not come out of it with an understanding of what you need to do to be better the next season. Because I certainly know every single one of those players thought to themselves afterwards, like, I could have done this, I could have done that. De'Aaron Fox, it breaks his fingertip. There's nothing you can do about that. And if he was right, I don't think that the same outcome would have happened. I think that they would have got past Golden State. But the fact that you had that experience as sort of a topper to whatever the regular season was, spectacular. It really sunk in what it means to make the playoffs, what it takes to get to the next level. And so I expect each and every one of those players to come back as individuals with a better understanding of who they need to be for this team going forward.
Yeah, people equate health to missed games, and I chuckle at that because we always talk about Domas playing like the entire year with a broken hand, forgetting that De'Aaron Fox got hurt in the 7-game playoff series against the Golden State Warriors and played through it. But we equate health to missed games and nothing else. We don't equate it to actual health, just missed games.
Yeah, and
programmed for that by your favorite duo in Los Angeles.
I think it matters though. We talked about all season long how we saw this huge moment in the season where Kevin Huerter in the first month and a half of the season, could do no wrong. He hit every single shot he took. I swear, it didn't matter where he was shooting it from. He shoots 53% from 3 in the first 6 weeks of the season. Then he has he hits a wall. And the same thing happens with Malik Monk, where from December 13th to late January, the guy's shooting 24% from the field. Nothing was going right. The Kings kept playing through the bumps and bruises that are the regular season because they're having a good time and they were believing in what they were building. And sometimes I think they did it to their own, they hurt themselves by doing it, but they kept playing. And I think the question that you asked, do you think they'll come in with a different approach? I wonder what Mike Brown comes in with, what kind of approach he comes in with, because I didn't know this, but I think it's 19 days during the regular season. You have to give them either 18 or 19 days off total, where they have to have complete off days. And this is something I had never heard before, but it's a rule by the NBA. The Kings had mapped out their off days before the season started, and then they stuck to it. And then they got to a point where they had to make a choice, do you want to work out on this day or do you want to work out on this day, to the team? And which off day do you want to take? Because we're down to one. We have one off day left. And this group wanted to play. Were they exhausted? Yeah. But I think everyone knew that the reason why they were so good together in year 1 was because they were putting in the work to be good. And I love that, we're seeing what they were last season in year 1, but this season, they've had an entire off season to not only work on sort of the move to the move to the move on some of your offensive plays, your offensive play sets, but also to study the defensive playbook, figure out how to get better defensively, work together on getting better defensively. Like the growth potential on the defensive end of the ball for this team is like off the charts. I mean, they weren't good. So like, how do you get better? Well, they have one way to get better this season. They can be equally or close to what they were offensively last year. And I expect them to even be like have moments where they're more efficient and more like there are more wrinkles to the offense. But the defensive end, there's so much room for growth. And that's where Mike Brown's got to be like licking his chops coming into camp. Like we can work on offense, but really we're going to focus on defense.
And when I thought about when I asked you that question earlier about the approach of the team entering the training camp, the person I was mainly thinking about, like I framed it as players first, but I was thinking about Mike because you talk about on the defensive end, I think about that press conference in New York, or not in New York. It was in Sacramento. It was against New York on the TNT game where he's like, yeah, we got the win. We gave up way too many offensive rebounds. We get to the playoffs, that's not going to be enough. We have to rebound better. If we don't rebound better, we're going to be out of the playoffs early. And prophecy spoken, that's what wound up happening against the Golden State Warriors. But he picked his spot with that. It was late in the season. It was clear the direction of this team, and they had just gotten a win. I thought it was brilliant. They had gotten a win on national television, and he used that opportunity. They had gotten a win on national television against a really tough team, and he used that opportunity to point out their deficiencies and what they did wrong. I wonder if Mike starts pointing those things out a little earlier this year, if he points them out at all.
Yeah, no. I think he's going to do it very similar. When Mike does something, it is with intent. That's something that I've learned about him. Like, we can go back to when he gets tossed out of the game in Toronto. Like, there was specific intent, right? It was to somehow get respect for his guy in De'Aaron Fox, to make sure that the fouls started to like figure themselves out, because they weren't. Like early in the season, De'Aaron Fox couldn't buy a foul. When he brought that stuff up, like, people have to understand that even though that the New York game, I don't believe was a nationally televised game, it's New York media. Everything he says is going to be out there. Like, oh, look at this guy. He's yelling and screaming at his team, even though they're one of the best teams in the Western Conference right now. That message was spread loud and clear all over the place. And there were a lot of people on the East Coast that don't watch the Sacramento Kings, that don't stay up late to watch games, but they stayed up late because their Knicks were playing, who saw some of that. And that's good. That's what you're hoping to see. He is very like, he thinks these things through, and very pointed when he is upset about something. And then what happens in the playoffs? They get beat on the offensive glass. Yeah. The games they lose on the offensive glass. And it's something, like he telegraphed what was going to happen. Well, that was some heavy duty foreshadowing by Mike Brown. And sure enough, he like nailed it. And that's what, they're going to try to clear up some of that stuff.
Eagles and Bucks coming up at the top of the hour here on ESPN 1320. We'll come back. We'll talk more with our 1320 Kings insider and host of the Insiders with Kyle Madsen, which you can hear Monday through Friday, 10 to noon here on ESPN 1320. We'll talk more with James Ham when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. It's kind of a long break here. It's like 6 minutes.
Oh, no problem.
And then we'll be out probably early, guys. It's like 53 because we got to get some commercials in before we go to that football game.
Oh, cool.
52-50. Jesus. Okay.
Oh,
this is
wow,
our last,
that's early.
It's our yeah. Yeah, that happens sometimes when we carry these live games. We got to get them out of the way.
Yes, securing the beam. Jordy is getting one of the first coaching jobs. I guarantee it. His performance with Team Canada was like, no one has been able to harness the talent that is the Canadian national team. And finally, they get somebody who has them moving the right way. And that's not a disrespect on Jake Triano or anyone else.
He looked pretty delicate warming up right there, but that was probably by design.
Joe Burrow?
Yeah.
He's playing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what a mess that team is. Like, what?
Let's go, Baker. Let's go, Baker.
I think we can definitely say you're a Baker Mayfield guy.
I don't know why. I have no idea why. I'm really not. I don't know. I guess I don't know. I don't know why I'm rooting for the dude, but he got on my nerves in college too.
He went from being like one of the darlings of the NBA, the NFL, to just like kick down the road, and played for a couple of teams in one season. Ends up, in the Bucks. He seemed a little too good to just throw away like what happened.
Yeah, and I think people forget that last year in Cleveland, like he was injured.
His shoulder was basically like just nothing. It was torn to shreds.
He played until that team was eliminated. Like he fucking gutted it out, and
which is probably a mistake by him too.
Yeah, it was definitely a mistake by him. All that did was get him cut. And then where was it? Carolina.
Yeah, he went to Carolina and then the Rams.
Yep, went to the Rams. Yep.
He showed up like one day and then started like 2 days later.
Yeah.
Didn't he beat someone?
He did.
He beat the Raiders, huh? Was it with the Raiders?
Was it the Raiders? I don't remember who it was, but he had been on the team for a day and a half, and like that, figuratively, he wasn't on the team that long, and just beat whoever
yeah,
it was.
I think it was the Raiders.
Well, that's
man, the Raiders are a mess.
That's a shame.
I think I remember being the Raiders because they lost to Jeff Saturday that year too. I think.
Oh,
I think
Jeff
might be different
Saturday.
years, but
I think you're right. I think the Raiders did lose to Jeff Saturday, which is just gross.
Oh yeah. Again, why is their coach still employed? That stuff he did yesterday? Like, what are you doing? Down 8, kicking a field goal with 3:11 left, and then you hit it, but you get a penalty. You move it up. You can't score again. You're at the 8-yard line. I just don't understand it.
AFC West has 2 of the worst coaches in the league.
Yep. Josh McDaniels and Brandon Staley. Yeah, Josh McDaniels, and he said post game he needed multiple possessions. Like, sorry, sir, it's an 8-point game. It's a 1-score game. You did not need multiple possessions.
I don't need to pull out the abacus to show you that you're incorrect. That and
don't make James pull out his abacus.
Don't do that.
Don't do
so. But here, the point that I made with Kyle. Let's say you don't get the touchdown, right? But then you have them pinned at the 8-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you believe that your defense is good enough to kick that field goal, which is what you're saying, or that their quarterback is bad enough, then why not make the mistake? And you could have sacked that guy. What if you got a sack for a safety? What if you got a fumble? You took away the element of possibility. But what if the guy is kicking from the back of the end zone and steps out of the end line? All of a sudden, it's a 6-point game. And you get the ball back. Or worst case scenario, he gets a punt off, but your return man gets it back to the 50. Now you're looking at a short field. So even if you would have made a mistake there, you still wouldn't have been pinned back like you were after, what happened at the end of the game.
See, James already a better coach than Josh McDaniels.
I don't understand it. I like Mike McDaniels. He's fun. Leezy.
Yeah, he's awesome.
I don't know what the Jets do at this point. They have to do something because I was willing to, as someone who's watched it and go ahead and let Zach Wilson give it a shot and show you what he has. But didn't he have a play where he spun around in circles 3 times and then fell down this weekend for a sack?
Yeah, we should probably stop with Zach Wilson. That's kind of where I'm at. If the Jets want to compete, you've got to stop. We're coming back.
All right.
Eagles and Bucks coming up at the top of the hour. Also, it appears Joe Burrow is going to go for the Cincinnati Bengals. There are 2 Monday Night Football games tonight. Why, you ask? I don't know. I don't know why they're doing this again, but they are. But at least, in my opinion, both games are very, very good. The Eagles at the Bucks, both of those teams 2-0, and the Rams and the Bengals. Interesting one there with the Bengals looking to get a win. Of course, the Joe Burrow situation will loom over this quite large. Want to remind everybody that Kenny and myself, dealing with KC, we're going to be live at Solomon Vinyl coming up on Friday, October 6th. You can head over to ksfm.com right now. That's ksfm.com, our other station, and enter to win a VIP booth that includes dinner for 4. James, it's going to be a cool event. We're going to be out there. We're going to be part of their Curator series where we put the needle on the vinyl. We play some actual records, and we tell stories about those records and how that music we're listening to have influenced us. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be a party. We're going to tell some stories, and it's going to be a great night at Solomon Vinyl. Friday, October 6th. We hope you could come through, hang out, have some food and drinks with us. And if you want to enter to win that VIP booth, head over to ksfm.com. All you got to do, put in your name, email address. It's as simple as that. James, if you were to put the needle on the vinyl for a song that starts the James Ham story, what song would it be?
That's a good question. Number one, I have a pretty solid vinyl collection. I also have a really nice record player my wife bought for me. I don't know. Probably Don't Stop Believing.
Okay.
Journey.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like it.
mean, my career's been wild and crazy, and my start doing this is weird, and where I'm at now is awesome. But the path to get to where I am is like all kinds of ups and downs. Yeah. And I don't have a Travis Scott record, like Katrina says here in the thing. Do they make a Travis Scott record?
They do make current vinyl. They do have current albums on vinyl. I tried to avoid those. I do have a few of them. I have Kendrick. I had Complex gave me the new SZA album on vinyl, but I tried to stick to older records, the James Browns. I've found going through Dan the Record Man's collection a couple of times. There's a lot of concerts that went to vinyl that never went anywhere else. Like they're not on streaming platforms. They're not on tapes or CDs. They were printed on vinyl. Like I've got like Ike and Tina in like 10 different places. I didn't even know. I've got like 3 Marvin Gaye concert records, James Brown, 1968 concert. Like that's one thing I really loved about going through record collections, just finding stuff that I did not know existed.
I like, my genre of music is typically older, like classic rock and 80s, 90s. But like we have yard sale day here in the lake, and you can go around on yard sale day and just like swoop in and get so many, really cool albums. Like there's all kinds of stuff just hiding out here. Just tool around. My dad will call, "Hey, I found so-and-so like over here," and got to go buy stuff.
Well, if you ask your armed security guard to not shoot me as I come to your house, like I would love to come rummage the garage sale at the lake and find some more records. Because at this point, I'm just buying all of Dan the Records Man records, and then I got to head over to 12 Wax in the next week or so to make sure I got enough records to tell some stories on October 6th at Solomon Vinyl.
Yeah, that's awesome. That sounds like a great time.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun for sure. The idea is it's 2 nights before the Kings' first preseason game. Now, the first preseason game, unfortunately, isn't here. I think that's actually the one in Canada. I think it's in Vancouver. If I'm not mistaken.
Vancouver, Rogers Center.
And but that was the idea. We're headed into Kings season. Let's bring D'Lo and Casey in here to do something at Solomon Vinyl. So that's pretty exciting. And then 2 days later, we'll be watching Kings basketball, which is just amazing to think about.
It's wild.
This offseason flew by, man. This offseason absolutely flew by.
It did. The anticipation for starting the Insiders was like, it ended up eating weeks and weeks and weeks of like getting ready. And then all of a sudden, like, oh, it's happening. Or wait, we got to hold off for, oh, no, it's happening.
It was
Like,
supposed to be in August. Like, let's just put that out there. It was supposed to
yeah,
start the show at the beginning of August.
yeah, it didn't happen. It didn't happen that way. But I think it happened the way it was supposed to happen, where 2 weeks in, I take a vacation. About 5 weeks in, Kyle takes a vacation. That's how it's supposed to happen.
And right smack dab in the middle of that, Kenny's gone.
Kenny's gone.
Yeah.
We'll survive it all.
Yeah. So it's great because we'll come back. You'll be here next week, but Kyle will be out. But like, it'll be training camp. Kyle gets back. Now all of a sudden, like, Kings games are being played. ESPN 1320s in full force. Like those, it is. Oh, I cannot wait. I can't wait to talk about actual Kings basketball. I can't wait to talk about actual games. I can't wait to be able to, talk to you coming from practice and talk about games that we've actually seen, and put these hypotheticals away, put all of this. I wonder if this is going to happen. I wonder if that's, put all of that stuff aside and just talk Kings basketball.
You're excited to see me work until like 11 o'clock on a Tuesday night, come back at 8 o'clock in the morning to be there for a 10 o'clock show, and then wave to you as I'm going to practice for that afternoon, and then stop by on my way home and break down practice. There it is.
Yes, that is correct. Yes, I'm excited for you to do that for like 9 months.
For like 82 games.
James is enjoying his last week. See, all this week, take Mrs. Ham, attorney at law, to dinner. Go get some drinks at Paul Martin's, all your favorite little spots. Go visit all your favorite bartenders and your favorite chefs, James, because it's over. We're relying on you for content and practice news and notes and all of that stuff. It's over for you, James. This is it. Enjoy your last week, buddy.
That's why the cruise, I didn't expect the cruise to have so much downtime. It was really nice. It was nice to take a breath, but really to like spend a lot of time with the lovely Mrs. Ham, because what my wife has to put up with during the season is just ridiculous. Just in like me coming in at 12:30 at night on most nights, and the dog waking everyone up when I walk in the door. And so no one actually gets a good night's sleep. It's a lot, especially when you have kids and you've got all the things that, having a regular life. And then all of a sudden I just disappear for 6 months, and it's very difficult.
It does take a very special person to put up with what we do for a living.
Yeah, it does.
Particularly you, because I don't stay till the end of games, and I don't have to talk to Coach Mike Brown. You do.
You don't have to wait an hour and 15 minutes to see whether De'Aaron Fox is going to come out wearing a green do-rag or a red do-rag at 11:15 at night, knowing that you still have an hour drive home.
Do-rag De'Aaron and no dunking De'Aaron is a era of Sacramento Kings basketball that is hopefully behind us forever.
Yes.
It really is wild to think that De'Aaron Fox went on a dunk strike. He was just like, I'm not dunking on this sorry ass team anymore. I refuse to dunk until you trade Buddy Hield.
Oh.
I don't think that's what he said. But I want to believe that's what he said. I'm not dunking anymore until you trade Buddy. And that didn't work. So his ankle hurt. I think it was his ankle.
What I love too is that one of the first things Monk said was, I'm going to get De'Aaron Duncan again. Like, I'm going to get my guy Duncan. And then, they had those moments where they're, throwing lobs to each other. Just spectacular. So, I think like the revitalization of not only the Sacramento Kings, but realistically, De'Aaron Fox is spectacular. Like I didn't know if I would get to stick around long enough doing this. I lasted, before last season, it was 12 years coming in, and we talked about it. My record was like 240 games under 500 for my career. And you just don't know. Like, all I know is losing, and all I can see is what it's doing to a young guy in De'Aaron Fox, and how it's, you just feel like the weight of the world pushing down on his head the whole time. And, he might be listed at 6'3", but at a certain point you felt like he's starting to look more like 5'5", because of all the weight of this franchise weighing him down. And then to see not only the team find success for the first time in, 16 years, but a young player who, you thought might have been broken by the situation, like find his joy again. That's probably like my highlight to last season. Like everything positive in the world happened for De'Aaron Fox last year. And, he got married. He had a son. He made the All-Star team. He made All NBA. He broke the curse. He got to the playoffs. All of these things. You're waiting for that to happen for him. And I didn't know that it would ever happen for him in Sacramento, just like I didn't know if I would ever get to cover a playoff game in Sacramento.
I wonder if he was ever close to, and I'd love to ask him this sometime when, because the good times are here with the Sacramento Kings. Like, was he ever close to a breaking point? And if so, how close to where it's at a certain point? Because I don't feel like he had seasons, plural, left of that version of this franchise. They had to get it right, and they had to get it right pretty quickly. I wonder how close he was to, I can't do this anymore. I've done everything. Y'all got to get me out of here.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by that. And the other one, I'm also intrigued by Harrison. I want to know when the switch went off for him. Because I saw it at the end of the year before. De'Aaron was under contract. There's nothing he could do.
Yeah.
Right? If he was going to leave, it would be either a request, or it would be like a subtle request or behind the scenes, or it would be like, hey, we've just got to reboot and start over again. But with Harrison, we saw it not last season, but the season before, the end of the year, he looked done. And then they almost trade him right before training camp.
Mm-hmm.
And then I want to know when he felt like the shift, and when he felt like, oh my gosh, maybe I will stay here. Maybe this is something. Maybe how in the world did this happen that we stumbled upon something after all this time of missing? And so I'm intrigued by that, because even at the end of the year, he and I had that funny moment where I asked him, in our post game, look, if this is your last game in Sacramento, what do you have to say for to the fans? And he made the joke, it's not like I'm dying or something. I hope I'm back and all that stuff. But I want to know when he said, you know what, this is probably the right spot for me. And they, him and his wife had put down roots here. They've had their daughter while they've lived here. They've got business ventures and all this other stuff around this area. But when did he say, okay, I probably can finish my career or come close to it, or at least stick around for another 3 years here?
Yeah, it's fascinating, and thankfully, those times are behind us.
Yeah,
De'Aaron Fox man, he looks happy. When your team doesn't suck and your fans aren't vomiting, and your coach isn't talking about watching the tape, man, things can turn around pretty quickly. And that's, kind of what happened. It feels like you have a general manager, an executive of the year, if you will, who is fully invested in every little move that this team makes, is calculated in all of his steps. And I think you pointed this out earlier. The Kings made moves that allow them to be extremely flexible. The Kings made moves to where if there's, and you use the OG Anunoby example. Of course, we know OG Anunoby will never be traded from Toronto. That's just virtually impossible at this point. But if, hell were to freeze over, the Kings have put themselves in a position where they could offer a competitive trade package for a player of that type. And that's a credit to Monty. One of my biggest frustrations with this franchise in the past was they never saw anything ahead. They saw what was directly in front of them, but nothing out in front of them. They never looked past what was directly in front of them. And now it feels like Monty has a great eye on both what's right in front of them and what could potentially be in the future.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I know like the national narrative is that the Kings didn't do enough. They're right here on the precipice of, they could have done something amazing and it would have been great. And the fact is, like, it's very possible that OG Anunoby, who has had injury issues in his past, plays 65 games a year, 70 games a year on a good year, but that extra 12 to 17 games that Harrison Barnes plays every year would more than balance out any positives you'd get from getting a guy like OG Anunoby. That a guy that is there and solid and plays his role can actually provide something for you when he's playing all 82 games and consistency and all that stuff. But I'd also like look at the way the Kings structured this offseason. And I think it's something that why can't they go out and become a major player if the right star becomes available? And it's something that I will just keep pointing to. You look at Trey Lyles, he signed a 2-year, $16 million deal. That's an $8 million contract this year, December 15th. Like, I'm not saying they're trading Trey right now, but if they need to, they have that option. Kevin Huerter's contract, 17 million, 18 million for Harrison Barnes, 10 million for Malik Monk. Like, all of these contracts are movable in the right trade if you're going to somehow get the big money player that you've been looking for. And they're all under contract except for Monk, multiple years. So a team that could be losing somebody next summer might be willing to make a deal with you at, closer to the trade deadline that yields the player that the Kings believe that they're missing. But then again, maybe you don't need it. Maybe you don't need another player. Maybe this team is designed perfectly and everything works well and there isn't a better option. A bigger star name with a higher value contract may not make you a better team. And the players that you have in place might be the right answers. So I just think that when you bring up, the look at today, but also the future, I mean, it's sitting right there. Like, the pieces are there. If you need to go make a deal, the draft picks are there. Like, I think the bigger questions are, like, do you need to make moves or is this team going to be good enough? What gets you over the top?
This is the year they won't have a pick, right?
Well, if they make the playoffs, if
Yeah.
they make the playoffs and they don't have a pick. But it's also the year that if you get to the trade deadline and you are a playoff team and you're a pretty locked in playoff team, you can also start adding in those little nuances to a trade that says the 2026 first round pick, the 2028, the 2030. You can package 3 first round picks if it looks like you're going to be a playoff team. And so there's more stability. The deeper the Kings get into this season as a winner, the more value their 2026 pick has. Because then it's not a 2026 or 27 pick. It's a 2026 pick.
That's low key something I can't wait to see is what, like, is Masai Ujiri just going to, no, they're just going to leave for nothing. Particularly OG. Like, I'm not trading him. He's just going to leave for nothing.
Yeah.
And try to get Dame out of this so OG can then leave Portland in a year. Like, that's wild. I know Dame, Harden, all of that stuff. I want to see how the Toronto stuff unfolds. My apologies. We've got to end the show a smidge bit early because we're going out to the Eagles and the Bucks. So we've got Monday Night Football coming up. Big thanks to James Ham for joining me. So happy that James is back here. Make sure you check out the Insiders 10 to 12 Monday through Friday here on ESPN 1320. You know I'm headed at 102.5. Monday Night Football is next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Nailed it.
Sweet.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, they're positioned still to be major players if they need to.
Yeah, hopefully they can. Hopefully there's something out there to be a player for.
Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully you don't need it.
Or that. Yeah, absolutely. Or that. That's obviously.
Yeah. Sweet.
All right, guys, you know the deal. Got to shut down and keep working. Appreciate you guys as always. We will see you tomorrow. Trista, Scott Branson, Jason Jones, all with us.